Game, record, and stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ding-a-ching-ching. 'Cause we don't really care, I ting-a-ting-ting. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Cold as ice, ba-ling-a-ling-ling. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ding-a-ching.
They say it is about the journey and not the destination. That is true for those who don't know where they're going. That is true for those who don't know what they want to achieve. Is it about the journey? That depends on the destination.
Boah, was ein geiler Pass! Wie gut der das sieht! Sorge macht der Lebzeit nicht so krass!
Verpasse nie wieder die Termine der ESL Meisterschaft. www.kalovo.de/ESL.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh? Ugh.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
So hello and welcome to today's broadcast of the ESL Meisterschaft. My name is Tyler and I'll be bringing you guys throughout the coverage of the playoffs today. It is going to be a great day of Counter-Strike. We are going to be going through two semifinals. Of course, we did start off with 10 teams at the start of the season. Now, 9 match days later, we're down to just the top 4. Of course, those top 4 are Alternate Attacks, Panthers Gaming, Expert Esport, and then Sprout, our reigning champions from the summer 2018 season. And with that, I think we have a pretty decent lineup of teams, and also teams that already have a history of competing at a little bit of a higher level and also competing within European teams. Of course, we do have 3 teams there also that play in Masters League, that are organized also from the Berlin studios, so also quite interesting. But today we throw it over to Oldenburg, where all 4 teams get together over in the EWE Arena. Of course, I think 2,500 fans. The arena is sold out. And with that, I sadly won't be on site, but I'll be bringing you guys throughout the coverage, through the clean feed with the live picture that we have from there. Still though, it is going to be a great day of Counter-Strike. Our first matchup is going to be Atex up against Panthers. Atex with a little bit of a caveat, because they do kind of get into it with a little bit of a hiccup. Two of their good players, Hunden and Tensky, not able to play. Both have other commitments, and of course, I think also will be leaving the team at the end of the season. So with that, of course, the two Danes are out. However, who comes into the team? It is going to be NKJ, their coach, and also Zonix. Zonix, of course, a historical player that has a lot of experience in Counter-Strike, but hasn't been active for quite a while. He's now known for co-hosting the TV broadcast of the RAN esports show that, of course, Knochen, one of the other casters for today's broadcast over on the German stream, also heads off with. And with that, he's kind of been out of it from the playing side, has been taking a look at a lot. They've been broadcasting a lot like IEM and ESL stuff over on German television. But with that, though, of course, it shouldn't be taking too much longer to actually jump into it. But let's take a closer look at our matchup with the Vodafone pre-match.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
So, of course, the Vodafone pre-match, always interesting to see what the stats say. These are just the stats from the regular season, so later for the finals we won't be including those for that then going further. But, of course, Atex and Panthers, they finished second and third throughout the regular season. Atex did have quite a decent time, were able to just secure that final placement. Of course, Panthers and Sprout were already up ahead in their final seedings. First place against fourth, seconds up against third here. Both teams had a similar season, had their ups and downs, all pretty much struggling when it came to the matchup against Sprout. Although, of course, Atex did take one map, but that was on Overpass, which is usually a permaban for Sprout. So I'm going to say that that doesn't count as far. Still, though, well, let's take a look actually at the pictures from the arena. I think we won't have any sound right now, as the analyst desk is still on it, but that's a couple of pictures live from Oldenburg at the moment. Of course, nice stage, I think the biggest stage that we've had just yet for the ESL Meisterschaft. Of course, it has come a long way, and it is going to be touring Germany throughout the next couple of seasons. It's not just all going to be centered in Cologne or Düsseldorf or cities like that all around the ESL headquarters. We are going to be exploring a lot more with the Meisterschaft. So with that, of course, I hope that all of you guys are going to have a decent time. If I am looking around quite a lot and pressing buttons here and there, it is because I'm actually not on site and I don't have a full production team with me. I am just here by myself, trying to bring you guys the best coverage I can. But, someone is just saying only students. No, it's not only students. One thing that I wanted to touch on Panthers, of course, a lot of these teams do have full-time commitments to esports by now. Not all, though. Panthers themselves, they have a couple of players that are still a little bit on the unexperienced side when it comes to playing on a big stage like they are today. Of course, there are also a couple of those guys, Dude and Mantu, that have won the ESL Meisterschaft before back in, what was it, summer of 2017? Over at Gamescom, but that stage wasn't as big as this one was, so definitely when it comes down to the pressure of being on a stage, the guys from Alternate are a lot more experienced with that. However, of course, Panthers are going to be those guys that have placed better in the regular season already, will have the advantage because they're actually played in as well as a team. They have all of their regular players as always, and then, of course, Atex, with those two stand-ins, as a coach, NKJ, should be fine in that role. However, Zonix a little bit new to the mix, probably won't know as many of the stats, but we are going to be switching over to our clean feed at the moment because our ban phase is underway. Dust to a Nuke already out. Panthers pick Overpass, which is a decent map for Atex. They're going to be starting on the CT side. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Mirage or a Cash on the side of Panthers. And there you go, yeah, the Cash pick from... Oh, sorry, the Cash pick from Atex, and then the CT side pick from Panthers. all kind of makes sense for now. Of course, Cash still within Germany, one of the most played, if not the most played map that we have within German Counter-Strike, and also the Meisterschaft. And yeah, right now, Train, Inferno Bands, Mirage is going to be that last map. One thing that is always there to highlight, that of course German Counter-Strike still has a little bit of a difference to international play, because the German playstyle still has, I don't know, German teams generally seem to have a difficult time starting off on their CT side, especially when they don't come straight out of a boot camp. I would expect that a lot of these players did prepare in a boot camp prior to the event. However, still, German teams throughout the season have struggled on their CT sides, even on maps like Train and also like Overpass. So that could always be a thing that we should keep on the side as well. But all around, German Counter-Strike mostly focused around maps that are a little bit more on the puggier side. A lot of these times throughout Meisterschaft, throughout the season, we didn't see too much, I don't know, strategy plays as we see maybe on the international stage a lot more. However, a lot more just straight attacks over towards the sites and then just going off of that. And yeah, they are in the EWE Arena. It is the smaller one, I think, not the big arena where they do all the bigger events, but like the smaller side hall to it. At least for what I know. But, yeah. Feelings, yes. Green screen, yes. I do have the green screen up most of the time. Mostly I'm sitting down in my chair. But I've decided to do the standing stuff today. Don't have a beautiful desk like we do in the studios. But I am here for you guys in front of the green screen. And just kind of bringing you guys as much as possible. For those guys that are wondering when are we going to start, the players are already getting ready, and I don't know, I see all the players do have their headsets on. We can take a quick look again at the arena then. And there, of course, Zonic's currently in the picture wearing the 2003 ATEX t-shirt. Doesn't have the jersey out, the good old logo there. Beautiful to see as well. But yeah, it should be quite interesting to see, of course, how with those two stand-ins, they can actually go into it. Of course, I think ATEX is definitely going to be a bigger household name than maybe Panthers is, but Panthers not to be underestimated. With that, though, I think we are ready to jump into our first map. I hope that we have it unmuted now. Let me check. No, we don't. There you go. Now we have it unmuted, and we're straight ready to jump into it. It is going to be ATEX on the CT side, and Panthers starting straight on the T side. And you can already see Panthers taking the quick push over towards that B-bomb site. NKJ to take that first frag, takes out JDC. Easy offender falls straight behind, and ATEX, a great start to this round already. However, now Panthers make the push towards the site. They do find two, but it is going to be Dude all alone up against three. Going to be taken out by Searson from behind, and there you go. A great start here from ATEX in that first round already. And that is going to be interesting to see now. Of course, Panthers, they didn't get out too far, and they weren't able to do too much damage. And of course, with this money situation that we have as of the update all the way back in October, you don't really do too much straight off the bat, where you're kind of just saying, okay, we're going to force straight away as we used to do. Now, right now, Panthers just going for the Glock play. They do have one P250 out on Mantu, but apart from that, nothing just yet. ATEX, though, Searson going aggressive already in towards middle. Looking for one frag. Does do a lot of damage, though, as Mantu's going to find that frag. Still, of course, mainly focused on the SMGs, farming that extra little bit of cash. Keto, now with a good view in towards mid, is going to find one, but going to be taken straight out by ECFN. They do still get out ahead with these MP9s now on the side of Panthers. Still, though, they don't have any armor, and that's only going to make that challenge more difficult. But as soon as they start just hitting these shots time and time again, then even the armor won't be much of a difference if ATEX can't react fast enough. I can see game sound in OBS, though. There is game sound. Maybe it's just a little bit of delay, but there is sound for sure. Anyways, yeah, it is always a little bit difficult when we are working with the clean feed and all. I found the game sound quite quiet, but still, Zonix and NKJ, they are going to shut this down, as are stand-ins for ATEX. And while Panthers, still a decent round. To start the round with only a couple of pistols, and then straight away going over, finding those frags on the MP9s then. And it does work for them, kind of, that rush into mid. Still, finding 2 frags is going to be decent enough for them. So I don't think that they'll be too disappointed with that. This round is going to be a little bit more important now that they do actually have the rifles. They don't have all the utility in the world to work with, but they definitely have enough. They have those nades, flashbangs, and the smokes to get into it. And there you go. I am going to boost the sound as much as I can, but I think that's as much as I can go. Let me know if that's better. But right now, I mean, this start here from Atex is great. They're already taking out 2 more players from Panthers. I'm gonna boost it even further if that's better for the sound. Oh, we can hear the players' shouts in the background though. Yeah, you can hear the calls from the players at the moment as well, which is quite interesting. And that might be something that they would have to look at, although we do, of course, have a delay on the clean feed here for you guys, so it might not be as interesting, but still, if they do get very, very loud in those teams, then it is going to be interesting to see how maybe toxic they're going to get. Let me know if the sound is good or better now. I don't think there's anything further that I can boost from the sound. It is turned up all the way in all the stuff that I have. But yeah, hearing the players was quite odd there in the background. We haven't had that from a lot of these LANs before. Sometimes, of course, we do jump into the TeamSpeak, take a look at what they're saying exactly. We've done that a lot of the times, especially for Meisterschaft in the past. If we remember back to maybe summer of 2016, and then also the winter season. I think we didn't do it too much throughout last year and this year as well, but we have definitely done it for Meisterschaft. Still, though, now that Atex have lost that 3rd round, of course, Panthers getting straight into it. The thing is that, of course, Atex did find those first couple of frags. Still, they did end up losing it, and they don't have too much to actually jump straight back in. And this is something where I think that the money system still has a small edge to still favor than another kind of eco round or kind of just a force round within round 4 as soon as the other team gets that good start within round 3 as well. A lot of these times within Meisterschaft we've seen that the team that falls behind quite quickly might fall down 5 or 6-0 before it really starts picking up again. And actually Panthers, they do get ahead of that curve already now, finding the first rounds. And I think that they should only continue on with this. They've already done a little bit of damage onto Stefan. And now it is looking quite nice here as Panthers are going to pick up that first assist for Andy. Mantu finds the frag. That is going to give them the slight edge over what is just the advantage through the rifle. Still, coming in from behind right now is Keto as well with the UMP. And if no one's going to be there to check him, then he could at least find 2. But right now the push already coming out. JDC finding frag onto NKJ. Searson still towards the site. He's going to miss his shot towards short, and now he's in trouble because Molotov and nades flying all over the site, but he is going to find the collateral. Almost going to line up the next frag as well, and it is still going to be a 3-on-1 situation. Keto still to come in from behind. Going to come through Monster now. But what was that there? Going to fall down to just 10 HP. And that could have all turned out great for Searson, but it's not going to happen. Mantu to find the last. It's going to be 2-2 straight away. Panthers tie things up. And they're not going to be at Squarespace here because they're already going to have that slight edge ahead of them. Because Atex, we take a look back at the last couple of rounds. They did win those first 2, but then they lost 2 straight away without finding too much in those rounds. 1 or 2 frags just not going to be good enough. And with that, Atex straight just on a pistol save and nothing else apart from that. Look at that nade damage early on. That's great for Panthers because it's only going to make this round a little bit easier to make sure that they don't have any casualties within this. They can just line them up. Mantu going to find 2. He's going to be taken out by Searson, actually. So that unlucky for them. Great for Searson to find that 1 frag is going to give him just a slight advantage with those $300. Not enough, though, as I think he only had 5k and as I think I saw him go for the op straight away. Of course, I don't have the buy-ups right now. We'll take a look at that in a second, because I think that they didn't have enough money to actually go for that buy to also, yeah. You can see in the bottom left, Searson does have the op, but it is going to be glass cannon, no armor to go along with that, so he has to hit those first shots. We know he's a great opper. One of the best within Meisterschaft. At least from the Germans that we have. Still, NKJ is going to find that first onto ECFN. JDC to trade straight back, and a lot of damage being dealt from Atex right now, as Panthers are down to just 2. Dude and Andy got a lot of work to do now, as it is all going to be down to the op of Andy, and it's going to work out for Atex, it seems like. Panthers do have enough money to buy in that next round as well, so not too much of a worry for them. Andy still going to find one. Can he clutch this in a 1v3 situation? 56 HP still on him, and he should be here to find it as well. Both players in similar positions, but they are trying to work together. No one pushing out too aggressively. He's going to spot off one. That's Stefan down, and now all going to be down to Searson. Going to miss that shot on Andy, but there you go. It is just the battle of the ops, and Andy should have this angle locked down by now. 45 seconds still to go. And he does have the bomb as well. Could rotate back over towards the A bomb site. And it seems like he is going to try and fake this. But Searson still sticking around. He is going to go straight in towards water. And going to have that angle towards shore. Remember, he has missed this angle before. And Andy might not expect it. There you go, he's definitely heard it now, and for sure Searson's going to find this, and he is as well. Good stuff there from Searson. He does bring it back within that round as well, and that is going to bring Atex straight back into it. 3-2 now, but Panthers still will have the money to buy up even further and still put a lot of pressure onto Atex here. There you go now. Panthers, pretty much the same setup as they did in the previous round. Just the rifles, a single op there for Andy. Going double op wouldn't really recommend it on a map of overpass, not on the T side for sure. You still need a couple dynamic players that can bring out the rifles, find those frags early, we'll be fine from there on out. Big thing is Atex still on the brink of losing a round, of course, as always. They only have FAMASas on that CT side at the moment. Zonix even only with the MP9. Searson does, of course, have the op, and he is going to pick up that first frag as well. Straight onto JDC. And that's great for them. The early advantage going the way of Atex, but if we take a look back at round number 3, Panthers did lose the first player and then brought it back from there on out. Molotov right now towards long. They did spot the player going in towards bank. And right now, they are preparing the push over towards the A-bomb site. Yet another Molotov just to delay this even further. 3 players up towards the A-bomb site, 2 towards truck, and NKJ in the middle of the site has moved out from bank, and they do have the players to rotate back over. But there you go. Panthers seem to be ready to go for the push down as Keto finds 2 straight away. Not going to be checked. Searson picks up another as well. It's all going to be down to Andy yet again, this time in a 1v4. Not going to work out for them as Searson picks up that last, and it is going to be the lead back in the hands of alternate Atex. And there you go. A good start. Straight back off with Atex. Smiles on their faces. And they seem to be set for this next round to come. It is still overpass. It is still normally a CT-sided map on average. But that, no, not always a given. Of course, we are going to play overpass. Cash then as a second map in Mirage, as a third as a decider. If it does come to full 3 maps, Searson, a good frag straight onto ECFN. And right now, they're not showing to be phased at all by having 2 of those stand-ins. NKJ, of course, their coach, who should be on top with those strats and should probably also be the one calling today. As, of course, Hunden used to be the IGL. He's going to be missing. Still, though, Andy on the Glock, going to pick up Keto. Not going to find much more than that on the side of Panthers for sure. Dude's going to be taken out by Zonix, and there you go, all going to be down to Mantu. Only the P250 in hand. I mean, all 4 players already looking for that frag. Searson's going to find it. And there you go. Round over. Atex win yet another. And slowly but surely now, Panthers should be back in the running to actually pick up a bye here as well going forward. Of course, big shout out also in the production there. We do have Rushley as our observer. So, of course, big shout out to him for bringing us all the frags here today for ESL Meisterschaft and all the other guys involved behind the scenes over in Oldenburg and also in the engineering suite, which I think is being done in the head's office in Cologne. To bring you guys a full English coverage here as well. ESL Meisterschaft is the German national championship under ESL. It is kind of the national playing field, same as Premiership over in the UK, same as Championnat over in France. There's so many tournaments going on, of course, and we do have the Czech, Slovak, and also the Spanish finals, I think, this weekend. I think even the Italians, but I'm not sure right now, though. Searson is going to find that first NK. Great job within Connector to kind of play with that box and find that height difference to kind of mess up the fragging on the side of Dude. But it is going to be a 3-on-3 situation. JDC already hurt, though. Of course, for him, I think it's the first LAN alongside Andy. First bigger LAN for them to actually be on a big stage here in front of a crowd. And with that, Panthers now with the approach play over towards the B bomb site. Searson, great rescope there to pick up Andy. And that's all going to be down to Mantu now. Trying to go for that shoulder peek. He's going to do a little bit of damage. But still remember, Stefan is also there to support the B bomb site. And it is going to be Zonix all to himself over towards A. Still defending there, though. And Mantu seems like he is going to go for that rotate. Now a little bit of quiet play going to come out. Mantu going to put the smoke down over towards the A site. But, well, Zonix seemed to have been prepared for that flash out. He's going to delay it now. Only 8 seconds to go. No time's going to be here to find that frag and also get the bomb down with that. It is going to be Zonix to find the headshot straight away. He seems very, very prepped for this weekend of Meisterschaft, and you can see smiles all over. They're having the time of their lives over on the Yatek side, and they're hungry to move on to the grand final later on as well. Of course, as Panthers don't bring too much experience to the table, but would generally have the better strats on the table as well. It is their own map pick, but Atex, as I've highlighted pre-match as well, that they're decent by a far stretch on a map like Overpass here, and it was their own map pick up against Sprout, or at least they didn't ban it as well. Of course, Sprout always permabans Overpass with that right now. Only pistols out on the side of Panthers, and it is just going to be Stefan and Zonix, NKJ to chime in as well. To pick up those frags, it is going to be straight away another round for Attack, 7-3 by now. And this is pretty much going to be that first half, probably over in the hands of Atex. Wouldn't be surprised if just in a couple of rounds' time, Panthers might even go for a timeout just to make sure that they have a little bit prepared to be going over to that second half as well. And have those rounds in hand as well. Right now, yeah, it seems like it is going to be a tactical timeout here. So we've already been towards the players a little bit longer than we generally do throughout the start of the round. And right now here, Panthers, they have to bring a little bit more to the table now. If they do still want to make it close towards halftime, it is very much possible. They could even still take that whole ordeal here in the first half, but it's not all said and done just yet. Panthers now, they do have 2 players over towards B and 2 over towards Playground at the moment. JDC even a little bit further back. It seems like they do just want to pull a little bit of the attention over towards mid at the moment to be prepared for a B push, but you can already see on the radar up top on the left that Atex, they have a very, very aggressive stance. It is going to be Keto all the way up towards the fountain. They do have Zonix within Connector, and then Searson a little bit further back on the A bomb site, but he's actually within toilets as well. So with that, even the players over towards B, they're all focused in towards Monster. Searson's going to find one onto Dude. And now, for sure, it's going to be clear that the push is going to come out towards B. Steffan's going to find one. It is going to be traded back, but NKJ only gets a 1-for-1 trade as well. It is going to be that 2v2. Bomb's going to go down straight away. At least they attempt to do it. Searson's going to deny it, though. And there you go, all down to Andy now. Will he expect Keto to come in from behind as well? He's done it before. But right now, Keto still moving in towards Monster. Does Andy have the read on this? Can he fall back fast enough? Or is it going to be Keto with the visual? The timing just on the side of Andy to push through and towards CT spawn. But Keto's going to read this just as fast and will be expecting Andy to make that push over towards the A bomb site. You already see him following in behind. And now Andy is going to be trying to get that bomb down. However, with that defuse easy to happen for Keto. Yeah, he's going to be pushing in, finding that frag straight away. He heard his steps coming from a mile away, and with that, it is going to be yet another round for Atex. They take the lead going into halftime already. And well, Panthers now definitely on the back foot, and Atex, time and time again, we see them on the camera. They are enjoying every little bit of this, especially Zonix there. Sitting towards the middle. On the other side is NKJ here, close to the camera as well. Great to see thus far, and you can definitely see that it is working out for them here. On that CT side, at least. And that's why I wasn't sure about the map pick for Panthers to go over towards Overpass. I think that other maps would have maybe suited them a little bit better, or actually counter-picked up against Atex a little bit better. But right now, it's not there just yet. Yet again, you can see Atex going quite aggressive in towards mid here. Searson backed up by his teammate Keto as well, but this time Andy does have the angle locked down, will find one. Keto could go for it to push in from behind, but Zonix right now all to himself over towards the site. Mantu's going to find that frag, and there you go. Now maybe the chance for Panthers to actually make that move stick over towards the A site. Keto to come in from behind. He's taking his time. Look at this. No way. As Andy is going to be taken out from behind. Dude has that intel though, as Mantu be taking down NKJ. That's the players coming in from CT. All taken care of for now. Dude's going to get a freebie onto Keto. Almost going to line up onto Stefan as well. He's going to be 1v3 now. They can hear him switching that weapon. ECFN was ready for it. Going to find that frag as well. Of course, he used to be playing for Atex, I think, towards the start of 2018 still, or end of 2017. But there you go. Atex definitely trying to bring everything to the table. I think if Panthers make it 5 or 6 rounds before halftime, then they should be fine to bring it back in that second half, especially if they get off to a good start there on the CT side. They'll all be fine. And this, right now, the storyline for Atex still, they do have enough money to buy within this run and keep the pressure up against Panthers. They're not going to make it any easier here, that's for sure. But look at this, Panthers, a little bit on the braver side this time. Not as worried about players like Searson. Mantu's going to find the headshot straight away. Great start to the round for him on the entry. And there you go, push comes towards the A site straight away. Keto still within toilets. He's going to let them all run past here. Andy a little bit in trouble. Not going to be taking any damage just yet, though, and he's going to pick up that frag. Bomb goes down in a 5v3 situation. It seems like, yeah, Atex already on the retreat. They want to bring these rifles through and towards the next round to make sure that they can still challenge and keep everything going. You're already seeing the first jokes on Dude because of his name. He is a great dude, of course. Always was a great interview partner throughout the regular season as well. And now there you can see the round progression. It has been a long time in the control of Atex. Those 6 rounds in a row definitely hurt Panthers, but Panthers now with 5 rounds. 6, even 7 would be so great for them. For those of you guys that are wondering why this stream is slower than maybe the coverage over on 1910 Damage or HLTV, it's because my signal is basically being routed from Oldenburg back to me in southern Germany, then over to Cologne, and then towards Twitch. So we have quite a lot in between from just being straight live from the venue. So that's why the English stream is a little bit further behind, just so you know. But yeah, there you go. Just a little side info for you guys, how we are running production here for the English broadcast. And right now, you can see Panthers running towards the A bomb site via long. It is going to be Keto to be holding from toilets this time again due to an ECFN. They're doing such a great job time and time again. It seems like Panthers have really found their footing now. And Atex yet again on that retreat, trying to get those weapons through yet again into that next round. And this is something now that, of course, from our side here, is going to be great to see for Panthers finally finding their plays. It's going to be showing what the difference is between being a little bit more prepared on the side of Panthers. Of course, they did see NKJ, I think, just about left home yesterday to fly out for Atex from Munich. I'm not sure how much prep Zonix actually had in before this. It definitely seems like they DM'd before, but I don't know how good they are on the strats still. I mean, Zonix, he brings a lot of experience to it, has a stand-in as well. But of course, if we take a look back to summer of 2018, where of course Sprout brought in Maniac as a stand-in, he was a little bit of a higher caliber there as well. Not that I think that they needed him too much, because of course, Sprout's still within ESL Meisterschaft. Definitely the team to watch out for, and the strongest team on an international level that plays Meisterschaft as well. So that still always take with a little pinch of salt, of course, as Sprout, even without any stand-ins within this season and also for the finals here, it is pretty much prepared for a win today for Sprout. I would expect them to get the double with winning Summer 2018, now also pick up the Winter 2018 season. But yeah, of course, Expert not going to be as easy to beat because they do come of a high note, winning 99 Damage League just, I think, 2 weeks back as well. Right now, though, Panthers already picking up that first frag in the round. That was Andy onto NKJ. And right now, look at the positioning here for ECFN. He's ready to just pick up Stefan as well. The flash is so good, though, to actually take him out in the end as well. And there you go. It is going to be Stefan and Searson to pick up 2. Keto falls as well. After finding the frag onto Dude, as now Mantu comes straight back into it. Searson still within the connector. Could be a thorn in the side of Panthers here, because it could just bring it down to just Andy on that T side. Right now, they are trying to work together, though. And Searson definitely falling back a little bit. That smoke out, but Andy's got that shot locked down. Now, 35 seconds to go. The B-bomb site take seems imminent. But there you go, Stefan and Sonics straight down towards that B-bomb site, although Sonics actually takes the push back and goes back over towards A with that Deagle still in hand. They're not quite sure where Panthers are actually going to go. Stefan right now still towards water, just kind of waiting for that plan to come out, but it is going to be Andy to have that angle locked down as well. 8 seconds to go now, and it is just going to be Andy. They take the first half on the side of Atex, of course, but Panthers are going to make it 7 just before halftime as well. And there you go, a good start from them. I think still Panthers coming back towards the end of the half was great as well, and this is only going to set them up for a better second half on their own map pick as well. I think it is still going to be Panthers to take this best of 3 2-0 and move on to the final, because of course Panthers, well, they do have their full lineup. They do have a couple players that of course aren't as used to playing on LAN, but Atex with those 2 stand-ins, I don't know, to be honest, how that is going to go. So yeah, I think it should in the end still be a Sprout versus a Panthers final tonight. But of course also, before these 2 semi-finals, or sorry, after the 2 semi-finals and before the grand final gets underway, we do have a little bit of a show match as well later on, where I think a bunch of guys from the audience, and I think a couple of pros as well, are going to be put on stage to play out a little bit of show match on Tuscan, which is going to be great as well. A big throwback there, of course, that was fan-voted. But thank you, Louis, for explaining why the stream does have a very, very big delay compared to the German stream, kind of for you to just decide, okay, do I want to watch the German stream? Do I want to stay on the English stream? Up to you guys, really. Of course, I would enjoy if you guys stick around here, but gotta be cool as well if you guys check out our German colleagues who are actually at the venue in Oldenburg in the EWE Arena, which is kind of a first for ESL Meisterschaft. I think it's the biggest venue that we've had for Meisterschaft, and today and tomorrow for League of Legends is sold out as well. So of course the PUBG finals, I think, going on next week as far as I know. But I'm not sure where those are going to be held or how they're actually done, so I'm not really into the PUBG production. I only know that Counter-Strike and League of Legends being played out this weekend in Oldenburg, which of course is a first for ESL Meisterschaft up in the far north of Germany. And with that, Attacks coming straight in with a default strat from Germany on overpass through connector, up towards mid and straight on towards the A bomb site. Panthers seem ready for it. Andy doesn't hit his shot straight away and is going to be taken out. Dude still towards long. Not hitting his shots either. The pistol's going great here for Atex at the moment. It's all going to be down to Mantu and JDC. Those two still with a boost coming in from CT spawn. And the bomb not gone down just yet, but it is going to happen just now. And there you go. The push from Panthers is imminent to try and get back onto the site. But right now, it is a little bit unlikely to get it back. However, JDC is going to pick up two. Mantu maybe to chime in as well, as it is going to be a 2v1 situation now for Polish player here. And he is going to find one. Now in a 1v1 up against Stefan, and he does find it. And he has enough time for that defuse as well. That is exactly the start that you want on that CT side for Panthers here. And I mean, the storyline doesn't get any better than this. It's tied back up at 8-8. Level pegging here, although Panthers will have a slight edge due to the better weaponry going into it as well. And I think we might have just lost signal from our live feed from Oldenburg. There you go, I can hear sound again, so it might have just been a little bit of a pause. Okay, let's see if the quality is going to come back. There you go, we're all back to normal. Don't worry about this. Need a German reporter or translator? Don't worry, I can translate the German interviews for you because I am actually German. But yeah, we seem to have a slight problem with the clean feed. And this is always something that we have for remote productions, the chance of a problem with the clean feed. So, this is not that great. Let's see. We are just going to go back to me for a second, as I am going to be awkwardly chilling out here. Just going to be... Well, let's see if I can get that restarted for you guys. This is not what we were hoping for, but it is always a risk, of course, with these remote productions. We are going to have problems with the clean feed. Let's see if we can get it back. So, it seems like we are back now. Sorry about that. There we are, back again. It is going to be Panthers picking up the round straight after. And it seems to still have a couple of issues. This is not great right now. This is not great at all. Because this is not a way that we can cast for you guys. I mean, I can tell you guys the score every once in a while. Let's see if it comes back to us. And if it is going to catch itself. And yes, I do read chat. For those guys that are wondering. I do keep an eye on it on the side. I don't always read every single message. But there you go. I have noticed it to our pass it on to our engineers that we do have an issue with our clean feed at the moment. But I haven't heard a response just yet. And yes, it is quite warm in here. We do have a lot running. But there you go. Right now, Andy gonna pick up NKJ. Well, dude, gonna be picking up Zonix. I haven't heard any response yet on our clean feed issue. We might just have to switch over to just the straight YouTube stream, maybe, instead of relaying it through. Okay. Quick change here while we change over to. There you go. Maybe this is going to be better. Never have issues usually with VLC. Maybe the YouTube stream is going to be a little bit better right now. Panthers, of course, going to be re-extending that lead on their CT side. Now up to 11 rounds. The thing is, I can't put it as loud now as we had it before. Oh. It's completely quiet now. There you go. I hate this YouTube player. There you go. No. There you go. I hope it's going to be fine. We'll keep an eye on it. It's a little bit better, I think. Maybe it's just caught itself altogether. But yeah, right now, Panthers looking to even further extend their lead at the moment. It's not as great here. It is just a little bit of the question of what's going to happen with Atax now. They don't seem to find their footing on the T side. Haven't quite found too much just yet. Keto and Searson within this round, though. They do a good job and finally make their way out towards the B-bomb site. Bomb's going to go down as well. And I highly doubt that they are going to go too much further. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can boost the audio for you guys in any way. Let me know if that's going to be better. If not, then we have to change something else. Sound is fine. Is it fine? Then I'll make sure to take the filter back out. Yeah, just let me know how the sound levels are. I'll have to adjust if it is bad. But yeah, I haven't heard any response yet on our issues with the clean feed, but this is going to have to do for now. Let's get back into it, though. Of course, we did get slightly out of it. Clean feed throwing us a little bit of a curveball here. There you go, though. It is going to be Panthers still on the CT side. Mantu almost got the visual in front of B. And that could have been devastating because then all the info would have been given away. Still JDC towards the site. As the Molotovs rain in, he'll know where the players are coming from. And that Molotov actually stops them from moving in further from that close angle towards JDC as well. Sorry. Stefan, he's going to be that prime position, though. Finds it as well. And this seems to be the time now for Atax to hit straight back. Well, I mean, Andy all to himself on the op. Can't do too much at the moment. He's just kind of trying to hang on for his life here. Because, of course, he's being pressured from all different angles. They will have a little bit of money. I think Andy was the only player that does still have money left in the bank for Panthers. The rest of the team seemed quite slim on the money side. Sadly, we also don't have a GoTV, although as beautiful as the... So it seems like we do have a pause at the moment. So, of course, for those of you guys that are wondering, well, where are usual rewatches or where are qualifiers for IEM? The closed qualifiers for IEM Oakland for NA and EU are done from what I know. Those were going on from the Katowice studio. Right now, we're bringing you the coverage of the ESL Meisterschaft with pictures live from Oldenburg in northern Germany. And, yeah, having a couple of issues with the clean feed here and there, but it should be fine by now. And there you go. It is going to be Panthers here on the CT side. And they're kind of out of money to defend this. They're going to fully stack the B bomb site at the moment. Do just kind of stick around with that. They do have a couple of CZs and also the Deagle onto JDC. However, it seems like Atax does want to take it a little bit slower. They are aware of the monetary situation for Panthers, of course, as well. Panthers now, though. Those CZs might come back out because you've seen it on the top. They have rotated all the way back towards the A bomb site where it seems like the push for Atax is imminent. Now 4 players coming in via long. The challenge for the Pistols might just be strong enough here, especially with those smokes going to be down towards the site. The chaos might just ensue now as JDC is going to be picking up one onto Keto. No other response just yet from the Panthers side. A lot of spraying going on. Andy going to find Sonics. And there you go. It is going to come down to a 2-on-2 situation. Andy now all to himself. Still towards the site. He's going to be picking up an AK, but it is going to be sticking to the CZ. I don't think he noticed that he did have the AK picked up, and with that he is going to fall. It was such a close round though, and it almost worked out for them. Here, Steffen taking a little bit of early damage already. Can't return the favor just yet here. Of course, now everything is back to level pegging here in the match. It's back to 11-11. Panthers, of course, did have the early lead just after halftime. They did come out on top. There you go. Now, Atax again on the T side. They seem to have found a little bit of insight on how Panthers are going to perform on that CT side. Mantu's going to trade out onto Steffen. Dude, of course, is going to be the player to fall over there. But ECFN still so good. His positioning, he let them walk past him, NKJ. And there you go. The advantage back on the side of Panthers. There you go. Panthers should now be set up and ready to find the next round. Three M4s and an AWP here still for Panthers. Up against the rifles and the AWP also for Searson on the side of Atax. And it is going to be Keto to fall first of all. But ECFN keeps the trading alive. Mantu to find the last one onto Searson. And there you go. It is going to be Panthers back in the lead. And they are going to keep that intact for them. Of course, for those of you guys that are wondering, this is a best of 3. We have 2 semi-final best of 3s, then we have a best of 1 show match, and then the grand final later on tonight as well. As of course, it is going to be Panthers against Atax right now. Second map is going to be Cash. If we do go to a third decider, then we are going to end up over on Mirage as well. So here kind of an overpass, a little bit more strategy in play. Cash and Mirage, I would expect a little bit more of a puggier style. Later on then, Expert up against Sprout. And Sprout, I think, the strongest team within Meisterschaft at the moment. Mantu, this is so great for him. Oh, the nade comes out. opens up the door. He's there ready to hit the shot. And he finds it straight away. And that was so great from Panthers. This is the kind of stuff that we were looking for here. 5v4 situation, the advantage now, of course, on the side of Panthers. ECFN still close range over towards long. Would have the support of Andy if he needs it. And it seems like Andy might as well just hold on to it, though the smoke's going to come out. Flashbang to support his teammate, though. This is so good. At least it should be there to take out NKJ. ECFN with a panic spray down is going to find one. So still a 4v3, the advantage being kept alive for Panthers, but Atex now seem to be ready to make that move happen over towards the A site. Dude, with that close range angle, that Keto made work a lot of those times, but not this time here for Dude. It is not going to be as easy as Keto. Going to finding one, going to be dropped by Andy though. Andy doing such a great job on the ops, staying alive, being a thorn in the side of Atex at the moment. And there you go, Steffen to find the frag as well. Mantu straight back into it. Zonix in the meantime was able to pick up JDC as well. The thing is, the bomb's down for now, but not for long, of course, as Steffen could always pick it up, but Mantu was ready for it. Great flick for him, finds that frag, and it seems like Panthers are alive now and ready to just win the next couple of rounds up as well to keep it going against Atex here. And of course, keep those cheers going with the hashtag charity in your cheer. We are still, of course, raising money all around, which is great. Always support the good causes that we have. With that, though, Kitu up against Andy. ECFN here is going to be dropping in as well. Going to find one. Just got to bring it back. The thing is, of course, Atex, they don't have too much to work with. It is only the single op and then a couple of pistols as well. No armor, though, across the board. And with that, Panthers, I mean, insane that they're even being challenged in this round. Of course, they do have a couple of players that are on the SMGs. JDC and Dude still on the UMP and also the MP5 respectively, as ECFN does still have an M4. But look at this, JDC hard on the hunt, is going to be taken out by the Glock of NKJ. And there you go, all of a sudden it seems like Atex could be winning this round as well. So much going on, and it is going to be Dude to find one into Searson, but drops straight behind to NKJ. And there you go. Crowd is loving that. Now that Atex put up another round here. So much chaos going on, but I think that bestest drives ESL Meisterschaft as well. We've seen so many times within the regular season where I think a team like Sprout won up against a fully bought Panthers up on in one of those matches where only 5 USPs, no armor at all, and they still win a round. So that's just kind of what describes ESL Meisterschaft a lot of these times. Pistols working out for them. Dude finds one, not able to connect onto his second, but it is going to be NKJ to trade back. And right now the 4v4, but of course Panthers don't have a lot to work with, and it seems like the rest of the team already trying to fall back. It's only JDC now still towards the site here, but his position is already given up. Already checking it. Mantu's going to find one on Tetonix. There you go. It is going to be 4v3, but Searson now going to be bringing it back alongside Steffen. The AWPing working out for them. 13-13. It is all tied up once more. Is now Panthers, I mean, they were able to build that lead yet again, but can they do it here now as well? Beautiful views of the arena here as well. There's plenty of people already in, and I think later on for the Sprout match, a lot more people will be joining them. And of course, the grand final, the arena should be packed for that. There's a lot of outside activities going on at the finals in Oldenburg, as well as all of our partners do have, or most of our partners do have, a couple of stands all around the venue where you can check out their products like Zowie as well. And yeah, plenty of stuff there. Of course, the VIP section brought in by Warsteiner for the VIP ticket holders, but the premium ticket holders for that. And then Searson right now, though. 2 on the op, 1 on the P250 straight behind. Not as impressive, of course, that it is just up against these USPs. It should be a pretty easy round for Atex, and they do exactly that, but they do lose Searson in the end. Can pick up that weapon, though, and all be fine in there as well. As, yeah, right now, Panthers on the back foot now. They're not quite as strong as they were before. 14-13, Panthers will have a buy round here. Not too great, though. They don't have a single kit with them. Only have limited utility with that as well. At least they do have the Molotovs and the flashbangs as well. One single Molotov they had early on. Now Dude could be in a prime position alongside Mantu. As long as they work together opening this door, Mantu finds down the double spray down. The B bomb site could be open for the taking, though, depending on how good JDC can hang on until reinforcements arrive. As right now, 3 players straight into the site here for Atex. JDC does a lot of early damage, but doesn't find a frag just yet. Does bring 2 players down to around about 50 HP. And there you go. It's in Oldenburg in the EWE Arena. So EWE Arena in Oldenburg. It is the smaller arena, not the bigger one, I think. But yeah, still a great venue and the biggest venue we've had thus far for ESL, for the ESL Meisterschaft. Look at this, though, from Dude. Great stuff from him. It's all going to be down to Keto. He could still deny that defuse. He's going to find Mantu, but Dude's going to have it in the end. Yeah, plenty of time to get the defuse in as well. And with that, Panthers now, they will have it and bring it back to a 14-14, as close as it can be here on our first map on Overpass ESL Meisterschaft. Definitely here to impress with the performance from both teams. (14-14) now. This round will be a slight decider round, of course. If Panthers win this, then they should be up in hand for either team. They don't have any loss bonus on either side. Atex still have a little bit of extra cash left over, but definitely not enough to head out a full buy. Although, yes, they do. They are, of course, on the T side. So with that, they won't have all the utility in the world, but they'll definitely have enough to challenge Panthers on further. But if Panthers lose this, they should be down and out, and it should be Atex to get it here on the first map. It is, of course, Panthers' map pick, but Atex are a strong team on Overpass as well. Dude and Andy working together quite nicely as they pick up Sonics and also NKJ. It's going to be down to Stefan and Searson, still going strong. But right now it is going to be Mantu to find the last 2. And he's been so strong, not only on the T side earlier, but then also in this second half now. And there you go. This now here for Panthers could be theirs to take the 1-0 lead. I think both teams have definitely struggled thus far and haven't quite played the dream game that they might have wanted to have, but they are definitely ready for it to strike back on the second map, no matter how it goes here at the end of Overpass. Panthers could lock it down, but Atex still with a great buy here in what could be the potential last round of this first map. For either team to go up 1-0. Mantu gonna find one. Keita to trade straight back. Dude still over towards the B bomb site and still strong. The bomb is down for now. And there you go. Mantu can't connect on the second time with the op. But a lot of the rotations have already happened here for Panthers. It seems like Atex might just be using the chaos to maybe even get the bomb to fall back. Dude up in oblivion, really, just flashed out. Didn't know where he was at. Searson's going to find that frag as well. And Atex have definitely hit it back now. They would have had the opportunity already to get that bomb down. It is all going to be down to just Andy now in a 1v3. And surely not. Surely this is going to go to overtime straight on our first map here between Panthers and Atex. And this is great as Andy all by himself Panthers, I think, played it a little bit too fast. They could have just waited it out until the bomb actually goes down, and they could have had the retake to go down, but it is going to be 15-15. Searson to find that last round, and it is going to be overtime straight away here. And there you go. What a start to these ESL Meisterschaft playoffs, though. The players are hyped for it, and Panthers and Atax definitely giving each other a good run for the money here. Of course, overtime should be commencing soon. Just waiting for the players to be ready. I don't know, the motivation seems to be lacking a little bit on the side of Panthers. It seems like they are a little bit more focused into it. Not sure, of course, you can see on his face here, they're not quite sure how it's going to go. But if we take a look over at Atix, they still have smiles all over. Seem to be ready for it, and I think that they were smiling throughout that first map. Didn't matter if they were winning or losing rounds. But there you go. I mean, now Aztecs definitely with another chance to live on further and maybe win it within overtime even. Now that the money is not going to be an issue, both teams should have a decent time. Still though, quick rush in from Quito here already. It is going to be Panthers holding that A bomb site right now. Easy offenders find one, gets traded straight back though. And Quito doing a good job here to open up the A site for the taking. Finds a third even. All headshots thus far. And it is going to be only Mantu and JDC still left alive. JDC burns alive. And Quito almost with the ace here already. It is going to be Stefan to come in from behind though to take out Mantu in the end. 4K for Quito. 3 of those headshots on the AK, and then the last one also with that Molotov to come in. Such a good job from them. And there you go. I mean, it could have really gone either way in that situation. But Quito doing a very, very good job there. And I mean, straight on map 1 to go into overtime shows how closely matched a lot of ESL Meisterschaft is, although the summer 2018 finals didn't look like that, as Sprout walked through easily. But of course, those decider matches to decide who actually makes it. So the online playoffs, the online semi-finals, they were actually quite close. Maybe not for the matches that Sprout played, because they have just been dominating throughout ESL Meisterschaft. Same as Big did when they did play the Spring 2017 season, then dropped out for Spring 2018. So, yeah. Still interesting to see if Sprout are going to be just sticking to ESL Meisterschaft or maybe moving on to bigger and greater things. Right now, though, Quito and Andy taking each other out. It is going to be a 2-on-2 situation. Dude and JDC still alive for Panthers. They want to bring this up to a level game straight away. As on that CT side, they did have the better cards just yet, and it has mostly been attacks earlier on their CT side as well that did have the better time. So maybe Panthers can recall the end of the first half if they can come straight back into it. Right now, JDC in a 2-1-1, and it doesn't seem too likely. The bomb is almost all to himself, but it is still Searson in back behind. And this is so great, the trigger discipline there. JDC has no idea where Searson's at. And he's going to find that frag easily. You can see the disappointment on JDC, and he is one of those players alongside Andy that haven't really played on a big stage like this before. And of course, a lot of the people in the crowd also arriving together. ESL Meisterschaft is always a get-together of the German ESL scene and the esports scene, not only for Counter-Strike, but also for League of Legends. As pretty much everyone tries to come out, tries to take in the atmosphere and enjoy a couple of great matches on the big screen, this time in the biggest arena we've had for ESL Meisterschaft. Of course, ESL Meisterschaft trying to replicate what we had back with EPS, all the way back with those Intel Friday nights. It was always touring around Germany, and that's what ESL Meisterschaft will be doing as well. We're in Northern Germany here for 2018, and the plan from the product manager of ESL Germany is also to go around a lot more of Germany, and that is their mission, to not only have the finals in Duisburg or Düsseldorf or Cologne, but also venture out into the rest of Germany. Of course, Winter 2017 was here in Stuttgart, which was pretty much home for me, but right now up in the north of Germany in Oldenburg, it is the biggest venue we've had in the EWE Arena. Still though, Panthers right now already conceding on the control of the A bomb site. Keto already deep into it in below bank and ready for those players to rotate in. Seems to have a decent idea where the players are coming from, but double peek works out great here. JDC finds a frag, but Zonix straight back into it alongside Searson. Both of them finding their frags, and it is still ECFN, oh sorry, Stefan, all the way back behind for Atex, but right now the bomb seeming like it is going to go up bit by bit. It's all going to be down to Mantu. Not a lot for him to work with still within this round. Just 20 HP and open 4 players to find. It is going to be Tonix, and a clean first half of overtime here for alternate Atex. They're going to be switching over towards that CT side, and they should also be able to move on to well, win that now in that second half of OT1, because now they're on the CT side, now they're on the more favorite side here in Overpass, and taking the map away from Panthers would be great for them here. Great views from what the crowd is seeing as well. Lots of heads in their way sometimes, but that just goes to show that it is a sold-out venue today. Of course, still filling up throughout the day until later on tonight. A lot of these guys also decide to just come out for the day, drive on in the morning, and then leave late at night and drive back home. Right now, though, this Molotov will push back Keto just a tad, but not enough to actually make a difference, because he was going to be falling back from that position as soon as those smokes were starting to fade anyways. And of course, there is a small discussion going on in chat right now talking about smaller tournaments. Yes, there's so many smaller tournaments and also regional championships under ESL as well. There's so many finals going on this weekend. I think the Spanish finals are going on, the Czech and Slovakian finals are going on as well. Those are going on from the Katowice studios. I think the ESL Italy finals are going on this weekend as well. So much really going on within Counter-Strike and also within esports to support a lot of these smaller teams. And of course, ESL always doing a good job there. Right now, though, ECFN doing a good job here for Panthers as they open up the B bomb site. And it is theirs for the taking as the bomb's going to go down straight away. 4v2 situation. Zonix from up ahead, and so is Searson. Those two trying to work together, but it is a 2v4 situation nevertheless. And the bomb's gone down and already ticking away right now. It is going to be Mantu and ECFN taken out straight away to bring it back down to a 2-on-2. And there you go. Andy still on the AWP, going to find one, and Zonix tried to do slight peek that with his shoulder. Doesn't quite work out for him, and it is going to be Andy with a double at the end of the round. It is going to be Panthers to fight their way back on the T side. 18-16 now, yet again. The map points continue for alternate attacks, though, because Panthers, they have to go clean here in the second half of overtime. Otherwise, it is going to be attacks to go 1-0 in the series and move on to cash with the lead in hand. And of course, this here on Overpass was the map pick for Panthers, but Atex definitely a strong team on here as well. As I did say earlier, it did kind of surprise me with the picks here. Cash and Mirage as second and third maps doesn't surprise me at all, because that's generally what we see within German Counter-Strike, a lot of those maps. But I am also hoping for maybe a little bit of Inferno action later on, because I think that that is currently the most balanced map that we have in competitive play within Counter-Strike. And stats do reflect that as well. Not sure what was going on there. Seems to be a restart of the round. Seems like the round might have been cancelled. Sadly don't have any info from the venue itself, but it seems like, yeah, they do have some issues on the side of Dude, I think, who's sitting in the middle there. So the admins are taking a look at it. Let's see that we can get that resolved. So sadly, I don't know what the exact issue was, but it seems to be something to do with Dude. And you can see in NKJ's face, he is happy about it, and they're chatting away in chat. As you can hear, the ticking in the background as well. That is chat going through on the in-game. But that is something that is so usual for German Counter-Strike. German players, they are very, very chatty. They do have a couple of banter moments going on, especially within league matches a lot of the time. So there you go. Where's the sound? Or why is it? Sound should be there. Haven't had anyone else say that there isn't sound. It might be slightly low because we can't boost it too far. I can, if anybody else says that the sound is too low, I could boost it a little bit, but not too far because that's just going to distort it from there on out. Let me know how it goes. And there you go. Smiles all over Atex, as they do seem set for it to actually win this first match now here on Overpass. First map. Of course, only the start in this best of 3 series. And I did expect that this match is going to be the closer one of the 2 semifinals. Of course, Expert up against Sprout later on as well. Not to take a dig at Expert, but on paper, Sprout definitely the better side. They're first place in the regular season. Expert only 4th. With that second and third here, Aztecs and Panthers giving themselves a very, very tight battle in their first matchup at the moment. NKJ to find that first. They've conceded on the B-bomb site control just to make sure that they have control of water early on. Bomb is probably going to go down here for Panthers. But it seems like Panthers also have a pretty decent idea where Aztecs are coming from, as Mantu is pushed in pretty far over towards the balcony here. Yeah, finds Searson straight away. Andy in from behind. Going to be trying to be the thorn in the side of Atex to try and come in from behind. Right now, though, still doing a good job. The advantage on their side now when it comes down to the player situation. Mantu all to himself in a 1v2 situation. He just has to hang on long enough, and he is going to bring out the clutch up against Sonics and Stefan. And in a 2v1, he brings it back to 18-17. All coming down to the wire here as Panthers fight their way back. And there you go. How close can this semi-final get between Panthers and Atex? No one has given up just yet. And there you go. I have boosted the sound just a tad. So maybe it's going to be a little bit better now. Let me know. We just have a little bit of a hype situation there where the game was also a little bit better. But there you go, I mean, so strong here at the moment. Now that it is going down to the wire, it would be so devastating for Panthers to lose it now that they've fought back this far. Searson to find that first one onto Mantu. He, of course, was the player to clutch it out in that previous. And Keto seems to be set and ready as well with the AUG, not even scoping in, finding 2 already, looking for a third. Andy tagged down low, and it's all going to be down to Dude. Surely not again, as it is going to be a 1v4. Early damage already with the nade here. And well, a clutch situation is becoming more and more unlikely little by bit. But Dude not going to be given up just yet. Searson to fall on the headshot. But still, Dude moving fast. Too fast maybe. And Zonix is going to find that. And with that, Atex in that first overtime do pick up the W over on Overpass. There you go. Maybe even a sign of relief on the side of Attacks that they were able to pull things through. Now, though, Panther as well, they are going to take a little bit of a break until we're back with that next map. Then, of course, over on Cash.
Champions of ESL One Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL One returns to Cologne in 2019.
Beast.
Game, record, and stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ching-a-ching-ching. 'Cause we don't really care, I ting-a-ting-ting. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Cold as ice, ba-ling-a-ling-ling. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ching-a-ching.
Boah, was ein geiler Pass! Wie gut der das sieht! Vorgemacht, er lebt halt eben! Das ist nicht so krass!
Verpasse nie wieder die Termine der ESL Meisterschaft. www.kalovo.de/ESL.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
und damit herzlich willkommen bei uns in der Vodafone View und
So of course now also welcome back from my side here. Yeah, we do have the Vodafone View up for now. Let me see if I can mute that so I don't have it on my ears. Yeah, of course, Vodafone View, not really something that we can do too much of during the match because we don't have the replays up on as much, but we'll just go along with the guys. Of course, here you can see kind of MVPs from that first map, the head-to-head on that. We do have to say, really, that thus far, Atax, they were slightly better. But I think all around, Panthers really did deserve that W over and Overpass, but just had a slight couple of things missing from that to actually then move on further. And the big thing going forward for Panthers is that a lot of those times they do just have to bring a little bit more quiet play to the table rather than just, especially that one round they did lose where they did have the players all over the site. Maybe we can see it on a replay at some stage. I don't have it up on demand, sadly, because we do just have the production over from Oldenburg from the German stream as well. Pretty much that one round where they were all over towards the site, the bomb yet to go down, that one round that decided the time to overtime as well then. And yeah, that kind of disappointing because I would have thought that Panthers, they should have pulled it through in regular time and then did have that mishap. Atax were able to pull on from that, and that really the apex where it all turned, and then it was quite easily to see that Atax were going to take that advantage and bring it back. But until we are going to go back live with everything, we are going to go to a short little break until we're back with map number 2 on Cash, just because of course I myself can't host, do the analysis, and also cast at the same time. So I'm just going to throw it onto another little short break, and I'll be back with you guys once the second map, Cash, resumes here for ESL Meisterschaft. So hello and welcome back then. It's time for map number 2 for cash coming up between Atex and Panthers. And this is going to be, well, I think the time where Panthers can shine a little bit more. I think on Overpass they should have a little bit of a better time. I think on cash they should have a little bit of a better time, since on Overpass they did have their issues here and there. And it mainly just came down to that one round, as I said earlier, where they should have won it right at that point and they missed out. And then because of it, they moved on to overtime, where Atex were able to, in the end, still very, very tightly get the W through. But they did make it stick, and Panthers now have a little bit more to show. Of course, Mantu seems to be quite ready for on the side of Panthers. I think if we see a little bit more from JDC and maybe even do to step a little bit stronger, then it should be fine. I mean, JDC did have a great time on the online stage as well, and it should be definitely something to watch out for now that we are on cash. It is one of those maps that is the most played map, arguably, in ESL for Germany. For the Meisterschaft here, it used to be pretty much the only played map back in 2017. Cash every single time all throughout, but we have mixed it up a little bit throughout the map pool, of course. But right now, it is going to be Panthers defending that B bomb site, in Atex, well, not breaking through just yet. As I say that, NKJ and Keto do pick up 2, and Steffen continues straight onwards. Dude at the top, he's going to be taken out at Heaven as well, and it is going to be JDC all alone. I mean, a great start there from Panthers to the round, but then as soon as Atex do find that opening, it is just the chaos that ensues, and then no chance for Panthers to still defend on it. I did just have in the break a couple of issues with that clean feed. I hope that it is going to be fine now. So, we'll hope it'll all be fine with our picture coming in from Oldenburg, of course. The ESL Meisterschaft playoffs going on. 2 semifinals. It's the first of 2. Map number 2 here. After Overpass did end up going Atex's way in overtime. It was kind of Panthers' to win, but didn't go down that way just yet. And with that, it is going to be Atex now on the T side. I think within German teams, definitely the preferred side. On a map like Cash, a lot of these teams do like to go aggressive on that T side, try to find those first openings, but it's definitely defendable as well. Love that Panthers right now is going to put ECFN straight on that scout. Not going to be all saving throughout, but they did actually have a small investment into this. So that would probably then mean that they're going to have their full buy all the way back in round number 3 or 4 then. Slightly of a different approach over to Overpass, though that was kind of the early advantage that they were able to build as well. They were able to pick up a couple of rounds before then falling a bunch to Atex. And we'll see how that's going to develop. Now that Atex, of course, yet again, they did win Pistol. They did have a good start, especially on that T side. And we'll see how that's going to go. Now the approach play over towards the A bomb site. Smoke out, of course, just to make it a little bit safer to cross up against that scout. Otherwise, Mantu should have had a field day over towards the site. Andy has definitely been spotted moving over towards Forklift, but he's not quite on the radar for Steffen just yet, but he does react fast, finds 2 headshot onto JDC and Andy. Searson follows up onto Dude, and it's all going to be down to Mantu. Still has that scout up in hand, but that's probably all that he's going to get, as yeah, nothing really on the side of Panthers. Not a single frag from pretty much a decent investment going into it as well. Mantu, of course, has all the money. Dude has plenty enough as well, but Andy and ECFN are lacking behind on that side, and so is JDC. So it is going to be interesting to see how they're going to go. Now that, of course, they're not going to be buying within this round, they have to wait in until round number 4 to actually get the investment going. and then Atex might have already picked up steam to actually keep it going. See, full stack here from Panthers over towards that B bomb site. Atex at the moment mainly just focused in towards waiting game here, just waiting to see where is Panthers going to go, where they're going to throw all of their manpower. Keto, double headshot straight away, lines things up. Stefan finds 2 as well. Keto with a 3rd to win the round in the end, and a cleanup here for Atex, as to be expected. And well, now it's time for Panthers to start going, really. On their own CT side, they'll have that first buy coming up now, and we'll see how that's going to go. Atex have already put a couple of rounds forward here. The big thing is, what I don't like, is that Zonix and also Searson are still on those SMGs. Of course, they can always try it, but I think that it is going to be the potential of losing. But right now, they are going for that quick B rush, where of course those SMGs can just shine. And it all works out for them in the end. Searson is going to pick up 1 in the end, but that's all they're going to get for now, as Panthers getting out a little bit stronger ahead of Atex now. They do lose 2 players in the end, Andy and Dude falling, but those are weapons that they can definitely replace on that CT side, although it will warrant further investment on their side. Right now, Atex here. Of course, they already won those first 3 rounds. Panthers in that last one were able to actually strike back from it. And this is now going to be the question. Can Panthers replicate that previous round? Of course, Atex were quite careless. They did just rush in towards that B-bomb site, and were taken out quite quickly there as well. Well, Zonix then was able to also fight back within that previous round. This is it though, they find that opener in towards mid just to force Panthers to actually fall back towards their site. And now with that mid control here on Cash, they have plenty of options open for them, but it seems like Atex do want to go over towards the A-bomb site. ECFN a little bit too aggressive for my liking, is going to be pushing in towards main, but going to be taken out straight away as well. Due to fall up against Stefan Mantu, all alone now, still over towards the A-bomb site, going to be taken out, and there you go. The round pretty much over already as JDC is in from behind, but 16 HP. Over towards T-Spawn now, probably not going to cut it, as Atex, they will be on the hunt, of course. Want to find that last player, but JDC is going to be finding 1. And we'll see. Right now, not a lot going on here for Panthers. They were able to win 1, but straight away Atex strike back. And this is something that, of course, is heavily going to favor Atex, a map like Cash, because it is a puggy map, and even then players that don't play actively, like Tonix and also NKJ, of course NKJ being their coach, he'll be on par with the strats. Might not be as played in as the rest of the team generally would be. But Zonix generally doesn't stick to the team, he's just a straight up stand-in. And with that, of course Cash is going to be a prime map, because you can just play default strats, nothing too crazy. You all know your smokes, your flashes, and then you're fine to get the round going. And that's something where I would have thought that Panthers would have definitely had the edge, but this could now propel Atex on to a final even, because NKJ is already doing a good job up against JDC. But one important part to remember in the current meta of CS is that a lot of these times you see teams going 5 or even 6 so up towards that tier 2, tier 3 level, and then still they come back straight away as soon as they have that proper buy on the CT side, where they have everything, not just the weaponry, but also all the utility in the world they would like to have at their disposal. So of course, we are still early on in the match, but now in round 6, going into round 7 next. Panthers definitely need a round win in that next round to come. Not going to work it in this one though, because they do only have a couple of pistols. Mantu was able to find one, pick up the AK. But still, this round probably not going to cut it for them, but he has hit out sick clutches already. Doesn't work out for him though, as Stefan finds that headshot straight away. 2 more players to find. It's Dude and Andy on a CZ and a Deagle respectively. And no armor to work with though. Don't worry guys, I'm fine. I just have to handle a couple of production things on the side as well. Just because we are communicating with the guys on site in Oldenburg. And yeah. For those guys who are wondering why it is a slightly subpar stream, it's because it's being encoded so many times that through so much compression you can't really get too much of a quality out of it. Because we are getting the live feed from Oldenburg being streamed to me in the southern part of Germany. I stream to the head office in Cologne and they push it online to Facebook, Mixer and also Twitch. So that is why the quality might be a little bit off par, and we have a couple of lags here and there because the clean feed has had its ups and downs today. But just a little bit of information on how we're running the production for the English stream today, as it is in a straight studio or on-site cast, sadly. But yeah, right now Panthers, not really a lot to do. They only have a couple of CZs to work with. Do have that one single deal for Mantu as well. And there you go. Right now it is going to be Searson to find that first one onto ECFN. And I mean, really, Panthers not really in with a chance within this round to do too much. They do only have those couple of pistols and already taking a lot of damage from these AKs here. There you go. Stefan finds the frag into JDC as well. Now actually down to a 3-on-3 situation thanks to Mantu and JDC to actually find a couple of those frags. Andy's going to be picking up an AK as well, but he's already tagged down to 18 HP. And Mantu right now still does have a little bit of body armor. And he is going to be putting out the AK here, maybe using Andy as a little bit of a baiting player here. Keto is going to pick him up straight away. There you go, now all down to Mantu. He's hit out these 1v3 clutches before. Already finding Keto now, only looking for more, but in from behind, Stefan seems ready already in towards Toxic. Just waiting for a peek that he can actually work with, but it is going to be, yeah, Mantu to pick up NKJ, but Stefan to be in from behind, pick up Mantu. It's going to be 6-1, Atax keeping it going on the T side in this first half. Map number 2, of course, underway at the moment. And well, Atax, they're all back to smiles on their side. Just have to make sure that it's not going to go away from them, because Panthers should now be at the brink where they can get back into it and work with it going forward. And this right now, I mean, this round is going to be the round where Panthers really have to step it up. ECFN picks up 2 straight away, and this is great for them. That's only the mid play being taken out. Now Atax with the mid-round call, they have to surprise with this. And with that, well, Stefan, Zonix, and Searson working together to try and find this still up against Panthers. They know exactly where ECFN is at. That Molotov might just work out for them to at least not be able to send up reinforcements up towards Boost. JDC still a great position within Vent, and if he gets the timing right, then he could have that frag onto Stefan as well. But right now he's fallen back as well. Atax not quite sure where they want to go, but it seems to still be set for a takeover towards the A site. The flash works out. ECFN has to turn away, and Stefan picks up the frag there. Drops down in towards mid. JDC hasn't heard it yet, though, I think. Still just chilling within Vent. No intel on the players towards mid just yet. Mantu all tied up with the player towards blue door. He's going to be taken out, but in the meantime, JDC has let Stefan walk through. It's all going to be down to Searson. He can get the bomb down. And this is great because Atex, they already have enough money to buy in the next round anyways. So, I mean, they get the bonus down, get the bomb down. And even if they lose this round, which they will do because JDC finds that frag up against Searson, they do still take out Andy. And with that, I think a great round still for Atex because now, of course, the loss bonus also for Panthers is going to be reset. And Panthers now really have to step it up on that CT side, keep consecutive rounds going. Otherwise, it'll be straight back to square one. And it'll be Atex back on the running to just be pushing everything through. Searson trying to go for the bang here. The timing is on as well. Dude gonna be taken out, and the arena is loving that. Andy, of course, going aggressive now over towards the B-bomb site as well. They should have heard him by now. Now they know, and they're gonna go for that push. Andy finds one, but NKJ to trade him straight back. The advantage yet again still on the side of Atex here. JDC now close, finds one. No trigger discipline, no. No flash, though, through it either. It doesn't matter. He just runs straight through. Searson on the op, not able to react fast enough. But he is going to be traded back by Stefan. But it's back down to a 2-on-2. Stefan already tagged down low, below 30. And Zonic still on 100 HP. But definitely has got his work cut out for them. Working together, though, it's all going to be down to Mantu. And the pole, well, he's had a decent match thus far. Had a couple of clutch rounds as well over an overpass. Can he replicate this here? As the start towards cash hasn't been all too great for him just yet. There you go. They're just trying to go for it. They know that, well, Mantu's just up above. And they can pull that full rotate through. Zonix was already going for it with the bomb. And now we're ready to get it down as well. Let's go here on the side of Atex. Maybe now that they brought in some players that they've had previously in the lineup, they can bring back the legendary status of Atex, especially within German CS as well. Although they did, of course, win the Winter 2017 season. But yeah, I mean, that timing in towards mid from Searson was just on point perfectly. And I think that already set it up for Atex to take the W here. And already see Panthers, they're falling back. Mantu just trying to keep the op alive going into the next round because they know they won't have any money going forward. They're going to be reset here going on forward. And with that, it is going to be Atex straight back into it, winning a 7th round, ready to also get the lead towards halftime in already with just one more round to go, and then they'll have it. And then it's only a matter of how big is that lead going to be. Mantu still has the op. The rest of the team is going to be left to pistols, upgrading a little bit. I would expect them to force down. Mantu even drops down an SMG, an MP9 for the team. And there you go. Andy's going to be picking that up. JDC, a little bit slow on the buy, but he's going to be picking up the Deagle as well. And there you go. Panthers, they do have a slight buy, but it is going to be very, very weak with just the op, the MP9, and just a couple of pistols besides that. CZs and Deagles still strong enough to stop a push here. They have to be on point. Searson already showing that Atex are ready for this round. I'll see if I can boost the audio for you guys a little bit more, just so you have a little bit more of that crowd interaction as well. Sadly, we don't have as much control since I'm already full on volume on the clean feed. But right now, it seems pretty set here for Atex to keep this going. Of course, this round here progressing quite slowly. Atex just want to make sure that they don't run into any traps here. Well, Mantu is going to be over towards that B-bomb site. In the meantime, Zonix has cleared out mid. They can push that further on. Close the strings here on the Panthers' control. Mantu still going to be going good on the op, and he is going to find two. Looking for a third, not going to happen though. Andy's still on the MP9, going to be taken out. Zonix great round from him, and it's all going to be down to ECFN on a CZ. A little bit of body armor left. That's all they can have. And this is just great here as well. Because ECFN, there's not much that he can do. Atex pretty much has all the control, although actually, before I say that, ECFN finds one, but that's all he's going to get. Zonic's not able to pick him up as well. 3 frags for him, though, and Searson rounds it up on 2 at the end of the round. Atex now got those 8 rounds in, and to be honest, for those of you guys that are wondering, well, where the arena sound is at, I have it very, very quietly, even on my headset, so I don't get much of it either, sadly. But, well, at least you get the beautiful cameras of the players within the arena. It is the EWE Arena up in Oldenburg in the north of Germany for the ESL Meisterschaft Winter 2018 season. It's a semi-final between Atex and Panthers yet again on those pistols, just pushing in towards mid, really. They're getting shut down by the whole lot of Atex. And while Searson, NKJ, Keto all chiming in for a frag. And with that, Atex make it 9, and Panthers, slowly but surely, they need to pick up a couple of rounds before half-time. Otherwise, well, there you go. Tactical timeout finally called. I think it's even a little bit too late. This could have easily been done 3 rounds ago. Well, they were kind of into it already, but, well, didn't work out quite in their favor just yet. So, with this, of course, if you use !ESLM in the chat, that should bring you up to the website of the ESL Meisterschaft as well. But with that, because Zesh just telling me to check my WhatsApp. He hasn't sent me anything. Alright, so apparently my mic is still a little bit on the louder side. I'll turn it down just a little bit. Let me know if that's a little bit better, and then we'll see. Right now, though, 9-2 here. Atex going so strong, and well, Panthers, we'll see what they can do on that CT side. They do have this full buy here. They do have an AWP on Andy as well. But the big fact is still that Panthers, they still have a couple of these players that aren't as experienced on LAN. You do have players like Andy and JDC who aren't used to playing on a big stage like this, so that might also be the pressure leaning a little bit on them. But Atex really doing a good job on a map like Cash, of course. When you do play a puggier style, and that seems to be what they're doing, they do bring a couple of set strats to it, but nothing too far away from the ordinary. They, well, are just having the time of their lives, really. Playing it like a normal pug, and there you go. All around more experienced Atex side. We'll all have players that have had times on bigger stages, are ready for it. There you go, though. Dude's going to pick up 1. He's won this title before, back with Panthers, just a year ago at the summer 2017 finals over at Gamescom. Now down to a 3-on-3 situation. Atex and Panthers right now still working strong as Mandu just sticking to that. Molotov almost actually found that frag. 2 HP remaining on Zonix, and that could have all turned for the worst because that could have been a 1v2 situation up ahead for Panthers. But dude is going to find Zonix in the end. Andy picks up the frag of Sears as well. Finally, Panthers is able to strike back. But can they now get consecutive rounds towards the end of the first half? We've seen them earlier on Overpass as well. It was that 8-7 then at halftime. Atex were up, won 6 rounds in a row. And then at 8, the stop cord was pulled, and Panthers came back to an 8-7 scoreline. Can they now pull it back to 6 just before halftime? Or will Atex just ruin that dream straight away, go double digits within that first half, and just pull it all away from there on out? I mean, double AWPing now on the side of Panthers as well. It's pretty much all or nothing now. They need this round, otherwise, I mean, they're not going to have any money left. to build off. And then it is going to be Atex straight away to take the further advantage because they do still have money left in their bank accounts. You can see Stefan on over $5,000. Even with a losing bonus, they'll be fine with this. Sonics will find that first one. Mantis to strike back onto Keto. And it is going to remain a 4v4 situation. But rotations still yet to happen over towards, say, bomb site. It's not all said and done just yet for this round in favor of Atex, nor for the Panthers side here as Mantu picks up a second. Now the retake already happening. Bomb's gone down by now, but JDC, a good job there as well. But it is going to be NKJ in from behind still alongside Searson to be doing a great job there actually. And it is going to be the 1v1 situation. Bomb still planted for now. And Mantu is going to be taken out in the end as well. A great round in the end from Atex. Panthers threw everything they had at it, but it was just not going to be enough from here on out, sadly. Well, this now disappointing, of course, for Panthers. It is going to be double digits on the board for Atex, and they're only going to win more rounds here towards the end of that first half. It is map 2, of course. Atex just about pulled through on that first map in overtime, nevertheless. And Panthers almost had it back to a second OT as well after Atex did play a clean first half of OT1, but wasn't to be. And in the end, it did end up quite close. 19-17 scoreline over on that first map on Overpass. But it seems like Atex might be in a prime position to pull things through here on this second map to make it a 2-0 and move on to that grand final as well. We'll see how it's going to progress because Panthers do still have a couple of rounds to play with before it's all over. And right now, though, on those pistols, just being shut down by Atex left, right, and centers. And, well, here you go. It seems a little bit far out of reach, but it all depends on how Panthers can start that second half. But generally, 3 rounds is not going to cut it for a map like Cash to be playing on the CT side, nevertheless, as well. There you go. You can see the round progression. Panthers have not won a single consecutive round. It has always been that back and forth. Atex winning a bunch of rounds, Panthers chiming in with 1. And, well, right now, I don't think it's going to get any better than this. But it seems like Atex seem to have it all locked down in their favor for the moment, at least. And we'll see. It is just Mantu at the moment, trying to get that AK through. Maybe he'll find a frag, but he is going to drop to Stefan. And there you go. Atex now 11-3, looking for a 12-3 just before half-time. But even the money in this round, not going to be great at all for Panthers, because I think they're just about going to be just streaking by. I think about an average of 2,000 to 3,000 per player on their side. So it's not going to be enough for a full buy. We'll see what they can master together, though. I did see a scout already. Yeah, just pistols all around throughout. And I mean, this setup now up against a fully equipped Atex surely is not going to cut it. Keto already picking up a first. A little bit of damage being dealt by Andy here on the scouts. It's not going to be enough. Keto, what are you doing with the AK there? Picking up yet another headshot straight in towards Connector. And he's been so strong on this. And he would be my highlight player also to point out for this best of 3 series thus far. He's been so strong, finding those headshots all over the place. I would love to see some stats on his headshot percentage as well. Because even in that one round, he was just tapping away in towards mid, finding 2 straight after another. 2 bullets, 2 frags with that. And there you go. It is going to be Keto to pick up the last. It is going to be 12-3 at halftime. And this could not be something that Panthers are happy with for the moment. And yeah, technical pause, definitely too late with that. To be honest, I think that the tactical pause from Panthers should have come in way, way earlier at a 6-2 scoreline maybe. But, well, it wasn't to be, and they weren't able to string rounds together. You can see the playbook out in the hands of NKJ. Now, ready for that second half, putting it away in a swift manner. And there you can also see Atex might be out here with 2 stand-ins. One of those is their coach, though, and the other is the what used to be one of the legendary players for Atex, now also a TV presenter for the RAN Esports show that is on German TV as well. We are going to see Panthers definitely in a position behind. They need this pistols, otherwise, well, the train's going to leave the station here at Cash. And if they are going to pick up the pistol, then it is still going to be a long wait to come back from, of course, especially within Meisterschaft. Everything is possible. We've seen insane games in Meisterschaft, but not like this. Not when Keto is in mid, picking up 2 headshots already. And while the mid dream is gone for Panthers now, they have to find another option here. JDC already opening up the B bomb site, but Keto's already rotated over. Let's see if he can replicate what he just did in mid over towards the B site as well. Has a little bit of intel where the players are at. A little bit too hungry for those frags, and it is going to be Andy to strike straight back. And the bomb is down for now. And also no kits to work with for attacks. They have to work this quite swiftly. Otherwise, it will be around for Panthers still. Zonix, well, all by himself. Panthers, they seem to be winning the pistol here, and they are going to pick it up as well. Mantu, 2 frags at the end of that. And, well, the dream is alive. It's a long way to come back from for Panthers, especially for the fact that pretty much all Aztecs has to do is win 4 rounds, and then it's game over in this semi-final. And then they move on to the grand final, which, who knows, will it be up against Sprout or Expert? That, of course, to come up straight after this best of 3 series. Who knows, maybe Panthers can pull it over to a Mirage 3rd map decider as well. But that right now, a little bit slim. But within German Counter-Strikes, we've seen crazier comebacks. And we'll see how that's going to go, especially now that Atex, they are on the CT side. And if they are not able to get their economy rolling on the first or second try, then Panthers are going to be straight back into it. There's no doubt about it, and especially within Germany, as I touched on before the match, you see a lot of those times where teams perform a lot better on the T side, because a lot of these German teams do struggle on CT sides. Maybe not as heavily on Cash. We've seen a lot of that, especially on Mirage as well throughout the season. But we'll see how it's going to go now that Panthers is on the T side, and they do have the weaponry to work with. And we'll see how that's going to go. There you go, Stefan is going to find one. Going to be traded straight back. Mantu doing a good job here just to make sure that they don't lose any more. Really losing one player is already enough in a round like this. They can, of course, drop the Mach 10 though, pick up the AK onto JDC then, and it's all fine going forward. And Zonix still though, he hasn't given up in these Deagles. And we've seen crazier things throughout the season with teams like Sprout also picking up rounds with just 5 USPs up against fully bought other teams. Zonix even makes it another 2 at the end of the round, and with that, it's only 2 players surviving for Panthers, which is going to put them in a pickle of a situation, because that is not going to leave them with all the cash in the world. But of course, Aztecs also did have to invest into that, and we'll see how that's going to go. There you go, Panthers. Straight away seem to be at least wanting to get towards their positions in a swift and fast manner here. Oh, I was almost thinking that Stefan was going to go for a push through that smoke. But they are just going to put him up on that shroud position. Searson out in the open is going to make that move back though. Stefan already has been spotted though, and it doesn't work out for him in that position. And that's going to be it. Gone now. Panthers. What is this? They just push out straight away. ECFN picks up 2. Mantu and Dude in with 1 each. And the round is open and over for Atex straight away. And this is something that I said at halftime, where if Atex don't get the control of their economy on the CT side straight away, where they can get those rifles in every single round, then it is still going to remain open for Panthers. Of course, we've had this time and time again throughout the season that we've had so one-sided scorelines, and then it is going to end up 12-12 at the end. But I would still expect Atex to pull this through. But yet again, the struggle on the CT side continues. We'll see if that is going to get any better as soon as they have their next CT round to get into it. Still though, this is going to allow Panthers to build up a little bit of a better economy. What is that from NKJ at the end of the round? Jump in, and he's going to hit that headshot as well. There's a dirty move from someone in the crowd as well. There you go. For those of you guys that are getting a couple of lags on the stream, I get those as well. We are getting a signal from Oldenburg, from the venue over to myself in southern Germany, and then Iceland over to the guys in Cologne. So there is a lot of streaming going on to bring you guys the coverage of the ESL Meisterschaft on the English stream today, because sadly we weren't able to get the English stream into the arena for the finals here. But not to worry. A couple of technical issues on the stream side. It's still been a couple of great games thus far. So I mean, Zonix, Searson, not a lot to work with. And that's just pretty much that round gone for Atex now as well. Panthers, they've got 5 more rounds to go after this one. And then they can have it all back to level pegging here. And then it'll be anybody's game, really. And of course, on paper you would think Atex 2 stand-ins shouldn't be strong enough to beat up against Panthers. But I don't know, Atex have been performing quite nicely, and I wouldn't even be surprised if we would move on to an overtime here in the end as well. But with the first half performance that we did see from Panthers, I almost thought that Atex might just go into it straight away, find that pistol, and they did cut it quite close in the pistol round as well. It wasn't all straightforward off the get-go, and with that, we'll see how it's going to go, as I can only imagine that we do have a short timeout here. No, we're going straight back into it. I think that was a little bit longer than we usually have it. Slow round here for Panthers as well. They've definitely made their mind up that they do want to move towards mid. That second smoke is missing though, but Mantu is able to pull out the headshot and find it. Still though, the early advantage player-wise is going to go the way of Panthers. Also, Atex not able to pull it back just yet, as Stefan is going to find one, but Zonix straight to fall within checkers. Andy has already taken a little bit of damage there, but Searson might not expect the player still close up in the corner here. They're definitely trying a baiting play here, but it hasn't worked out for them just yet. Molotov up top. And Searson, you can already see him running away, and ECFN knows that now as well. He's going to find the spray down as well. Good job from him. And Panthers definitely back in the running. Just 4-round advantage up ahead for Atex now, as Panthers definitely fighting back within this second half. There you go, you can see that second half has all gone the way of Panthers thus far. But that doesn't have to mean anything just yet, because, well, Atex, I've said that they will probably have an issue on their CT side. Stratbook, here or not, they are just going with a straight-up normal German meta that we know, having issues on their own CT side. And yeah, not really getting a hang of the economy just yet. It is just struggling to find that first round, and as soon as they do that, they should be in with a chance to get a couple of consecutive as well. And Atex really out of chances within this round. Of course, the pistols could always come out huge, but not for now at least, as Zonix and NKJ, the 2 stand-ins here for Atex, have already fallen. It's going to be CFN and Mantu up ahead right now. Stefan to fall as well, and right now, Searson would still have a kit, but no armor to work with, alongside that M4 that he's been able to pick up now. Could theoretically just save that through, but they would have a solid buy in that next round to come no matter what, because of course they do have all the loss bonus in the world by now, and everyone's sticking to around 2k at the end of that previous round. They should be fine going to that next round with a solid buy as well, having a lot of the utility in their hands ready to try and defend up against Panthers. Yeah, Searson's going to be taken out by ECFN as well. Good headshot there. And it is going to be down to just a 3-round margin. The lead here for Atex. That nade was just out into nowhere, but probably did just want to have that slot to buy up an extra flash, since you can just see on the right-hand side there for Panthers, so many flashes. Not a single nade actually on their set at the moment in their utility. They seem quite ready for it, and look at the money as well on the side of Panthers. Their biggest part thus far has also been that they've been winning these rounds, but also not taking too many casualties from the side of Atex. Molotov straight in towards the vent. No one there at the moment though. NKJ a little bit closer to the door actually already. Stefan ult himself towards the site. Would have support from the mid player, but not just yet. Still working out for him. Now maybe the rotations can come in. Keto and the AUG is going to work out great. The bomb already down. And with that, it's going to be down to Andy and ECFN. The two of them trying to work together. It's all going to be down to ECFN moving in from mid. There's players all over the place for Atex, and this is what they needed. And now they need to put a round straight behind this. Of course, that first round is something that Atex generally struggle with. They do have their ups and downs on the CT side, and especially now, they've just kind of been slow on it. But we'll see. If they can build on this, then, well, by the time that they're in a winning distance, then Panthers would be out of money. But they have plenty of money to work with for now, as Mantu still has over 10k and could drop for the team if push comes to shove. Still, Searson up in that smoke is going to be taken out by Mantu. Stefan can't hold it any longer as well. And this is the Panthers that we've seen earlier as well, over towards Overpass, just pushing out aggressively, finding those frags left, right, and center. And with that now, NKJ and Zonix forced to fall back because they're out of money. They are going to be reset after this round, and maybe if they could just keep those M4s going into the next round, then they can still challenge Panthers. Well, that's going to be difficult because they can rebuild all the money that they already have. And this is pretty much just a straight opposite repeat of that first half, where Atex dominated on their own T side, and then Panthers chimed in every once in a while with a single CT round. But right now, Panthers, seeing if they can continue on like this, then they'll have the W. Maybe even close it out 16-13 for now. See how it's going to go. But it's not going to be easy, I think, because as soon as Atex do have their next bite, they are going to be out to get them. I am just a little bit quiet because I'm trying to listen to it. The players are screaming because on the stage mics we do actually have a little bit of the player sound as well, which we generally don't really hear too much because the crowd is generally a little bit louder than the players shouting on stage, but wasn't really to make anything of the teams in that little freeze time. Still, it is going to be Atex on their CT side. They do have a buy just about those 3 M4s. Love the XM onto NKJ and then the Scout onto Searson. It's not an AWP, but could be strong enough. And now it's time for Panthers. They're still fully equipped. They do have an AWP in hand as well in Andy. Although even with the play style that Panthers are playing, you could just play 5 AKs and be fine with it. But Andy has been strong on the AWP throughout the regular season as well. Would love to see, or I would have loved to see JDC to push up a little bit more on the first map. Has been pulling it together here on map 2 a little bit, but still not quite the performance that he's been able to bring to us throughout the regular season when he was playing from at home. Of course, being on stage is always a little bit different, but right now JDC, Andy working together. They're finding those frags already. It's going to be down to Keto, Stefan, and Zonix. They have the M4s to work with. And the retake is going to be difficult towards the B-bomb site, as it always is. But Stefan working together with Zonix. They're going to find one. Zonix continues on forward, so it's all going to be down to Andy. And they do have a kit as well. It is going to be the round for Atex. And the 14th round is in, and now they're just 2 away from taking the W here in a quick and easy 2 maps. Of course, that first map going to overtime did come down to the wire, 19-17. But here on Cash, a little bit stronger. And well, now the pressure's going to be on Panthers as well, but they will have the money nevertheless. They will have plenty of money on their side. So of course at least invest into this round and then also in towards the next if they would lose. So as I said earlier, if Atex are going to be pulling this through, then they are going to see an opposition from Panthers all throughout. Early smoke in front of the B-bomb site is going to enable MKJ to pull up close. Can't see anything just yet. Might have just seen the player cross. But Andy into a great angle on the up. None of those 2 players have spotted each other just yet. What's going on? As there you go. JDC is going to pick up that frag in the end. But on that side of the smoke, NKJ not able to pull the trigger just yet. There you go. Zonix is still going to be holding that site strong though. Bring it back to a 4-on-3 advantage for Atex. They are going to fall. But look at this, Andy and Dude are both down to 27 and 12 HP respectively. It is still a 2-on-2, but the bomb is down on the middle of the bomb site. And this could be it. And I would have thought that Panthers surely would move on to that grand final. Supposedly up against Sprout later on, but let's see if Sprout are going to be strong straight out of the box or if Expert are going to put a proper challenge to them. The players have definitely been at LAN before. Expert as an organization haven't had a CS team this strong just yet, but Andy is going to pull it back in the end up against Keto, and Panthers still alive for now. It's not that map and match point just yet, but they are keeping it strong. The guys in the VIP section there loving it as well. And we'll see how it's going to go. Of course, the first couple of rows, VIPs and premium tickets there, and then the rest is just free seating in behind as well. It is the biggest arena that we've had thus far for the ESL Meisterschaft, and look at this, Panthers now, they have the opportunity to come back even further because Atex, they're out of money. And Panthers, yet again, they haven't really had an issue on that second half here when it came to cash on the money side here. Of course, not a lot in this for Atex. Only a couple of pistols, but those could still just turn up and find a couple of frags here. We do have the 2 Teagles, the P250 for Searson, and then Stefan and Kenji only on the USPs here. This now presumably just a matter of time until Panthers end up winning this round here. And then the comeback is still on. Atex still need to win 2 more rounds. It's definitely coming down to the wire here on Cash. You see a Ben pushing out, finding NKJ and Stefan straight behind. Keto working quite strongly, and Searson's in there as well. It comes down to a 2-on-2. And a lot of investment going down the drain here from Panthers, because that's money that they have to reinvest in the next round, and maybe they'll even end up losing it. Now in a 2v1 situation, Andy all to himself. They know exactly where he's at down in quad, and they can work together to find it as well. Searson not hitting the shot just yet, but it will be Onyx on the Deagle, and it is going to be 15-11. And it seems like now Atex in a prime position to shut down Panthers, although Panthers should still have enough money to get that little closer match in. But right now, look at this from Atex. They dominated in that first half, had their difficulties getting it started on the second, but now it seems like they've found their form. And it seems like this is going to be the end of it. No way that they actually hit it back. And that's what I mentioned earlier on those pistols. German teams can be so strong, especially those Deagles, when you have a player like Keto in the mix. And, well, welcome to ESL Meisterschaft for those that haven't been introduced to it just yet. It is still a battle of the pistols sometimes, where ecoing teams can just take out fully equipped teams easily as that. And that was working out so perfectly for them. See now, Stefan's still in a good position here towards the A site. He's the only player that's actually towards the site. He will have reinforcements though, but with another player coming in from mid now as well, that could be, yeah, next thing to worry about. ECFN pushing in. He's going to be taking out NKJ. Will it just be the average German round where, well, you take the 15th, but then you are going to lose straight in behind that? And of course, a good old German saying goes from one of the biggest casters actually from German Counter-Strike that is doing the German stream at the moment as well now. Knochen, of course. For those of you guys that don't know him. And that is going to be Panthers, yeah, to win that round, secure it for them. And 3 players remaining alive for them. And of course, this is not it just yet. We have yet another semi-final to come. Sprout up against Expert. Coming up after this, probably half an hour time to get those players set up on stage. And then we should be going straight to that. And then, after the semi-final, we will also have a little bit of a special today. We do have a show match going on. It will be a couple of fans, I think even a couple of influencer pros. And also, though, we're going to be playing on Tuscan. So, of course, the legendary map for those guys that have been sticking to Counter-Strike for a while now. And it's great to see it as a show match map here as well, and we'll see how that's going to go. Of course, then, to round out the evening, we will have the grand final later on as well. But right now, it's back to Panthers against Atax, and it's Panthers still trying to hold on by a shimmer of hope here. Pull it over to overtime. Atax did it earlier to play overtime in the end. Can Panthers do the same here? And well, it's been a long road coming. They've been doing a good job at it. As now, Panthers seem to go over to 13 rounds. It's just going to be down to Zonix. Over towards that B bomb site, over towards Toxic. Bomb's going to go down on the A site. And that seems to be it for this round as Panthers hold on 1 round longer. Let's see what they can do. Now that in that next round, Atax should be back on a bye as well. So yeah, Zonix just kind of holding on to his deagle. Not much just yet. But I mean, this is an ideal situation for Panthers because everyone stays alive from this. They can bring the rifles through. They'll have plenty of money even if they lose a round now. Well, there you go. I bamboozled myself there. If they lose a round, then the game's over. We move on to that next semi-final, but they would have enough money back in their pockets even if they lose a couple of players and still end up to win the round, not having to go back to an eco. That's what I was searching for, but didn't get across just yet. But there you go. Panthers, yeah, plenty of money for them. Can definitely work with it, throwing everything they've got, but they have to be worried because Atax, they could throw out some crazy stuff here. However, even they don't really have the money to go into that next round. So really, if Panthers win this, then an overtime pretty much seems imminent. And then it's, well, too close to call at the moment. OT on that first map. Will we go to another OT here on map 2? As right now, well, Man2 is doing a good job here. Stefan and Keto already being taken out. And this would be Atax, yeah, just fall back and try and keep those rifles alive because then you could still drop to those other 2 players to have a full buy in that next round as well. This is, of course, a different Zonix than the one from Astralis. He's over in Lisbon for Blast, of course. But there is a German legendary player as well called Zonix. He's also a streamer and also a TV host for the Ran Esports TV show that runs once a week on Pro7, which is a German TV channel. NKJ, the coach for Atax, has been on that show quite a lot as well, as have a couple of these players, just kind of as interview partners. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It is going to be 15-14 coming down to the wire here. The last round of regular play. And this is actually perfect. They do find a couple of frags at the end of the round. Not that it's going to give them any kind of an edge, because they do still have to buy 3 weapons. And that's not going to be great, because not everyone is going to be on one of those great M4s. One of those guys has to go to something else then probably. But at least they do keep the op going into that next round. Let's see how it's going to go. I mean, yeah, NKJ is going to be the player on the CZ. The rest of the team will have those rifles. Keto actually only on a Farmus there. But Searson will have the op, and that's probably the most important instrument for the team here. Can they just pull it out in regular time to take the W here? Searson already found one, but JDC straight out with the frag onto Tonics. It is going to be down to NKJ over towards that B bomb set, and the retake's going to be even more difficult. Searson tries to push through, but JDC checks it, finds that frag, and it is going to be down to a 4-on-2 situation. Keto and Stefan try to hang on, but it is going to be yet another overtime here on this second map, similar to map 1. It does end very, very tight in regular time. Let's see, will it only be 1 OT, or will it be a second? There you go. Some of those guys in the crowd did have their phones out to record the winning moment, but it's not to be just yet. Atex still have to fight here. And there you go. Let's see what's going to happen here. Pretty much default buys here already, but it is going to be overtime. And Atex with those double ops. Of course, it is MR316K, so they can really just buy everything they want every single round. Searson and Keto already hitting off to a good start. And look at this, Atex dominating. Where was this? All they needed was 1 round in regular play. And there they find it straight away on OT. There you can see. Well, the full buy comes out, and they end up winning around straight away. Double op out, the AUG out, the M4s, and it all comes together perfectly for Atex. Can they replicate that first map, having those issues to find the closing moments in that first map? Can they now find a clean first half of OT1? Or will Panthers have something to say against this? They played a very, very strong comeback on that T site thus far already. The nade is great for Zonix, and look at that, picking up 2 already. NKJ towards the site is going to fall. The 2 stand-ins pretty much got everything to themselves on the B-bomb site. Keto's going to be taken out by Andy as well. However, JDC still tagged low. Zonix, so aggressive, is going to be taken out as well. It comes down to a 2-on-2, but all this confusion and chaos has made it so that Atex win yet another round. What's that from Searson? With the USP to pick up Dude as well. Let's go here on the side of Atex now that, yet again, they're looking to play a clean OT1 here. And this, not really what we expected from it. Panthers, they were so strong on the T side thus far, but now in OT, when of course money is out for everyone and the pressure is even higher, because they could be eliminated right here in 3rd and 4th against all odds, really, because of those 2 stands. Most of the players thought, oh, well, they're not going to be as difficult to beat. But no, NKJ and Zonix bring out a great game from the 2 of them. And with that, Zonix and NKJ are the ones to open up this round as well. And well, ECFN already tagged down low. Andy, though, to find get back to level pegging within this round in a 3 versus 3 situation. But ECFN is tagged down low to just 6 HP and should be an easy target as soon as he peaks. 2 players still over towards that A bomb site. And it is only going to be Keto over towards B at the moment. The bomb has definitely made its way over. Maybe this right now what Panthers is trying is just going to be trying to fake over towards the A bomb site and then be ready to put the B bomb site under pressure with the bomb in hand as well. Right now, though, hasn't really been working that way. The bomb's going to go out in towards mid, and the other 2 players going to be falling back from blue door and maybe repositioning towards main. Yeah, seeming to be the case here at the moment. Look at this, what is brought out from Atex though. Expeditionary forces straight in towards a main. Nothing spotted there just yet, but the player who is ECFN, is coming up highway at the moment. Stefan doesn't hit his shot just straight away, but he is going to find it, and that's the bomb down. There you go, finds Dude as well, looking for another, and he's going to close it out. 18-15, and now just one more round needed for Atex to win it 2-0. Never mind, with 2 standards going in as well. And I don't think that Expert, neither Sprout, are going to make it as easy as that for Atex. Of course, they're fighting very, very hard on that side. So credit is going to be given where credit is due. But at the moment, I still think that one of those teams from that second semi-final, probably Sprout, will be winning all of this in that second semi to come as well. It all comes down to this round, really. Not much that they can do on either side to really affect it too much. Everyone has that full buy already and have plenty of money in their pockets still for the next rounds to come as well. And this might just be a frantic situation because yet again Panthers are at that breaking point. Taking a lot of damage already here through the sprays through those walls. Kito's going to find, well, almost going to find JDC. He's going to drop down very, very low. Searson to find the frag in the end. Andy still up above on Heaven towards the B-bomb site. Well, rotation already happening here. And this is perfect. Andy holding on for the life of it. Mantu, he just walked past Searson, but Searson comes back for it. Finds the frag as well. And the 3v3 situation now. It is going to come down so close. Molotov up top. He's going to bring Andy out of that position. They could cross safely over towards the site now. That's exactly what they're going to do. Bring that bomb down, planted. And can they still make the retake happen here for Panthers? Molotov up on top of the bomb, but that doesn't matter at the moment. Searson's already gotten that down. And Panthers, they need this. They have the kits, of course. Everything at their disposal within this round. Searson on the up, the timing just about not on his side. Is going to be forced out of position. Still, those flashbangs working out great. Sonics has already found ECFN. Dude, though, a good job on the AUG. It's all going to be down to Searson towards the site already. Finds a no-scope. Looking for the last as well, but it is going to be Dude to keep it going for Panthers. And, well, overtime keeps on getting tighter here. 18-16. Yet again, Atex only need one round to close things out. And there you go. It's all up in the balance here. This right now, so difficult for Panthers to handle. They are still such a strong team. Dude straight away, and the AUG does find the spray down scoped in. That, of course, a new part of the meta. We'll see how that's going to go. Of course, we will have probably interviews up after this as well, which are given in German, but I can at least give you the context of the interview then. I do speak German as well. Mantu is going to find another one here. The 5v3 advantage now here for Panthers as well, although Dude is down just 5 HP. And is this going to be Panthers pushing over to yet another overtime? Of course, Atex have got that secured already. But is it going to be enough? Look at this from NKJ. He has all the info already. Gonna find that. And Atex are through connector and over towards that B-bomb site. The shot only gonna hit legs here, but JDC and Andy still working together. It is gonna be Searson now yet again in a 1v2. Last two players already in towards Vent. I'm trying to pressure that B site in a moment then, probably as soon as they hear the bomb going down. There you go, bomb's gonna go down, but they already got that retake going. Searson now in towards CT spawn. Has a pretty decent idea where the last two players are at, or at least where one of those guys is at. Finds a frag, and now bombs planted for him. He can reposition up towards Heaven as well. Put that molly down. But it is ECFN straight on that defuse. Will it be enough to pull things through? And yes, he just pulls things through. In Germany, we don't fake it. And he does go up in flames after it, but they do win the round. And look at that motivation back in the face of Panthers. And well, Atex didn't seem too happy with that. Seemed quite disappointed. Of course, why wouldn't you be disappointed after a round like that? There you go. Shout out from the German casters to make some noise in the EWE Arena to show their support for those teams. German crowds haven't always been the loudest, but at times they can be loud enough to give us a little bit of an atmosphere from what's going on in Oldenburg as well. Atex, they've been on the brink of winning this time and time again. Will it be the same scoreline as on that first map overpass as well? Or is this going to be it? Is this going to be the end of it for this first overtime? And Panthers just going to put it over to a second. We'll see how it's going to go. Well, on that previous round, the defuse just about got through. Definitely, I mean, it takes some to pull a defuse through like that. And Atex, they seemed very, very disappointed for not winning that. And there you go. Now, Atex have decided to move over towards the A-bombs. Like you see, Fen already ready for it. So is Mantu in towards quad, ready and waiting for that push to come out. And truly, this is just working out quite well for Panthers here. Though now, as I say that, Zonix and Stefan pick things up. And it all works out for them. He did still have the player in towards mid, but Quito not connecting just yet. And Panthers still in with a chance. Still the advantage on the side of Atex. They have another player up ahead of Panthers. And the bomb's already down in their favor. Zonix to find another. And it's all going to be down to Andy in a 1v3 situation. Surely not. Surely this is going to be Atex to take the W in the first semi-final. And yes, it is. Atex, the first team to move on to the grand final for the ESL Winter 2018 Meisterschaft live from Oldenburg. And what a game that has been. 2 maps coming down to the wire in overtime. And there you go. Atex come out on top in the end. And such a strong match from them, of course. We'll see if we actually get an interview. We can already see the host there in the background congratulating the players. And we'll see who from Atex is going to bless us with their interview, of course. And there you go. I mean, Atex, a lot of those players said that, well, they're not going to be as much of a worry with those 2 stand-ins, but they've pulled it through, and Atex were very, very strong in those 2 stand-ins. They've performed quite nicely as well, and I think we are going to an interview. Not sure if that's happening just yet, but I think it should be. Generally it does straight after the match, as soon as teams kind of settle back in on their desks. But of course, that is Panthers going home. Atex have a long downtime now until the grand final later on. They have the second semi-final to watch and also the show match to watch, and then to return to the big stage to be there. And there you go with the interview.
Ich freue mich sehr, jetzt hier stehen zu dürfen mit dir, Zonix. Du bist einer von 2 Stand-ins, die heute
he's
alles
happy to
gegeben
be
haben.
there
Was war's für ein
with
Gefühl für
Zonix
dich,
as he is
heute
the
auf dieser Bühne
stand-in
zu spielen?
and how it was for him to play in the game. And he's just saying that it is chaotical for him. And in the end, they did still win it. And he's looking forward to that next match.
Glaubst du, ihr habt heute noch gute Karten im Finale?
Sie haben sich auf jeden Fall die richtigen Stand-ins
so
geholt.
Asking if Atex still have a chance of winning the finals, and Sonic saying that they've definitely brought in the right stand-ins for the team today.
Ja, könnte man sich auf jeden Fall
So
vorstellen.
asking if Sonic would be ready to come back to professional Counter-Strike and actually challenge for yet another time. And well, he says could maybe try it. And now the question, who's going to meet them in the final and what he thinks about it. He thinks it's going to be Sprouts, but he doesn't really matter. He doesn't really say it matters. They'll take the W anyways. So there you go. First interview that I've translated whilst it's been going on. But with that, we are going to go away from the clean feed and back to me here in southern Germany in my little home studio here. And yeah, what a game they are going to put a quick recap on. I hope that we're going to have a couple of highlights shown as well. But even what a match, especially on that first map, Overpass coming down to the wire as well. In the end, well, we almost thought that Panthers are going to make that comeback, take the W on map 2 here on Cash and move it over towards the third map to Mirage as well. But it wasn't to be, and with that, still 2 full maps in overtime. In the end, Atax do come out on top. And yeah, as Zonic said in the interview, it was chaotic a lot of those times. It wasn't as straightforward as you generally see in professional matches, but that is what describes the ESL Meisterschaft. It's what we've seen throughout the regular season. And with that, I'm going to throw it to a break already, and I'll be back with that next match as soon as players are ready on the stage, which should probably take about half an hour since it is a LAN still, so players do have to set up on the stage. But with that, if any replays do come up on the stream, then I will try and show those. Either way, though, of course, thank you guys for watching this first semi-final as well, and definitely be back for that second one when Sprout face off up against Expert coming up next. So stick with us. My name is Phelan. You can find me on Twitter at PhelanCS, !caster in the chat to find that. And until that second semi-final, I'll be back then.
don't know if they true. People fear the silence with things they think they know. Baby, that's why I just be free and let it all go. Let's go. I don't care what you say, it's true. Don't matter to me, 'cause I want you.
This is the emergency broadcast system. The CDC is advising that you stay in your homes while we show up.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party.
Baby, got me staring at you. So I'm crazy. Won't you bend that back for me? We won't stop. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. I can take you down for a ride. I take you around my life. Jaywalking, crosswalking, lip locking with you. I know it, you know it. We make it. So I'm crazy. Oh my baby, got me staring at you. So I'm crazy. Won't you bend that back for me? We won't stop. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. I can take you down for a ride. I take you around my life. Jaywalking, crosswalking, lip locking with you. I know it, you know it, we make it. I'm headed to the bottom of the bottle. I've been drowning, I've been floating away. Every other dollar that I got in bed, I probably went and it away. I'm f***ing okay, I ain't liking it, babe. I don't even wanna talk, I'm just smoking my haze. I've been stuck in my ways, I've been stuck in for days. I've been staring at the clock as the radio plays. I'm enslaved. Yeah. Rolling another, I'm stuck in my seat for the whole control of my speech. Yeah, I've been trying to get off this couch for a minute and a whole week. No kidding, I'm skinny, I cannot eat. Got a million that depend on me. Yeah, every friend in my family. From a girl, every fan I meet myself. I'm too on till I'm too off. Come down to make new thoughts, like jumping off of that rooftop. Hold my devil when I do nothing to make moves based on my mood drops. Like who's lost? Like who's lost? It's yo, steadily killing me, running my brain full of shame. I don't wanna lose it. Full of stage, trying to run my pain. See the sun coming out of that rain. My team really not game. I'ma never slow down. I'ma never behave. Stuck inside this prison, inside this cage. It's taking over. Yeah, I'm a slave for you.
That was beast.
Game, record, and stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ching-a-ching-ching. 'Cause we don't really care, I ting-a-ting-ting. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Cold as ice, ba-ling-a-ling-ling. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ching-a-ching.
They say it is about the journey and not the destination. That is true for those who don't know where they're going. That is true for those who don't know what they want to achieve. Is it about the journey That depends on the destination.
Boah, was ein geiler Pass! Wie gut der das sieht! Sorge macht der Lebenszeit nicht so krass!
Verpasse nie wieder die Termine der ESL Meisterschaft. www.kalovo.de/ESL.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy. Huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
So, hello and welcome back to the ESL Meisterschaft. Welcome back to the finals of the ESL Meisterschaft 2018 winter season. With that, the next semi-final up against, well, Sprouts and Expert up against each other, coming up soon. With that, I think it is time for a great segment that we have during the season, which kind of is reminiscent of ESL, well, Pro League, ESL 1, pretty much everyone has this now. Let's jump straight over to our pre-match.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
So, of course, well, that is the wrong one. Where does that come from? There you go. Top production back on point. That's the right one that we were looking for. Thank you. Yeah, with that, pretty much a knocking on the eye. It is Sprouts, of course, finished the season first up against Expert, who just placed fourth. They themselves, of course, come out of the recent time with a little bit of a high note. They come in quite nicely. They just won the 19 Damage League. I think they call it the biggest league in the world, actually. Not sure, though, because I generally think that ESEA is bigger, but yes, it is free to play, so there is a lot of people, and mostly German players as well. So cool stuff there. They did win the first division there, which sadly only has online playoffs, but they are here at the venue in Oldenburg, and with that, ready for it. And yeah, right now, of course, Sprouts, there you go, are clear favorites. But the thing is, we would think that Panthers would take the W up against Atax as well, and that didn't end up happening because in the end, the guys from Atax still within both overtimes were able to take out the Ws. But I think now for Sprout, it is going to be a different story. They did dominate pretty much everyone throughout the season. They did drop Overpass up against Atax, and then they dropped, I can't remember what map it was, but up against Private on one of the match days where I was sick, sadly, so I couldn't follow the action. But yeah, they did lose one map against Private, one against Atax. Apart from that, they ran through the season unbeaten. We're kind of disappointed with that, as we did check on with Percy in a couple of the interviews. But still, the big thing is that Sprouts, they did win the summer 2018 season up at Gamescom, are looking very, very strong to win the winter season as well. Of course, they, with their lineup as they are now, just about start at the start of 2018, or I think end of 2017, around, yeah, I think start of December, they just about had their 1-year birthday at the org of Sprouts. Before that, they played under Seed. They played 2nd Division and then qualified up to 1st Division for Meisterschaft in spring, then won summer, and now could win winter, but we'll see how it's going to go, because Meisterschaft isn't always as straightforward as we might think just from a stat sheet. So that's why it can always change up in that way. Still, I was kind of hoping that we were going to start up in time, but apparently we do have a couple of delays with players still setting up. With that, though, I think that map vote, which I hope is coming up soon. We don't have it up on the screen just yet, but I would expect a ban of Overpass from Sprout. That is their permaban. And then, I don't know, I think Expert would rather play... I don't know if they would rather play Cash or Mirage, actually. I would probably prefer Cash for them, because they did have a better time there as well, from what I remember. Apart from that, I think that Expert doesn't really play too many of those Puggy maps. I think they kind of try to stick away from them, especially from Dust 2, where Sprout could be very, very strong. Sprout, a pick for them could also be Nuke, because I don't think that's something that we've seen from Expert just yet, or at least not too much. Actually, we do just have the bans going on. So yeah, ban Mirage, ban Overpass from Experts and Sprouts. Then the picks, well, Expert pick Cash, Sprout decide to start on the CT side. Kind of expected there, just because you kind of always start on the CT side. Inferno is great, a good pick there for Sprout as well. Although I would have loved to see them play Nuke. Let's see what the other two bans are. Maybe Nuke would be our decider, but I'm not sure. Of course, Inferno is a great map. It is the most balanced map that we currently have in the map pool. It brings a lot of different perspective in that, and can really go either way, as always. Yeah, ban of the Stew for Expert, and we'll see probably a train ban from Sprout. Yeah, there you go, and then we'll be on Nuke. Then they'll knife there for the sides. So, we've lost a little bit of the quality of the clean feed from Oldenburg, but nevertheless, we'll see if we can get that resolved in a second, as now we'll just go back to me until we have that fixed. Yeah, I think the maps are pretty much as strong as they can be, really, for Sprout, because a map like Cash is one of the puggiest as well. We talked about that earlier during the first matchup. Cash can really just go either way all the time. Inferno, then a lot of tactics involved there. You can always play a puggy style, but I wouldn't really like to see it too much, and I would expect that Sprout bring a lot to the table there. We've seen them play a lot throughout the season, and of course their highlight player as always would be Spitty with the AUG. He's been pretty much maining that from that boost of the AUG, and since then he's just kind of been going through that every time. Similar to... was it Glaive or Zipnix that picked up the AUG as well? The AUG as well during last couple of months as well. But yeah, either way, if it does come to Nuke, which I don't think we're going to see a 3-mapper between these two teams, then I would definitely favor Sprout, just because, well, it is definitely a map that they can play quite strongly and that they've brought a lot to in German Counter-Strike, so I would expect Nuke to be very, very one-sided for them. However, on the other two maps, it can really go either way. However, under the line, I would still expect Expert to win it. Let's actually see if I can just refresh. Because, of course, sadly, I do have to do most of the production myself. So I'm just trying to refresh our clean feed to see if that's going to fix anything. And it is glorious 1080p, of course, as well. But yeah, nothing going on just yet. We are still in the pre-match segment on the mainstream. Yeah, we're just kind of waiting, really, for the match to get underway. I hope that you guys are having a fantastic time. Of course, a lot of those of you are already tuning in today. A couple of those guys already checking out my Twitter as well to give it a follow there. In the end, though, of course, if you do want to find out more about ESL Meisterschaft, go to pro.eslgaming.com/Deutschland, and there you can either choose PUBG, Counter-Strike, or League of Legends as well. And yeah, with that, it should be quite interesting to see where either team's going to go. Another thing that we're also going to see today is the MVP, which is also brought to you by Vodafone. I think Native Safix was currently leading the charge there, and I think he should win it in the end as well, as long as he hits out a stellar performance today in those matches. Of course, I think the MVP generally goes to the winner team, and with that, well, they would have to win it for him to win the prize. But of course, in summer, they gave the MVP to Synced, which was their kind of German stand-in for Meisterschaft, because they did still have those 3 Danes in the mix for international play. But they, of course, have to have 3 either German, Austrian, or Swiss players the so-called DACH region. For those guys that don't know what ESL Meisterschaft is, it is the German edition of the ESL National Championships, which there's so many within Europe. There's French, British, Spanish, Polish, I think is still active, Italian. I'm thinking of of course, Southeast European. There's quite a lot, and there's quite a lot more that don't do Counter-Strike but only do League of Legends, stuff like that. I think Belgium also has one for Benelux. I'm not sure if it's Benelux or just Belgium that has the championship now. Don't really stick to those too much. I try to just stick to the German Meisterschaft and watch a little bit of Premiership and Championnat here and there, so the British and French counterparts. And of course, the winner here does also qualify for a spot in another tournament where teams can qualify to be placed in Mountain Dew League. So of course, this can also be a stepping point up to Mountain Dew League, which is always great to see. Of course, Sprout is already in it. Expert is in it. Atex is in it. Panthers isn't in it, I think. So I would guess that they would get that spot to go to that tournament because everyone else is already in it. So it doesn't really make sense for them to play the tournament. But we'll see. I think Panthers is the only one that are at the playoffs that aren't in Mountain Dew League, from what I remember. But that also is something I sadly don't get to follow as much because there is always, as you guys also mentioned in the chat earlier today, so much Counter-Strike going on in the world, especially within Europe and also the NA regions. If you try to stick to EU, NA, CIS, the Asian regions, Oceania, Southeast Asia, there's so much going on in Counter-Strike, and I love it because, well, it is so great for esports to see so many different tournaments for all of different teams from all over the world to also be able to maybe make the next majors a little bit more diverse. Not only see too many European teams, of course, the major system has already done a good job at that, getting players or getting teams into those minors and then getting spots straight through that. But yeah, with that, of course, closed qualifying for the minors for, I think, EU and NA are wrapped up. The rest are still outstanding. But I haven't been following anything apart from EU and NA, really, because it is, yeah, just a little bit too much. Still, right now, we are just kind of chilling, waiting for the players to be ready, but I think slowly but surely it is time for that. Or actually, no, we have a segment here from the Media Day.
Die haben auch ganz gutes Teamplay, also wird schon ein bisschen schwerer. Wenn ich an Sprout denke, als Gegner sind sie für mich das stärkste Team hier. Einfach auch aus dem Grund, weil sie Dennis und Speedy haben.
So saying that Sprout is going to be the strongest team, highlighting the players Speedy and Dennis.
Team Expert würde ich grob als den stärksten Gegner von allen einschätzen.
And also saying that Expert would be the strongest opponent that have already played a couple of finals as well.
Sicher, dass wir der Favorit sind, aber
but saying that they're sure that they're the favorites for these finals, but not to underestimate the opponents. Citing here saying that it is going to be difficult for them to take it through, but yeah, there you go. It's back to the guys on the couch. Let's go back to me here. But yeah, of course, they have a little bit of a cooler setup than I do. I'm just here by myself. They have a bunch of people on the talent team over in Oldenburg. I'm just doing it from my little home studio, as I would call it. But yeah, of course, Zest also in the chat. He used to do Meisterschaft. I joined in for a couple of those matches in the summer season. But in the end, he's moved on to greater and bigger things by now. And doing a good job also at UML, so shout out to you. Yeah, actually, Zesh was also the cool guy that I did my first LAN with over in Switzerland, so that's why I also love the Swiss scene, and apparently, according to the Swiss scene, we are cousins. I don't really see the likeness between each other, but yeah, that is always something that just comes up, and we've definitely been going along with that trip. Either way, we can see players getting ready, or at least I did just see them getting ready. It is back to a buffering on the clean feed, which is kind of sad, because we had it to the point where we didn't have too many issues, and now we are having a bunch of issues again with the clean feed. So we'll see how that is going to go. Let's see if I can fix this really fast. If we can get back to 1080p. Just letting the production know that we are having a couple of issues with clean feed yet again, but yeah, right now we can see a couple of players over on the stage. There you go, the in-ear falling out perfectly. Just pretend like nothing happened. But yeah, that's one of the expert players. Please correct me, I think it was Cressy. But yeah. Cringe exists, cringe always exists. And you can't say that any bigger tournaments don't have any cringe either. Because it is widespread within esports, we're not always quite up to a... I mean, even regular TV has cringe times at points. But yeah, we can be a little bit more lenient here within esports. Also have to check. Do we have audio right now? No, we don't. It's muted. Okay, yeah. We do still have the hosts on the stage, so not the caster just yet. Which would probably mean that we're still about 5 minutes away from actually getting underway. Well, we have a little bit of downtime. How are you guys doing? I hope that you guys are doing fine on this beautiful Saturday. At least it is quite nice. It's a little bit on the colder side in Germany, but at least the winter is coming back. You are now breathing manually. Love it. Yes, this caster is a one-man team, and I do read a lot of the chat as well, just to kind of stick to it and know if there are any issues going on with the stream, as that is generally the best way to do it. I mean, bigger productions check out the chat as well, but yeah, it's not always as easy as that when we are just doing the stream remotely, sadly, which I would have loved to be on site, but it's not something that we could do, sadly, as they apparently didn't have the means for us to actually be there as well, since the German production is also so big. So, caster feeling lonely, yeah. I mean, come on, Zesh lives just around the corner, he could just drive over. But, yeah. You can see what's happening right now. We are having issues right now with the stream. And as I change over to myself, the it's straight back on. And the picture is straight back. But yeah, a couple of issues here and there. And we'll just kind of try to get through it. But I don't think it's on my end, since I have not dropped a single frame today, which I'm quite proud of. I mean, we sometimes have those match days where it's like, especially on Saturdays, where it's not always as great with the streaming side. But it's fine. And yeah, we'll see. Of course, Louis always the best mod, always in the chat to support Meisterschaft as well. Yeah, right now though, I think the signal is back from Oldenburg, so we'll just switch back to that and hope that it's gonna stay back now as well, and hope that we are actually gonna jump into game off the back of this. And let's talk about the buffering. No, let's not talk about that. Feels lonely, man. Sometimes I do, but right now I'm just kind of getting ready for the cast itself, and hoping that all is gonna be fine. There you go. Of course, if you guys are bored a little bit, you could just put the exclamation mark caster in the chat and follow me on Twitter, as that is always the best place to find more of me if you do want that. But yeah. There you go. Of course, it did see your message, Gummy Bear, before it got deleted. Greetings go out to you as well. For those of you guys that don't know him, I met him at a LAN locally here in Stuttgart. So yeah. So what tier teams play in Meisterschaft? On an international scale, tier 2, tier 3, going into tier 4. I'd say tier 3 or 4. Sprout on the upper side of tier 3 there. But all around, I would say that it is just kind of the it's just the German regional, like the best teams that come out of Germany, apart from, of course, then Big, who have moved on to bigger tournaments since they're too good for Meisterschaft and would just wreck everyone here. Yeah, right now it seems like players are getting ready, of course. And yeah, we'll just keep an eye on the players, as right now they seem to be wanting to get into it. And there you go. It seems like we are finally ready to get things underway here on Cash. There you go. Giving us to his commentators, of course, Nixta, the German host there on the stage. He's pretty much been in the inventory of Meisterschaft for a while now. But it is time to get underway. Expert on the T side, Sprout on the CT side, and let's see. We can see straight onto Nato Safix. He's quite aggressive over towards the B-bomb site. And look at that. That is a round that Expert generally play at the first round. Go over towards the B-bomb site, get that tower going, have the players ready and waiting. And there you go. Nato Safix is going to fall to that. And with that, in the end, Sprout lose one player straight off the bat. Well, let's see where it's going to go. Because right now, Expert haven't decided just yet. They are sticking towards the B-bomb site at the moment. And they are going to be jump boosting a player over. And now, probably also the push to come out towards the site, I would expect. Look at this from Sprout, that they have actually rotated one player off and in towards mid. That was Dennis, but he's coming back towards the site now to support his teammate. As right now, it's just Spitty still on the site. And if that push would have come out a little bit faster, then they would have had the edge straight away. Still, they're going to have a great execution over towards that B-bomb site. Molotov smokes already out. And now with the flash, they try to go out sufficiently. Spitty's going to find one in a second. Looking for a third as always. As right now, the support from up above, from heaven, isn't quite there just yet. Cressy and Sight can pick up their frags as well. Now the last two rotators from the A site, Percy and Faven, have the work cut out for them. Psych, and what a headshot there. Straight onto Percy's head. And with that, yeah, Faven, just 1v3. Not much that he can do. And we'll see how that's going to go. As this is so difficult for him to hit off. The bomb's been down for a little while now. Kit is up top in heaven, Psyching to take him out, and there you go. Expert win the first round. They take the pistol here on Cash. Of course, this is the map pick of Expert. And Sprout then decided to start on the CT side. But as I do generally highlight throughout most of the match days throughout ESL Meisterschaft throughout the winter 2018 season, was generally that the CT side hasn't been as strong, especially not on maps that generally you see stronger CT sides. Of course, Cash all around towards that tier 3 level, you see quite little teams actually succeeding on the CT side, and a lot more action going on the T sides just because teams struggling to defend. Of course, when you move on to the bigger professional teams that all put in countless hours, then it is a little bit more different because the CT defense is a little bit stronger there. Although we do have to say, of course, Sprout is a full-time team as well. And I would expect Expert to be as well. But I'm not as informed on that as maybe some of you guys in the chat. I would expect Vincent Zesh to know about that, but I'm not sure if he's still here. Right now, though, NATO opening things up with that Deagle is going to be great. And he's been one of those players that I highlighted earlier as well, that he's going to be that standout player that just take out the Deagle, find a couple of frags here as well, already finding a second, not going to find a third though. And with that, Percy and Faven still alive, bomb bound to go down. And with that, Expert, well, seeming to claim a second round. Although, of course, you would expect that now that Percy and Faven only have a couple of pistols to work with, but it's seeming to work out now. Faven finds Cressy, and now it's all going to be down to Light. Light only has a USP to work with, taken out then by the spray off shot by Percy, and straight away Sprout back into it before they even fall behind too much. 1-1 straight off the bat, and Sprout, this is what I was talking about earlier, where they will just pick up the pistols and take out the opposition without too many issues. And they've even done that in a match on Train earlier in the season, but they only had USPs to work with, still winning a round. And well, here it's showing just as strong as well. Team Expert is only 50% full time, so yeah, there you go. At least partially there then. But yeah, a lot of you guys have already highlighted the fact that within Meisterschaft we have a lot of Werkteams, we call it in German, so teams sponsored by bigger companies like Expert, like Alternate Attacks, like Euronics, of course, aren't at the finals, but yeah, it's kind of the German way of doing things. If you're an electronics provider, you pick up a team and are straight into it. He's, of course, the best audience as well to promote with, so why not? Still, though, yet again, Expert. They were able to get that bomb down. They did have a forcing buy here. Had a couple of those guys on the AKs, the rifles, but the rest of the team on those pistols, and you can already see Sprout. They've fallen back from this. They've completely given in to the challenge, and with that, Sprout are going to concede this round, and it is going to be Expert 2-1. Still, though, this back and forth straight off the bat is definitely going to help Sprout stay into the game a little bit longer before falling off the wagon, and maybe Expert then given a chance to pick up a couple of rounds on those T-sides. So I think Sprout definitely far from out of it. And we'll see how this game is going to progress, as it's early on and it's already going back and forth here. Of course, good morning to those guys that are also joining us from North America at the moment, as I did see a couple of guys saying that they are in the States. Of course, if you're wondering what this is the ESL Meisterschaft, which is the German regional championship under ESL, and Light not going to hit that shot, not like in the match earlier where we did see the guys from Atax actually hitting it, and that, of course, a great moment where everyone in the arena went crazy for that as well. We'll see what Sprout can do. Thus far, it's been a slow round from Expert, just kind of approaching the site, seeing how much pressure they can put on. Safix here over towards the B bomb site with that Deagle. Alexar currently watching the angle. Well, if he stays around long enough, then he might be able to find that. But the rest of the team is going to be moving over towards the A bomb site. Of course, Sprout are clear favorites for this winter 2018 season. They won in the summer season as well. So let's see what they can do in this second semi-final of the day. It is map 1 here on Cash. Later on also Inferno and a Nuke. So kind of the strategical progression throughout the day will get better and better as we move on to a little bit more strategical maps later on. Now, though, it is going to be Dennis and Favin to pick up those couple of frags. It is going to be Alexar and Cressy still working against them. All going to be down to Cressy. Does find 2. He's going to find the 3rd as well. And now it's all going to be down to Nathan. Safix only has a Deagle to work with. Does still have armor. But the bomb can be recovered. And Cressy in a prime situation to pick up this round now. He's going to get that bomb down as well. Nathan Safix still on a Deagle. Never underestimate this lad. He can definitely still pull this off, but he's been spotted still. The damage being traded back and forth. It is going to be Cressy back on the Tech 9. Going to pick up that frag, and there you go. The team coming together, just about winning the game, or sorry, winning the round there. It was very, very tight, though. And you would have thought that Sprout could have defended further on against that, but Cressy had other plans. Is going to clutch it through. This now here from Sprout. Won't expect too much from them, although it is still going to be Dennis and Favin on those Deagles. Percy already being taken out early on, though, by Cressy. Of course, Cressy such a great round just prior. We'll see what he can do now. They're already taking control in towards Connector, and then going to wrap around towards the B site as well. Nato Safix is not going to fall as easily, though, with the USP, is at least going to find one. And that's great there. Dennis in behind now with the P250, just about gets out of the way of those bullets coming in from Scrunk. Was expecting a reload, but he could just switch to another AK, and it's fine for him. Favin now, last player still alive. Couple of players to find, but no chance on that Deagle. It's going to be Nato Safix to find one. Rest of the team for Expert, apart from Syken, is going to be bringing their weapons through, so it's all fine for them. And this is great now as Expert get off to a good start, and you can already see, well, full focus over towards Sprout. But Expert very, very happy with their start thus far. We do have a tactical timeout. This is something that, of course, Sprout is a little bit better at than Panthers was in the previous match, because well, Panthers kind of messed it up here and there, didn't take their timeouts early enough, in my opinion. And with that, Sprout, they'd rather go for an early timeout. They have enough to use up. And with that, yeah, just kind of chill and make sure that they can move on to bigger and greater things with their next buy to come now. They will have a single op. Spitty, as I said prior to the match, is going to be picking up that AUG pretty much every single round, as long as he can. He's going to pick it up straight away here as well. Nathan Safix now in the op. He, of course, currently leading the charge for the MVP award brought to you by Vodafone. Wouldn't be surprising because he is such a strong player. Just all-around performance, especially with the op, can be carrying his team through if they need it. Early advantage here, but Alex R to trade things back is going to pick up NATO. And it is still Dennis within the vent. Smoke is going to come down, but not going to delay them for long, as they can just push past it, really. Smoke not ideal, but it might have just given away the position where Dennis is at. Still, not going to be checked straight away. Going to be taken out by Skrunk. Nevertheless, Alex R continues on to Spitty. And that's the B. Bomb site now open for the taking. Bomb already made its way back over towards the B site, as it was rotating initially. But it's now going to go down on the B site, get it planted, and get yet another round through for Expert. What a strong start for them on the T side, but kind of what we expected as well. The T side, always strong on a map like Cash, and especially here this season in Meisterschaft, it has been very, very closely matched as well. And it seems like Expert definitely on point today, and not going to get away too easily. Still though, Sprout, maybe it just needs yet another round, and then in their next round, they when their next buy round, they can actually challenge yet again. But it is kind of that reoccurring thing. We've had so many matches within Meisterschaft where one team goes up 5-6, even 7-0, and then the other team has the first opportunity to even strike back properly, and then suddenly it works out. Faven here is going to find one. Percy finds one as well. And this is great. They can hang on to their weapons and take more away from Expert. Of course, Expert have so much money to invest into it. But at least Sprout are able to hang on. Both players hang on to their rifles. And this is pretty much perfect now going on into the next round, because at least they still have something to work with. They're not going to be left with nothing. They're still going to be here challenging, of course. Of course, if you're taking a look at the crowd sometimes on those cameras, sometimes there are a couple of free spots in the crowd. That's just down to there's a lot of outside activities going on as well from all the partners for the ESL Meisterschaft. So a lot of these partners getting involved in those finals, not only by well, just sponsoring the normal play, but also having their own booths at those finals, promoting their own stuff, and yeah, just kind of showing us where it's done and what is to come as well. There's a couple of playing areas where fans can play as well, and of course later on we have a show match on as well between a couple of viewers, and I think even a couple of bigger German CS names mixed in there as well. I'm not sure though, as I haven't actually been given too much info on that show match. So now though, it is going to be Expert, of course, looking for their 6th round. They do have the better weaponry to work with for sure, as Sprout kind of not really investing too much into this round. But Percy going to try his best, only going to pick up one though on the M4, and there you go, the rifles are now gone. Still, Nito Safix can pick one of those up, and he can still be a thorn in the side of Expert. Not going to work out for more than one though. Now, hit again, Dennis still has a deagle. Spitty only with the USP. Alex R spotted one of those players straight in towards mid. Does do a little bit of damage there, and he's going to find that frag in the end as well. Bomb still going to go down, and I highly doubt that Spitty can still do too much. So he is going to be picking up the M4. They should have a decent idea where he's at. He is towards Forklift now. Takes out Scrung. Cressy has pretty much a perfect view on it, apart from the smoke, and then Alex R comes up highway, finds that frag. 6-1 here for Expert, and a great start for them, as thus far, Sprout, a slow start for them, and not as successful just yet. They haven't really done too much on their CT side. They haven't really been too successful, as Expert just kind of taking the reins for now. As now maybe the next chance for Sprout to actually hit back. They do have a fully equipped CT side. An up there, an AUG, and then the rest on the M4s. Now straight push from those Ts to come out towards the A site, though. Faven is close range, only going to pick up one, but Percy and Faven both going to trade back. Percy so strong, almost picks up a third there, but it's all going to be down to Nathan Safix yet again. And this is so unfortunate, because you would have thought that Spitty might have been in a situation where you can find more. Now, I think both players have spotted each other. Nathan Safix goes straight towards the site. Light already tagged down low. This is so great, Nathan Safix on the pistol, but he's making it work! And this is why he's the nominee for the MVP at the moment. A round like that, clutching it through. And well, a good play from him there to pick up the round for Sprout. But now they need to win a round straight after as well. Otherwise, they'll be reset and it'll be Expert taking it their way even a little bit longer. Full focus, though, on both teams. Not too many smiles now all around. So yeah, Cash, of course, the pick of Expert later on. Inferno picked by Sprouts, and then if it does come to the third map decider, we are going to see Nuke. Which, if it comes to that, I think Sprout should be winning this for sure. Expert's chance would be if they can do it within those first two. Cressy looking to find an opening out towards Blue Door. CT's here for Sprout already. Trying to shoot into there, trying to find a little bit of damage already. Nothing connects just yet, though. First blood in this round was just 5 HP lost from Spitty. Which isn't all too much, especially not when you're up against AKs. With that, though, no significant damage dealt just yet, and now at 50 seconds to go, you would expect a push to come out. Spitty is going to go down to just 70. Faven's been spotted. The Molotov is going to keep him from getting all too close in towards main. Still, the bomb seeming to make its way there, slowly but surely. Faven still towards the forklift. In the meantime, Alexar finds an opening over towards that B bomb site. Spitty is going to drop his Percy straight in towards mid. Still covering things off, and it is still NATO Safix towards the B bomb site to try and contest. As now 15 seconds to go. Expert, they have to make that move over towards the site. Otherwise, the time is just not going to be enough. As soon as NATO finds that frag and drops the bomb, then this is going to be it. The timing definitely not going to be here, even if they find the frag. And now Faven just need to stay alive. No worries, but at least Cressy able to bring the op through into the next round. And still Sprout hurt by that round because they don't have all the money in the world to actually fully invest into it. And there you go. This is now, well, Sprout winning yet again one of those rounds, but can they continue it on now? As still the money is pouring. You can see it in their setup on the right-hand side. It's 2 FAMASs, 2 UMPs, and the M4 for Dennis. But the best part is Expert, they do have the op on Light, do have an AK on Alexar, but the rest of the team only on Deagles. But I say only on Deagles. Deagles still very, very strong, especially here throughout this season of Meisterschaft. I've said it time and time again. Right now, Spitty to come out on top against Alexar. That's the AK gone for now. But Sprunk able to recover, finds a headshot straight away into Dennis. And there you go now. Percy bringing it back to a 3-on-3. Spitty also staying on top of it on the site here. And for now, the advantage still on the side of Sprout. Still, though, the round not ideal. Because it's not over just yet. And Cressy on a Deagle and Light on the AWP could still take it here. 3v2 advantage here. This time the time probably not going to run out as fast. Of course, for the moment at least, experts still have enough time to work with. Sprout, though, they do have the bomb down, have repositioned everyone over towards this B-bomb site. Look at this, though. Light making the way into the site with the op, and Cressy has already spotted the player up towards CT spawn. Percy still going to find that frag. Light knows where one player's at, and surely knows that Percy's in that direction as well. Light finds one player on the site, still spotted, but it is going to be Spitty on the UMP. So strong. And this is also something that Sprout, even on unconventional weapons, on those SMGs, on XMGs, and also on the AUG, which has definitely seen a comeback in the past couple of months, especially with players like Spitty, can be so very strong, and they're definitely showing it here. Maybe a timeout. At least it seems like players, currently just taking a look back at that previous round and seeing what they can do differently now. Of course, back when they were not with the AUG just yet for Sprout, they played in the name of Seed with a couple of other players. And there, a lot of people believe that maybe the German football club Schalke would pick them up, because there were a couple of connections with, well, their management staff and also the Schalke esports team that is currently also playing in League of Legends. Of course, has definitely made their foothold there. And of course, there's a lot of German football teams making their appearance in esports, most of them just sticking to FIFA, but here and there you also see initiatives to branch out into other games, as for example into Counter-Strike or League of Legends, although Counter-Strike is still a difficult subject within Germany. But ESL and 19 Damage have definitely done a good job to build this German community all around, and the Meisterschaft, well, it's about as old as reaching back to the EPS. Touring Germany back then has now made a resurgence there after having a lot of those finals in Duisburg or also in Cologne. Now it is going to move all around Germany. Last winter we were in Stuttgart. This winter we're in Oldenburg in the north of Germany, and we'll see where the spring finals will be held as well. Definitely the mission from the product manager of ESL Germany at the moment to try and get ESL Meisterschaft into places where ESL has never been before, and where Counter-Strike hasn't been before too much either. Of course, for those guys that are wondering why this stream is a little bit more delayed than the German stream, that's because the German production is all on site in Oldenburg, and I actually just get a clean feed from the arena, and then, well, I send my signal from the south of Germany over to Cologne, and then they put it online. So it's a little bit more difficult to see, to backtrace my stream than it is for the guys that are on site in the arena, which is the biggest arena that the ESL Meisterschaft has been to. And from the delay that we currently have, I can only imagine it being some kind of technical issue. But of course, as many of you probably already noticed, there is very, very, very quietly in the background, you can sometimes hear the players also screaming and shouting on the stage. But every so often also someone in the crowd gets a little bit louder and shows that there is still a crowd there. That's also been something that, of course, Meisterschaft has been struggling with, actually filling arenas. But here in Oldenburg, it is sold out. And it is also the biggest venue we've ever had, so it's definitely made a good move from it. And gotten a little bit more professional throughout. It seems like, yeah, some kind of headset change or something like that. But we might almost be ready to get back into it. The casters there in the venue definitely hyping up the crowd to be a little bit louder maybe. But yeah, you can see it's filled up a little bit more. I would expect for the grand final for all seats to be filled, for everyone to leave those stands alone and not go into the other hall where they have a bunch of partners built up with their little booths, just to kind of well, give a little bit of information as well. I'm not sure if McDonald's is actually at the venue this year. They were, or this time, they were in Duisburg, of course. We could actually order McDonald's straight to the venue, as they are at least a supporter of the League of Legends edition of Meisterschaft. But yeah, nice German CSGO. Don Kairos here as well. Big shout out to you, of course, but it's not a real crowd. Background. Perfect. No, but we are ready to go back live. It is Expert up against Sprout. It's 6-4 at the moment. And Expert have had a good start thus far. Sprout, it could now be their time to come back into it. It could now be their time to restart their engines. Of course, also throughout the regular season, there were a couple of times where after the matches in those interviews, they said that they did have a couple of issues here and there, kind of getting situated, getting started to it. But of course, if any team at this tournament is mostly prepped for lands, it would be Sprout, who've definitely attended the most out of all of these Meisterschaft teams. NATO Sapphics, though, already finding light, in trouble, though, as Skrunk is going to push him past. And there you go. Right now, a good job here from Expert to make their way towards the site. Look at this from Alexar! He's already in towards CT spawn, can take out Percy as well. And with that, that could have backfired quite easily, but it is going to go back down to a 2-on-2 situation as Dennis picks him up. There you go, the smoke might just delay that retake and might make it a little bit more difficult. Cressy's staying alive though, as that Molotov almost took him out as well. And there you go though, Faven coming in from up top. Should have spotted that head by now. And does in the end find Cressy, but the time is not in there anymore. Faven right now just tapping the bomb, but there's no time. And in the end, Skrunk and Faven both to go up with the bomb. Faven actually to find that frag in the end, but there you go. 7-4, Expert win yet another round. You can see it is still cash. It is still T-sided here within Meisterschaft. And CT is still having their issues, although it is Sprout, our favorites, of course, going into this tournament. They almost had a clean season, only dropping 2 maps throughout it all. And with that, let's see how it's going to go. As, of course, Sprout themselves, well, a couple of Deagles, a CZ, P250, Faven even with the UMP, but still not great their setup. Expert, a little bit better. Have mostly AKs, but Light is down to just a scout. And the most important part here, neither team really has any utility to work with. So really, even here with the pistols, Sprouts could come out on top, but right now, Expert definitely the right approach play. Just kind of letting Sprout come, letting them push, and making sure you don't fall too easily. Faven still spotted close range. Cressy's going to find him. Percy straight away on the trade, though. Isn't going to be covered off strong enough. And with that, Dennis, though, can actually recover weapon. NATO Sapphics over towards the B-bomb site. Isn't going to be checked by Alexar, and that frag almost a little bit too easy for him. As now he falls straight back in towards CT spawn. That's great. At least he can fall back a little bit, but actually makes his way straight back towards the site, which is surprising just a little bit. Because really, shows no fear pushing out, shows full confidence in his abilities. And together with Percy, the 2 Danes taking out this round, picking it up here for Sprout. And there you go, 7-5. Smiles back on for Sprout. At least for Spitty there. Dennis still very, very serious. And then Percy all the way in the middle. And as easy as that, Expert now down to just a couple of pistols. They're left forcing as well with those Deagles and also armor to work with. And Sprouts, well, thereby isn't exactly perfect, but it's still fine. And yeah, good job here thus far. If they can pick up this round and then move on further as well, then it should be perfect with that. They need this round, though. They need to string rounds together on that CT side. And then they could even still take the lead into halftime as well. This, though, Alexar, Saikin working together. Finding those frags. I mean, this now less than ideal. At least Percy is able to hit back, and a lot of damage, of course, has already been done to these players. But it's not enough just yet to actually take it off for this round, as Favin does do a little bit of extra damage. And now, I mean, really, anybody still alive now that Skrunk has fallen is tagged down low and should be easy targets here. Favin finding 2, and there you go. It's all going to be down to Light, and it is going to come together for Sprout. They are going to win a 6th round here, and looking to tie things up, bring it back to a level playing field, and then maybe even taking the lead going into halftime, as well as now Expert. Yet again, they don't have any money to work with. They have to wait until that last round of the first half, and it could be either teams' first half to take, really. Right now, of course, Expert still with a slight lead, 7-6, but Sprout definitely coming back into this. Of course, Sprout still our favorites throughout the season. Did win the summer 2018 season. Did win the regular season 14-2 on that. Or actually, sorry, 16-2 it was. Of course, we had 9 match days. How could we get to 16 matches only played? Derpity derp, but we're fine with that. Still, Sprout as a first place in the regular season, Expert only 4th. But we did still expect them to make their way to the finals, and they did secure that in the end as well. Look at this, though, that stack again, working together in front of that B site here, the run boost. Nicely done, but NATO Sapphics is going to shut them down. 4 frags for him and 1 for Spitty as well. But this is the lad that we were looking for, NATO Sapphics. I mean, surely with a performance like that, and if he moves on, if they win the tournament in the end as well, surely he must be the MVP for this season, as he's been strong throughout. And of course, there is an extra prize brought to you for the MVP by Vodafone. But I mean, what is this? Sprout making a reassurance here on the CT side that they're not going to be dropped as easily. Of course, Expert said that if they have a good day, then they can definitely beat them. But it is going to be the most difficult opponent that they can have. And that kind of the census throughout the venue. Most teams definitely realizing that Sprout is the stronger side, but they still have to step up and perform. They don't always do that, but it seems like here from Meisterschaft, he might be ready to pull it out. Percy is going to pick up one alongside Dennis. As right now, a 4v3 advantage still on the side of Sprout, and looking to make it 8-7 just before halftime. Percy to pick up Alexar. Dennis to follow in straight behind, and there you go. It's all going to be down to Cressy. It is the last round of the first half, and look at this now from Sprout, as they are looking to go 8-7, and there you go. Dennis finds the last one of the Cressy. Works out perfectly for them. Short collapse there. Toby checking in with the whole team, the coach there in the background. And of course here still fully focused to go into that next round as well. Dennis currently in the middle of the screen there. It is a beautiful venue. It's beautiful what they've done with the arena. Of course, for those of you guys that are wondering, the tournament is happening live currently in Oldenburg in the EWE Arena. And yeah, I think the best looking venue and the best looking stage that we've had thus far for Meisterschaft. Although I did also like the setup over in Stuttgart, but that was definitely a smaller venue with less people in there. But still had a great time there as well as always. As yeah, Meisterschaft generally putting on a great show, and it's definitely a proving ground as well. I mean, we saw earlier Panthers, they did have 2 players that haven't really played at any of these like big stage lands before. I think they have had a couple of like just for fun lands where the prize money isn't too big, but actually to be playing on a stage is always something different. Being in the light, having a bunch of fans screaming and shouting, cheering for you or even against you. And that's a little bit of extra pressure that these players have to get used to. And I think JDC and Andy can only learn from that, and hopefully we see a couple of more lands where they also are able to attend and get to experience this. And of course, for those guys that missed it, Alternate Attack actually taking the double win on both maps. Not even having to reserve to a third map there. And with that, they did win it in overtime, 19-17, very, very close on both maps. But Atex, with 2 stand-ins, are first participants in the finals, and Sprout and Expert both looking to join them, but it's only going to be one of these 2 teams who are going to fight for first or second place. Of course, after this full best of 3, we do still have a show match going on later on as well. But for right now, it is just Expert against Sprout in this second semi-final of the day. Now, second half, Sprout on the T side, and Expert already shutting them down towards the B bomb set. The Pistrouts have been going strong for them, and it's a fact that Sprout have been struggling throughout the regular season as well. During the online play, their pistol rounds were really, really bad most of the time. And that's something that Percy also said himself, that they were having their issues there. So this is always something where Expert then could take the extra edge in the next couple of rounds, as they do win, or could probably win the pistol round now on the CT side. It's not all said and done just yet. Percy could still put everything onto one card, get 4 frags in this round, of course another 2, and then it's all fine. But that yet to happen. 40 seconds to go in the round. Would have enough time to make the rotation happen over towards the EA bomb site. Now knows that both players are there, but can't make it happen. Just too many opponents. And with that, Cressy and Syken working together, and it all works out for them. So, of course, for those guys that don't know what ESL Meisterschaft is, it is the German edition of the ESL National Championships. Of course, probably the biggest ones there are Meisterschaft, but also Championnat in France and also Premiership in the UK. And yeah, we regularly have the match days on Mondays, at least we did for this season. During the same time that Premiership was also on this main channel here, we were always on the B channel with Meisterschaft. But it is all looking great here. And now for Meisterschaft, at the end of 2018, we have the Winter 2018 season finals in Oldenburg. And a clean round here for Expert, as they did have the better weaponry up ahead of Sprout. And Sprout now, with that next round to come, will have the rifles back with them. And we'll see how they can perform now. And it is still way out of the ordinary here. We did see another timeout now for Sprout. And this is still the difference where you see a more experienced teams versus less experienced teams. Sprout, they know they can use these timeouts, work with them, and in the end, have a little bit of a better playstyle in my eye, because that's something that Panthers didn't utilize, and with that, we'll see how it's going to go. Yes, for those guys that are wondering how you actually qualify to have a team to play in Meisterschaft, you need at least 3 players from either Germany, Austria, or Switzerland. Most teams are German, or mostly German core. There is also a couple of teams that have Swiss or Austrian teams. Actually, Private is fully Austrian, and then Berserk did also have a couple of Swiss guys in there, and it is a Swiss org. But yeah, Sprout says they're a German team because there's 3 players that are German, and then Native Suffix and Percy, the 2 Danes, in the mix as well. Still, with that here, Alexar is going to find Favin early on. Yet again, the weaponry here for Expert, not exactly ideal. They do still have a lot of these SMGs all around, and only for Masters, no M4s. Still though, Native Suffix missing out, not hitting Scrunk just yet. And that's the bomb down for now. This is only going to make this round more difficult. Scrunk is going to find 2 in the round, as well as Alexar. And it's all going to be down to Percy in a 1v4. Brings it back to a 1-on-3. But still, on 28 HP to clutch this round through, is going to be a big, big task for the Dane. And definitely not easy at all. The re-smoke in towards main. Well, there you go. Skrunk's going to find that 3rd frag for him in the round. And there you go. They seem to be quite happy about it on the side of Expert. And that's kind of what we expect after a strong start here. Let's see how long it will take Sprout to actually pick up another round. They are now on the more preferred side generally for a map like Cash, although, of Of course, on paper, it's always slightly CT-sided. A lot of these teams within Meisterschaft generally play a stronger match on a T side. Still, we'll see how it's going to go, as Sprout currently down by 2 rounds and only pistols to work with. Syken with the early peak only takes a little bit of damage, down to 58 though. So we'll see how that goes. Scrunk picking up Spitty already. Boost here from Cressy up towards red. Is going to be great for them. Still though, Sprout, similar boost up in towards main. Don't know if that's going to offer them too much of an advantage though. Okay, they can look above that smoke, which is nice to see. Good angle there, but they still need that one explosive play that will enable them to actually make it out towards the site. I think they've been spotted, or at least Dennis has been spotted. Favin to take out Cressy though, and there you go. Now the play is on. It is a 4v4 situation for now. Alexar to find Favin, and there you go. It is time for Expert to maybe even line them up here. NATO Safix though with the Deagle. Finds yet another one, and now it's time for the bomb to go down. They will get it planted here as well. At least the extra money already here. We'll see now. NATO Safix yet again on that Deagle. He's been so strong time and time again. Now down to a 2-on-2, and this seems possible here for Sprouts. But no weaponry to reach just yet for the team. NATO Safix under pressure, but so is Percy. And they're working this together quite beautifully. And it is going to be NATO Safix to find the last one as well. 3 for him in the round. And the team coming together. NATO Safix very, very happy from it. And there you go. All smiles. Although Dennis still very, very focused there at the end of the desk. But what a round there from Sprout to win it. Yet again, only on a couple of Deagles. And there you go. You hate to see it, but that's what you get when Sprout is on the map. It is all gonna, all those predictions are just gonna go out the window, and a Sprout can win rounds that you don't see any other team winning most of the time. So yeah, for Expert, if they can win cash, then they have to finish it on Inferno, because I think Nuke is gonna go the way of Sprout. Would expect Sprout to win Inferno especially as well. But this here on cash, very, very tight at the start. And for me, it seems like Sprout still kind of having their issues here and there getting started, but I think as soon as they're hot, they are just going to be unstoppable. But then this second half here, still very, very slow now in round number 20 here for Sprout. There you go, smoke wall out in towards mid, flash to follow. That nade is going to do a good amount of damage though from Scrunk. Percy and Favin, the two of them taking a little bit of damage to at least bring it down to a 3-hitter. Or a 2-hitter with that Deagle, still hiding behind the sandbags. No one covering off his position at the moment. He's going to get free reign of that highway position at the moment. Favin still to come out on top, but by then the players from the site can look back around, check the angle, and it's all going to fall apart here, it seems like. Still 3 players to the site. It's heavily contested here. Cressy's going to fall. So does Syke, and Alexar still alive. The bomb can't go down. And with that, Alexar to pull things through. With the AWP and then the pistol in behind. Well, they can do it just about, but it is still going to be Sprout here. Not happy with that round. Can't string these rounds together just yet. And, yeah, no. Dennis, the match hasn't been all too happy about it seems. There you go, NATO Safix. Could have paid with his life there. Up against Light, but nobody really finds those shots. Right now, Sprout, not a lot to work with. Only NATO on the AWP, and then Dennis on the AKs, and then the rest is on the pistols. However, we've seen it before, even within this matchup just 2 rounds ago. Sprout can definitely do it with those pistols. There you go, though. Already announcing themselves towards the B bomb site. Already 3 players here for Expert, ready to defend as soon as the push comes out. And more to follow as well. Alex R takes out Favin. Well, in the end, that might just be a bait. Dennis is going to be trading onto Skrunk, though. Syken still close range under Heaven. Going to find one. Going to be traded back, though, as the 3-on-3 continues here. NATO Safik still going to fall to light as he is able to hang on to the site for now. Here you go, it is going to be Dennis firing the frag onto light as well. Chaos ensues on that B bomb site as Spitty and Dennis just about still alive. That nade could end them in the end, but it falls too far behind the players. Bomb goes down, though. Alex R from above. Spitty doesn't have a safe angle to play from because the bomb is planted in a position where he can't really cover it off. Alex R knows where he's at, though, now, and that re-peek didn't have to be possible. There you go. Coming together there for Expert, and they're very happy with that. Yeah, sorry about the frame rate. That seems to be an issue with our clean feed. That isn't giving us full 60 FPS right now. But at least it's running half smoothly right now. But yeah, apart from that, of course, it is being restreamed 3,000 times. Basically, I get the footage from Oldenburg, I stream it to ESL, and they put it online. Because I'm not actually at the venue, sadly, because that couldn't be done. Very, very unfortunate there, but of course, shout out to everyone that is at the venue and in the production there. And especially Rushley for observing. Always great to have him. But we'll see where it's going to go for Sprout, because I think that last round didn't have to go down that way. They could have held on to that just a little bit longer. The bomb was planted. We were still waiting for the player to drop down. Yeah, unlucky. I think that was the wrong peak in the end, but yeah, nothing that they can change now. Early nades on towards the A bomb site already. And you can see 4 Deagles here for Sprout, a single P250 to go along with that. Right now, Expert could start to run away with this. Already have a 3-round advantage. A little bit of damage being done early on. Not the world just yet, though. Everyone for Sprout stacked up in front of that A bomb site for now, though. Taking their time, but they have to go out in one explosive force, and that's not happened just yet. Alex R, Skrunk, both of them working together quite nicely. Spitty and Netosafix in the end do pick up too, but Cressy's still towards the site, and he can still have a field day there with the UMP, since no one on the other team has armor either. So with that, yeah, Spitty actually is going to be saved by Netosafix in the end. Both players tagged down low to 9 and 10 HP respectively. And it's all going to be down to Spitty. Still has an M4 to work with. Doesn't hit his shot just yet. Does find the headshot onto light, but not a frag just yet because it is just the M4. One single body hit. All we have to do is breathe on his neck and he's going to fall. And it is going to be Alex R to find the frag. Spitty going to fall, and it is going to be the next round here for Expert. 13-9 now. And well, Expert looking quite strong at the moment. And Sprout not quite up there just yet. Still a little bit of work to do here. A little bit disappointing, to be honest. I would have expected them to be doing a little bit more, especially on a map like Cash that is so puggy and open for anyone to work with. Sprout, though, back on a buy. Not all the utility in the world, though. Look at this. Percy's just going to run past Alex R. And that, well, unlucky there, but a great play from the German to take out the Dane. Faven, though, straight off the back of that, is going to trade back and at least bring it to a 4-4. Still, you can see Expert trying out new things. They have a little bit of a buffer to work with, going out a little bit more aggressively, and that's something that Sprout hasn't been able to deal with just yet. Cressy going to be traded back. 3-on-2 situation. The advantage now here for Sprout. And it might have just bitten them here for Expert. 1 player per site should be possible for them on the side of Sprout. Of course, if you do want to find out more about ESL Meisterschaft, go to pro.eslgaming.com/Deutschland. You can find all about the ESL Meisterschaft. And all about the other ESL tournaments as well. There you go. NATO and Faven working together, getting the bomb down on the B site. You can already see, though, Light still up above and Sighting to come in from behind as well. Especially the M4 will be great there. As now the pressure will commence from the player coming in from behind. Smoke out. And this is something that Faven might try and work with. He's going to find the headshot as well. Good stuff there as well. What is this from Light? Running no scope straight onto NATO Sapphics, but Faven is going to find that frag. But how do you find that? Light just running out, shooting with the AWP, and it all works out fine for him. What is that? And I mean, now Sprout, I can only imagine yet another pause from them. They have to win rounds here now if they do still want to have time on this first map here. Because right now the 3-round advantage for Expert is strong enough, but the pistols probably won't be strong enough to cover off Sprout here, but let's see what's going to happen. There you go, Light on the scout. Checking out in front of that B-bomb site. Smoke already out. But right now, Sprout just kind of being ready for it. Ready for a push even. But trying to close the gap over towards that site. Expert have barely anything to work with. It's 2 Deagles, the Scouts, a 5.7 and a CZ as well. It's really a mix of pistols alongside that Scout. Percy's going to take a little bit of damage down to 27. Not enough to drop him just yet, and with that, bomb goes down. Not a single frag to be found on either side just yet. I mean, Expert already falling back from this, just to have as best of a challenge in that next round as well, and especially to not have any reinvestment to try and challenge Sprout in that next round. They can keep all these weapons ready. And with that, the best part is as well that they can quite easily move on from that and then save all the money that they're not going to invest in the next round to still kind of keep an eye and keep a challenge in for Sprout. Let's see, though, how that's going to develop as Sprout, of course, win the round. And Expert can't buy just yet. But Sprout's still a ways to come back from this. And this right now, I mean, Sprout, they need this on their T side. They need to get another round in straight away. Expert themselves don't have a lot to work with, but Light almost lining up that shot. I would have thought that surely he's going to pull the trigger, but of course the X-ray only something that we have on our side. Not something that they enjoy as well. Still now, it is time for that push in towards the site. Sprout, yet again the B-bomb site uncontested as soon as they push in. Expert haven't really been trying to stay around, try to challenge them there, and that's something that definitely shows the difference between both teams here, because in the end, we would still say that Sprout themselves, of course, if they would only have pistols, would be that aggressive side, would still be trying to win these rounds with those pistols, as Expert just kind of sticks behind, doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Sprout, in the meantime, can build their own economy as well, a little bit strong on the T side, so even if Expert now make it 14, Sprout can still fight back even further. There you go. Spiddy's going to find Skrunk in the end as well. Yeah, just a little bit of extras taken out. This right now, though, Sprouts, you don't really see them too often when they're playing from a point where they're behind, but they're definitely doing a good job at the moment, trying to get back into it. Only one round separating them and Expert at the moment. And Expert, this is their bye. If they lose this one, then they are back to just forcing in the round. And then Sprout could be on the brink of winning that first map here on Cash. I love that we've seen so many close matches throughout these both semifinals thus far. Of course, this one just about getting started here on map 1. We're not even halfway done through it. And there you go. Cressy finds one. Fathom to trade back. The A bomb site is going to fall because the bomb goes down straight away. But still, right now, the big part is that Expert are already close towards the site. And I would rather see Spiddy all the way behind on the UMP to rotate back towards the site proper. Because otherwise, if the rest of the team falls, then he'll be too far away to actually challenge there still. Still, Nathan Safik's doing a good job. Only finding one, though. And they are going to return it to a 3-on-3 situation. But two of these players already tagged down though, so they're going to be easy targets for Spiddy to hit as well with his UMP. As he does find Alexar in the end. Percy can pick up one as well. And there you go, the round's over. Sprouts back in the game. And it is all tied up. But not only that, but now Expert, of course, lost bonus slowly but surely coming their way. But they're not out of the water just yet. But they're not going to be easily challenged now by Experts. And we'll see how that's going to go. It is just too tight to call for now. 3 Deegs, a P250, and a CZ to work with this. I'm a little bit more aggressive on those pistols. Sprout themselves want to play this as safe as they can. Already one player pushed out though, as now Alexar is in towards main. Here in towards garage. And he's going to pick up Percy, but trading straight back is NATO Safix. Now they have to make sure that they get a 2-for-1 trade at least onto those Expert guys. Otherwise, Sprout could still be challenged quite easily by these pistols. Such a close game throughout. Neither team has really shown that they're going to be the stronger side. As look at this back and forth going on. And Sprout mostly just playing catch-up. Two Deagles, P250, and a CZ still in the defense, but right now it's not really working out for them. Cressy gets a couple of tags in with that Deagle, but not good enough just yet. Skrunk now tapping away with that CZ from the site. Cressy also in there, in towards headshot. And now in a 3v3 situation, this is all possible still. The site's still contested, and now with 15 seconds to go, the panic's gone. And Cressy finds 2 on the Deagle here, as it's now all down to Faven. He falls to Skrunk. And Sprouts not able to take the advantage just yet. And that is so unfortunate on their side. As Expert do the same as Sprout did in that first half. Just kind of bring it through on a pistol round and not going to give them that lead just yet. I'll just repeat it for those of you guys that are just tuning in. Yes, we are aware that we're having a couple of lags, but that is actually already on the signal that I'm getting. The clean feed is lagging for me. I haven't dropped a single frame on my side in the past 5 hours of being live. So, fingers crossed it's going to stay like that from my side, but can't really do anything when we're getting low frame rates from our clean feed here. That is kind of always the challenge, because we're not actually on site in the arena in Oldenburg. We are doing a remote stream for these finals. Sprout, they need this round, otherwise it is going to be expert. There's always looking for a close game here. I'd expect this, maybe this will go to overtime. Maybe even expert to just shut this down straight away. Favin to find one, and there's players bunched up all in the center of it. Alexar to find a nade frag onto Percy. Apart from that, the advantage was on the side of Sprout. Skrunk now bringing it back, so is Syken. And there you go. The panic ensues on the A bomb site. Is all going to be down to Spitty, who is going to come in from behind. Has moved through B. And now we'll see. Could they really pick up the op to check out in towards Forklift? The flash comes out perfectly. Spitty looking for that kill. A 2v1 situation to clutch it out. He's already moved a far away here, but Syken was ready for it. Does find that headshot in the end, and Spitty, the wraparound from B. He was kind of the player that was missing towards the site, and that's where the lurk did come in to bite them, as I did warn about earlier. There you go. Expert were prepared for that. And it seems like they are going to win their own map pick at the moment. Never give up on Sprout, though. They do still have 5 AKs across the board, have plenty of utility as well, and this round could go either way. From the setup here, double up on the side of Expert, all 5 AKs on the side of Sprout, and there's such a strong rifling team as well. But here for the moment, it is still a question of who is going to come out on top. Sprout, of course, currently have 3 players in towards mid. One over towards the B bomb site as well. There's also Nate Safix further back, who is going to make his way to meet up with the rest of his team now. It seems like Sprout want to take it over towards the B bomb site. They were successful there before, but this time around it is going to be Syken to find the frag in towards mid. Now the execution bound to happen, and prone to fail here, because Expert currently still have a decent sight hold, but Percy and Spitty both hitting their shots. The site now open for the taking. Cressy's still back in, but it is going to be Percy to shut him down straight away, and it is still going to be a 2-on-2 as Syken finds the frag straight through the smoke. Bomb dropped very, very close towards CT spawn, but it has to go down and be planted first. A wide peek could have spotted Percy there, but it doesn't happen just yet, as Alexar stays a little bit on the safer side. Syken, though, to come in through vent is going to be taken out. And this is still, yeah, Percy, when you're dropping like that, you're not going to have a chance if you're Alexar. Doesn't hit the shot straight away. Doesn't even attempt any kind of no-scope, and with that, it is still Expert on the brink of winning this, but Sprout definitely within reach now as well to bring things back and maybe still forcing overtime here. (15-14) yet again, a regular time, and the setup here for Expert is not ideal at all. They have that one single M4, Cressy on a UMP, and it is all looking like it might be the round for Sprout to go to overtime here, to make it 3 for 3 on overtimes thus far. I mean, this, the perfect example of the ESL Meisterschaft, German Counter-Strike at its best. Right now, Sprout definitely showing they are still a force to be reckoned with. Difficult round here for Expert. Cressy already to fall. That's the UMP gone. Now it's all going to be down to that one M4 and also these pistols. Alex R is still here. Found one already. Looking for more as he finds a second. Does take a second shot on that one Deke, but does find it in the end with the headshot. Bomb still yet to make its way over towards the site, and it is going to be dropped straight on the site. As now Spitty has to come in from behind as well. Yet again, that lurking roll. It is just kind of the player missing towards the site at the moment. He has been spotted as well. Now they can all put their focus on Favin, find him, find control of the site, and now it's a 1v3 situation. This is all turned for the worse, and Expert looking like they are going to take the W here on map number 1. And yes, they are. 16-14, happy faces. Expert pick up their own map pick here on Cash. Of course, next map is going to be Inferno. Map pick of Sprout there. And that, of course, going to be a very, very strong one because Sprout, first of all, is very, very good on Inferno as well. And then if it does come to a full 3 maps, I would expect Sprout to also take the W later on Nuke then. But what a first map it has been. I think disappointment on the side of Sprout. And you can see, yeah, Toby currently talking to Dennis. And definitely disappointment there. And he seemed kind of the player that was, throughout the game, not really happy with the style that's gone down. And all around, though, we're saying GG. And yeah, kind of forget that and move on to the next map then, I guess. Not impressed at all on the Sprout side. And we'll see if they can come back stronger for that second map.
Champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Beast.
Game, record, and stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ding-a
was ein geiler Pass. Wie gut der das sieht. Vorgemacht, der Lebzeit. Das ist nicht so krass.
Verpasse nie wieder die Termine der ESL Meisterschaft. www.kalovo.de/ESL.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Slave for you.
Ripping harder, more less. Never stop, no rest. Till the stress is breath in my chest. Till it's diamonds wrapping my neck. Progress to a god from a god. Mess, hopeless, more tests. More blessed. Dug deep down, trying to find my best. Find a beast, had to kill a conquest. I'm next. I'm too on till I'm too off. Come down, make new thoughts. Like jumping off of that rooftop. Hold my camera when I do not to make moves based on my mood drops. Like who's lost? Like who's lost? It's yours. Steadily killing me, running my brain full of shame. I don't wanna lose it. I'm full of stage, trying to run my brain. I'm still something coming out of that rain. My team, really my team. I'ma never slow down. I'ma never behave. I'm stuck inside this prison, inside this cage. It's taking over. I'm a slave for you. I'm a slave.
to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Fada, fada.
Well, welcome back now to the ESL Meisterschaft. Of course, Sprouts up against Expert, now up on map 2. This is now the point where Sprouts on their own map pick have to step up, because thus far they haven't really been doing that. They did have their issues, of course, on map 1, kind of getting into it, but they need to start off strong, otherwise Expert could actually run away with this and could make it to the final against all odds. Most people going into it did think, of course, that Sprout would be up against Panthers in that grand final. Aztecs were able to beat Panthers within 2 maps, both in overtime, and now Expert, well, they take that first map, their own map pick, up against Sprout. It seemed like Dennis, who was not exactly having the match of his life, had a couple of issues getting into it, and was not happy at all with his performance as well. And now, though, Sprout, straight start onto the site here, and it seems to be working out quite nicely. as I did just mention him, Dennis, he's the first one to find a frag and already looking for more straight towards Ruins. And Inferno, well, one of my favorite maps and also a very, very strong map here for Sprout. Straight away though, Expert, they did take their time with this retake. Syke and Cressy working together, finding all those frags, and they do win the pistol as well. And this is always something that's throughout the season we've highlighted quite a lot of times, that Sprout in a pistol round is not something that they excel at. And it's kind of something that I'm disappointed at, because it hasn't really been what we would like to see most of the time. Yeah, right now, kind of disappointing that Sprout doesn't win that round straight away, but it is their own map pick. Presumably going to have more brought to the table as well. Of course, Expert, they did decide to start on the CT side, and they do start off strong there, win that first map already. Or sorry, win the first round already as well. And with that now, Sprouts, they've definitely got their work cut out for them. Thanks to the bomb plant, they do invest into a couple of deagles, but not much more than that. So they would still have the normal money going into the round after to be able to get some kind of buy going on that T side. But we'll see how it is going to develop. As Sprout on pistols, especially on those deagles, always strong. But right now, Syken, the first one to find a frag. Percy was the player to fall. And right now, it seems like Expert do want to go out hunting just a little bit. The best part is for Alexar, for him to just not go out too far out of his way. Otherwise, if he falls, then the B-bomb site would be open for the taking quite quickly. There you go, Scrunk already taken out Dennis. And looking like they want more as well. The big thing is that Sprout don't really have anything in hand to really challenge Expert here. They are so strong with the deagles time and time again. They are going to check Alexar's position, but they don't get anything from it. Seems like even, yeah, Expert right now almost playing a clean round. Favin in the end does pick up Alexar. That's going to be all she wrote. As Scrunk finds that last one, makes it 2-0 for Expert, and that is exactly the start that they would like to have on that CT side. Here on map number 2, of course, Expert still with the dreams to make it to the grand final. In the interviews, they said they could definitely beat them, but it is not going to be an easy task, and that is definitely something that I can only echo here as the caster, that the possibility is always there, especially within German Counter-Strike. There is always that possibility of a team that is maybe not as strong most of the time to actually come back into the mix, but I think Expert throughout the season, although they did only place 4th, were still a strong side that was definitely not to take out of the picture every single time. They did have their hiccups here and there during the regular season, but they seem to have been preparing quite well for these offline finals, while Sprout, I mean, they did have a couple more matches to play as well, and also had that offline tournament in Bucharest at Games Week, where they didn't perform as strongly. I think they were 4th there, or 3rd or 4th, something like that. But yeah, kind of unfortunate to see, as now here for the lads of Expert, they only want to continue things on further. Sprout, at least they've already found their opening to make their way, get those smokes ready. But same thing goes for Expert here. Most surprising thing for me is actually for Alexar to be ready with the smoke and not any other of his nades. But yeah, he did only have the smoke and decoy to work with, so still not a fan of those smokes generally, because most of the time you're just a little bit better off getting that spray down first and covering off that way. Sprout by now are able to make their way onto the site, and time should tell if they get the bomb down, which they will in the hands of Netasafix. And this right now is going to be Sprout's turn to really impress, because thus far it has just been Expert doing a far better job at that as well. Spinning now towards CT spawn, does find one on the Cressy, but not much more than that, and the retake is already in full action here. Netasafix finds a frag into Alexar. Still the push to come in. Dennis doing a good job, and Light and Syken working together as well. Look at that. They're just shutting down everyone. And 3 quick frags there for the team means that Sprouts end up losing that round. It was their first buy round. They did get the bomb down, however. And with that, due to this money situation, they can already get the next buy in straight after. However, you will actually see Netafix and Favin on 2 SMGs, same as Spitty. And I mean, I would have understood 2 SMGs, but 3 is a little bit, I don't know, it's stretching it a little bit in my regard. Because really, I think they would have been better off having that extra rifle in. We are going to see Netafix definitely keeping a lot of money still in hand just to make sure that he can afford the op when it becomes relevant. Cressy right now, though, is going to be taken out. Percy with that Molotov, and look how much damage has already been dealt to that Sprout side. Netafix just down to 2 HP. Favin down to 31. Dennis to fall against Scrunk, and there you go. That B defense not going to fall anytime soon. It's all going to be down to Spitty. Still has an AK to work with, but in a 1v5 situation, it is highly unlikely they can still pull this back. I mean, right now in a 1v5 situation, what are you going to do if you're Spitty? He's kind of been on the back lines a lot, just kind of lurking about and trying to be a thorn in the side of Expert, but hasn't been too successful with that. Only picking up maybe 1 frag at the most. And that's why a lot of these times, especially on Cash, I would have loved to see Spitty actually sticking to the team instead of playing that loose lurk. Because I think like a lot of these rounds on that first map on Cash could have been won if it weren't for Spitty a little bit further back. But let's see if they can bring back the mental game for the second map, or if Expert, as they start off strong, are going to be able to continue this on further. Right now, though, Sprout haven't won a round just yet, and in a 1v4 situation, Spitty is highly unlikely to do so. He's been spotted, and there you go. Alex Art finds the frag as well. Yeah, it is going to be 4-0 here straight off the bat. We can already see the first tactical timeout being called by Sprout, and that's a good time for it. But we'll see how that's going to bring it through, as right now, I don't know. I feel like Experts seem quite comfortable with it. You can see Scrunk and Cressy talking to each other, just kind of smiling, being happy about their current situation. The rest of the team seems a little bit more focused on that, but all working out fine. Of course, last season, Expert did still play under the name Friendly Fire before they did then announce their signing with Expert. This configuration is working out quite nicely as well. Percy's going to find one, but it is going to be traded back out by Light. Alex R now 2 quick frags on the spray down in towards Banana. Of course, it's only up against those Deagles at the moment. Especially, I mean, yeah, Favin's going to be taken out. Spitty a mile away in towards second mid at the moment. And tries to come to underpass, but they can hear him already. Syken ready for it. Finds that shot, and there you go. 5-0 here for Expert. They win yet another round, and Sprouts are left wondering what's happening right now, as they're not out of it just yet. They do still have a little bit of time to work with, but slowly but surely they have to start getting on it here. Sprout thus far here on Inferno haven't actually found their footing. A little bit disappointing there, but you know, what can you say? There's not much that we can do for now, at least. Early damage being dealt, going the way of Expert. They find that first frag straight into towards the apartments as well. They did spot 3 players there, though, so it would be at a time to pressure the B-bomb site now. Syken did find one, but you can already see them repositioning here. Alex R, yet again, smoke out. He's going to smoke in towards Banana, but they're already way past that. And there you go, Alex R and Scrunk still spraying through, finding those frags. Percy is going to find one, but it is a 4v2 situation. bomb hasn't gone down just yet, and with that, Percy down to 15. Alexar out in the mix through that smoke. NATO Safix doesn't hit his shot, but he is going to find the no-scope. Still a 1v3 situation, and right now it seems like Expert are having a decent time here on the CT side, and I mean, this has to be a blow for Sprout, because yet again they go for that full execute, but then they're shut down by Skrunk and Alexar. Close range. The rotate is in fast enough, and NATO Safix now in a 3v1 situation. He has to get this bomb down. I mean, he's been spotted already. Bomb plant, he's stopped for now. Syken gonna fall. Yet again a no-scope here for NATO Safix, and this is just NATO things. He did spot the shoulder, or the elbow there, from Gressy. I think it was light further back, but still doesn't actually find that frag. NATO Safix, how do you do this? But it will be light to close it out, and in the end, he's going to be a 6-0 here. Expert not going to be shut down just yet, and light, yet again, they win a round. More money in the hands of Expert, and right now, looking very, very strong on their CT side on the second map. And they did win cash as well, making it very, very close, 16-14, but Sprout right now seem to be having issues. This also from my side a little bit disappointing, because I would have thought that Sprout was going to be stronger getting into this. I mean, in the pregame I did trust them a little bit more than this. And I don't know what to say about it, because right now it seems like the whole team for Sprout doesn't know what they want to work with. Lucko there, but there you go, 6-0. The start here. Look at Alexar's performance, carrying the team thus far. 235 ADR. Very, very strong. Here on map 2, Dennis found himself a little bit more than Percy and Favin did. But of course, he was also the bottom frag from that first map, from what I remember. Let's see. Sprout yet again with another buy round. Is this going to be it? Dennis goes up banana, quick and easy fashion, but not for Alexar, because he's going to be taking him out straight away on that peak. And I would have loved to see Dennis's reaction straight after that frag, because his temper has been a downturn also, at least after that first map. He seemed to be very, very disappointed from that first map, and we'll see what's going to go. Now though, NATO Safix, Percy and Spitty, all three working together. But I mean, Expert currently all focused over towards the A-bomb site. Even Alexar falling back from this, down in towards CT spawn. Just wants to be sure that he can retreat from this, find the frag onto Percy as well. And now the smoke, of course, is gone. The rotation already happening from Sprout to go back over towards the A-bomb site. 4 players there ready and waiting for them to push in. Now it's just a question of time until Expert shut them down in this round as well. Maybe, just maybe, Safix and Spitty can pull something crazy out of their sleeves. Hasn't gone down this way just yet, and it is going to be down to NATO Safix. 56 HP, but he is going to fall. Cressy does it quite well. And 3 players surviving here for Expert. Of course, they have all the money in the world at the moment on that CT side. And Sprout, well, they're left forcing on a couple of pistols. They will keep money in the bank for that next round to come. As right now, of course, loss bonus is at its max for the past couple of rounds. But Sprout, at least within this first half, they are already 7-0 down. It seems like Expert, with the setup that Sprout currently have, is going to be there to also pick up the lead going in towards halftime. I mean, from such a close match on that first map, it is quite surprising to see this turn of events. It's gone 7-0 now for Expert. And no real chance for Sprout to fight back from this still. Cressy now doing a good job picking up both Favin and Percy straight away. Dennis is there to trade back though. He's going to be taken out by Light, but now the 2-on-2 situation. Bomb hasn't gone down just yet. Light falls on the site. Alexar brings it back to a 1-on-1. The bomb can go down for Spitty though, now that he can move it towards the site. Alexar on the op. A retake with an op in a 1v1 situation isn't easy. And this should be the first round for Sprout, really. We'll see how it's going to go down. Pistol out for Alexar. Has no idea where Spitty is actually at. Can only guess, and right now I think that Spitty would have the better chances of actually winning this round. Bomb already ticking fast enough, and there you go. Spitty finds it, and finally the first round here for Sprout. 7-1, and now it's time for them to strike back on this T side. Now it's time for them to get back into it. Dennis seems calm and relaxed, and so does the rest of the team. Is now they just have to stick to what they know and have to try and come back from this. Yeah, not a 16-0 here, that's for sure. And it would have been very, very surprising if after a 16-14 on Expert's own map, then Sprout were to drop their own map pick 16-0. I think there's still plenty to play with on the side of Sprout, but slowly but surely they have to start winning rounds. Inferno, one of those maps. 8-7 at the top, 9-6 halves are usual. But right now, yeah, this is it. Nito Safix finally finding the opener as well, alongside Dennis. Found that first frag as well. And now, though, rest of Expert only over towards the A-bomb site have made no attempt just yet of actually rotating over, because they want to keep their weapons alive and keep a challenge going towards that next round. They won't have the money to buy up on for that next round to have everyone on a rifle either way, but they will have at least those 2 rifles and the op. And this now for Sprout. Consecutive rounds for now. How many can they get before it's time for Expert to come straight back into it? Or maybe, who knows, maybe it'll just be Sprout taking their time here on Inferno, and now it's going to be their run over towards a clean second half as well. Yeah, maybe the losing streak is going to stay broken now. It takes such a feat to actually, when you are 7-0 down, to find that first round, and then once you do find it, of course, a big drop, then just going to make sure that you continue on like that. I love that Expert. I mean, they have 5 rounds in hand over Sprout. They do call that timeout quite early on here as well. Let's see, 2 rounds now already here for Sprouts. How many more can they get? As now Expert here on their CT side have been dominating thus far. There you go. Game ready to go live once more. Here you go now as well. Of course it is 7-2 at the moment. Can they now keep things going? Of course, Expert do still have a buy, although it's not exactly ideal. Alexar, only on the UMP early on, is going to be dropped by Dennis. And Skrunk doesn't have much more to work with either. Only that UMP there. Well, Dennis, nice shot on the nade there. Straight over towards Light. Taken out, and Percy as well finds a frag onto Skrunk, and this is now the time for Sprout. Surely they're not going to lose this one, as now, yet again, Expert all the way falling back. Cressy and Syken just want to hang on to their rifles, and it seems like this round as well is going to go the way of Sprout. Love to see them going for a little bit of a hunt. Spitty already looking for more here, trying to make sure that Expert don't have a chance in that next round to come to have any weaponry at their disposal. Of course, every little bit that they do have is going to give them a slight advantage going forward. Better than the other rounds that could have happened. Like that though, Spitty to be taken out by Syken. He's still towards the site, doing a good job. Cressy's position has gone away now as well. Exactly where he's at. Favin picks him up. And now it's all just going to be down to Syken. I mean, he's just going to be hanging on. I highly doubt that he can save this weapon through. Doesn't even find another frag. Favin would have been tagged down low, but that doesn't even happen there either. And there you go, Sprout now. I don't want to call it too early, but now is their chance to come back into it. let's hope for the sake of a close game that they can come back. They can bring it down to the wire as well. Because thus far, really, it hasn't even been Expert who's just putting on a tremendous performance. It has mostly just been Sprout having issues on their own T side, actually finding their footing there. Look at this here, the pistol rush works out towards Banana. They do pick up 3 frags. I mean, that for very little investment actually into that round. Only a couple of P250s, I think, actually going into it. In the end, it is going to come down to 8Ks for Sprout. Favin and Spitty just to bring the bomb over towards the A bomb site, have it ready there, and then also win the round off the back of that. A 4th round seems to be coming in here for Sprout. Now, the question is, how long will it take until Expert actually strike back? I mean, to be honest, I do still love this comeback here from Sprout for now, but yeah, let's not hope that I curse that too much. But of course, I have heard it slightly in the background as well from the casters that are echoing through the crowd mics in Oldenburg as well. For those guys that are wondering what you guys are currently watching, it is the ESL Meisterschaft finals coming to you live from Oldenburg, or at least the feed is coming to you live from Oldenburg. My commentary is coming to you from Stuttgart. But yeah, a little info to me, and why Meisterschaft is great is it's of course a German championship. All the stuff in the venue is actually in German, so even the interviews here, I can kind of translate to you what they're saying, because I am actually German as well, or half German, and the other half British, although I sound nothing like a Brit at all, as, yeah, it's not really my place to be. My English sounds a little bit more NA Canadian than anything, but yeah. There you go. It's a little bit to me until we're now back into the round, and Light shows us Expert is back as well. They have a nice buy. Light has an AWP in his hands, and of course, on a map like Inferno, AWPing can be difficult at times, especially finding those mid picks, as it can be very, very chaotical, or even teams can completely not even play into mid at all and just use apps or then via second mid. Right now, though, has worked out for Light, at least for that round. Skrunk finds one from behind as well. The 1-for-1 trade's going strong, but it is going to be Cressy still towards the site. Bomb down for now. He's doing a good job holding on while the rest of the team is getting into position. Alexar coming in from short, finding that frag. And there you go. It's all fine for them. Expert are straight back into it. And right now, Expert will be taking the lead going in towards that halftime as well. Do have 8 rounds on the board now. Yeah, no one would guess that I'm British. Because my English has literally no British influence at all, although I am half British. Haven't actually lived there, but I did live in Canada, so that's why I sound a little bit more NA than anything. But yeah, there you go. Either way, enough about me. Back to Sprout and Expert as right now. Percy finds that frag. I would have thought that even Expert would have came out on top with that battle at the top of mid, or sorry, at the top of Banana there. But it seems like the battle at the top of mid currently going the way of Spitty. At least he was given a lot of space, but he is going to fall back and link back up with his team. And this is something where we've kind of criticized him as well, maybe going a little bit too far out of his way to lurk around. But he has now gone back towards Banana, link up with his team, and now that push is going to come out. Still Alexar and also Cressy towards this B bomb site, both towards Shadow. If you find one player towards Shadow, you're not going to expect the second one to be there as well. Cressy to line up 2 and a third as well. And now it's all going to be down to NATO Safix. The bomb's been planted, of course, but in a 1v3 situation, this retake seems all too possible for Expert, as Syken comes flying around the corner with the AUG in hand, finds that headshot, and there you go. Expert now with a 9-4, and they've stopped that comeback. Pretty much completely dead now for Sprout, although they do still have a bye round coming up in that next one still. Well, that's been it, and that's just kind of now Expert's time to maybe even go double digits within that first half. And this is really quite surprising to me because I wouldn't have expected them to be this strong. But of course, I did say if they do want to have a chance at winning this matchup, it has to be on the first 2 maps. Otherwise, I would expect Nuke to definitely go the way of Sprout. But Expert seems very, very strong, well prepared to go into this. And Sprout just not finding their winning ways here. Neither really on Gash, nor now on Inferno. Here you go, Percy is going to pick up Alex R. In this early 4v4 situation, he's maybe going to make it a little bit more difficult for Expert because it does spread their defenses a little thinner than the attack for Sprout. You can still attack with 4 players going. But yet again, Spitty, early look in towards mid already. Checking out what's going on towards the A bomb site. Spitty this time actually being successful, picking up Cressy, but of course Syken's still there as well. Going to be dropped as well. The rotation quick to follow as now Sprout have the opportunity to get that bomb down over towards the A bomb site, and this should now be a save from Skrunk and Light as they do have double ops, and with that, not really a chance at getting back into a situation where they can sufficiently retake the site, especially not knowing where Sprout or how deep into CT spawn potentially they are going to be. So with that, just sticking to the site, making sure that they can bring those ops through into the next round. And it should be fine for them. Sprout, with the little money they have, they're not going to go out hunting just yet. They have to make sure they have enough money still left in their pocket for those last 2 rounds before halftime here as well. So with the way that Spitty has now found those 2 openers towards the A bomb site, I wouldn't be too surprised if they are actually going to go towards a quick push over towards the A bomb site. Let's see how their approach play is going to go. Time and time again, they have tried to challenge over towards that B bomb site. It's been working out for them to at least make it onto the site, but then only like 3 players still alive. The retake comes in, and an Expert just dominate in all that chaos. They've been doing a good job with that. As now, of course, today, plenty of ESL national championships are going on. I think ESL CSGO B, so pretty much this link, but with a B on it behind, is currently featuring the ESL Italy Championship as well in Counter-Strike. So maybe check that as well if you do want to check out Italian CS for a change, which is a little bit more aggressive most of the times for what I've followed it. That you generally just see a lot of aggressive pushes from the little Italian CS that I did watch. But yeah, Southern European CS, also a difference to the rest of Europe. And also then towards CIS regions. Of course, every region kind of has their own playstyle. Right now, those nades at the top of Banana are going to push Skrunk and Alex R back towards that B bomb site. Interesting to see now. They do have a little bit of a wider setup in this round. They did keep their options open to maybe even push over towards the A bomb site. But as Nato Zapfix finds the opener onto Skrunk, now the push could be on towards the B site. Look at that though. With that Molotov, they're delayed and they're already looking like they want to rotate. Or maybe just push a couple more players back to get those smokes and flashes in place. But look at this, Spitty now challenging in towards mid. Light did actually go for the shot. Would have thought that he would have hit that as well. And this now, yeah, Sprout pretty much bunched up at the top of Banana, ready to push in towards the B bomb site. Alex R on the other side of the smoke, actually in the smoke still. Does take a little bit of damage from that Molotov, falls back in towards CT spawn though. He's fine with that, conceding on the map control here. Just to wait for the rest of his team to push back in. Nathan Sapphire is going to be taken out by Alex R. A good job there for him as Dennis is going to find Syke in the same moment. Alex R does have an AWP at his disposal now as well. Double AWPing retake. Supposed to be quite tough, but as the bomb goes down now, the question is, can Expert get back into this? Or will it be Sprout to actually win this round, make it 9-6, avoid double digits for Expert towards halftime? There you go. Right now, after Expert did already win that first map, they are going to go 9-6 here at halftime. And this right now is going to be interesting to see. How is it going to go in that second half still to come? Sprout definitely still a couple of rounds down, and the way that pistols have been going for them isn't great thus far. They would need a proper pistol to get it in and then also be ready to challenge them on further. Otherwise, it is going to be tough for them. And then it could end up being Expert extending their lead straight off the bat in that second half here on map 2 on the map pick of Sprout, and then running away with it. We'll see what they can do in that pistol and go on from that. But thus far, it's all up in the balance here. There you go, Sprout on this pistol. 4 players up towards the B bomb site, up towards Banana. And look at this, the flash was good, but not good enough. Still though, Nathan Safix close range is going to be hitting those USP headshots. 3 for him already. However, still Expert on those Glocks close range. They are stronger, they can shoot faster. They are going to be coming out on top. It is going to be a 2-on-1 situation. Person to be coming in from behind. They know exactly where he's at now. Can't hit headshots just yet on the USP. And with that, the bomb already down. Does have a kit to work with. Also a little bit of body armor. However, it is looking more and more like Expert are going to go double digits with a 10-6 lead here. Look at this though, Percy coming in from behind, not hitting his shots. Light not recognizing it fast enough. The communication missing here on the side of Expert, and that could have cost them the round. Still, Percy finds it and does have a kit as well. It will be a very, very tight defuse, but we'll have it just in time. All good here for Sprout as they pick up the pistol. And look at that. Listen to the cheer in the background as well. The crowd has come alive. And there you go, Sprout finally with a pistol. Is this going to be their time to win the map now as well? Straight away, it goes 9-7. Still the score advantage on the side of Expert. They're still up here. But Sprout now in a situation where theoretically they can pull it back to at least a 9-8. If they then win the next round and make it 9-9, then they're bound to win a 10th round as well. And I can only imagine that that round communication issue definitely on the side of Expert, because you did see the player back in quad actually repositioning from the player in from Percy all the way in Ruins, but then light close range just wasn't in there, sadly. The comms being the issues here for Expert seem to have been a similar issue earlier for Sprout. As now they're into it, they're on the CT side, it is their own map pick, so let's see what they can do. As now they do win first round in the second half. They are still down slightly, but that can all be changed within this and the next round. If they come back to a 9-9 scoreline, bring it level, and then maybe even take the lead on from that. But that, not quite sure just yet. After a 7-0 start for Expert, Sprout now back to a 9-7. And look at that though from Psych, and he's already found that opener. Look at what? What's that up against Faven here? Running, gunning with that deagle, hitting the headshot straight in towards CT spawn. They can wrap around on Dennis here as well, who is still locked down at the bottom of Banana. Up against 2, and Skrunk looking for that frag. Dennis going to find 1, but that's going to be all she wrote. And with that, it's all going to be down to Nate Safix and Percy. A UMP and an M4 to work with it. It seems like Expert, they don't care. They're going to go double digits from this anyways. Is now in a 3v1 situation. Can Percy clutch it out again as he did in that previous? Or is this going to be the 10th for Expert? I mean, surely not. Absolutely ridiculous start there from Syken. Straight in towards CT spawn. Completely baffled off the back of that, really. But now Percy in a 1v3 situation. I mean, surely 1v2 works out, but a 1v3, he would have a kit, but he's already fallen back from this. And this is about as horrible as it can come for Sprout. What were those running headshots from Syken, though? Alexar is going to fall, but I'm absolutely speechless. Absolutely speechless off the back of that. I'm absolutely lost for words here. This man, Syken. Magic on that deagle, but yeah, I guess it's time to move on. The thing is, for Sprout, I would imagine them calling a timeout here even, because there is no real way for them to move on, because what can they do? They won't have any money going into this. It's not a great deal. They were just shut down straight away. And on that CT side, they are now going to be fully reset as well. And I mean, I would have imagined Expert put a challenge in with it, but not as strong as that. Let's see where they're going to go. Now, it is back in Sprout's court. They can still win this round. We've had a time in the regular season where we had 5 rounds in a row that was just back and forth, with either team winning rounds just with their forces and it working out. Look at that nade stack at the top of Banana, though. Alexar taking out Spitty already. The early advantage if it weren't just for the rifles anyways. Right now you can see Light also into it. Taking out Fab now in a 5v3 situation. I mean, this is so devastating for Sprout here because this is going to put Expert probably to an 11-7, but there I see. Don't always underestimate them. Dennis picking up 2 on the UMP, but is that all? Is that going to be all that they can get? Is that just going to be the message for Expert? Okay, let's rotate off the back of this, go over to the A bomb site, lock it down safely, and it all works out for them. Yes. Of course, Sprout always going to keep trying, even with buys. You would expect them to just save through, where Expert in their games just kind of saved through and made sure, well, no, we want to have the extra money to work with. We want to have the extra rifles to work with. And right now, Dennis on just 1 HP will have an M4, but that's all he's going to get. He's nothing. Those 2 frags over towards B, but then he gets shut down in towards Library. An Expert now, I don't know, I don't want to call it too early, and I hate to say it, but right now it doesn't seem like Sprout have really arrived here in Oldenburg. And I mean, a lot of us going into this would have thought that Sprout, they're going to have an easy time walking to a W here for ESL Meisterschaft for the Winter 2018 season. But who knows? Expert might be looking for the double this weekend. Of course, Atax in the interview, Zonix himself said they're not worried of either opponent, but they would expect Sprout to be a little bit better. Right now, though, of course, Expert, they've already won the 99 Liga Championship this season. So let's see if they can get the German double with the Meisterschaft as well. So Skrunk spraying down Nato Safix works out for him, but of course, I mean, Sprout, they don't really have too much to work with here. Skrunk kind of left with 2 targets here. Doesn't do too much in the end. He's going to be relying on his teammates just to find that. Percy tapping away with the USP, looking for more. A lot of these opponents are tagged down low already and could be easy targets if he hits headshots. Hasn't happened just yet in the rotation now towards B, already happening. The bomb leading the charge there in the hands of Syken. Sorry about that, but now the bomb goes down. Percy, he's just USP in hand over towards the apartments, and that's going to be the round for him as well. Well, not exactly what we expected. Expert now with a 5-round lead ahead of Sprout, especially here on this second map. First semi did go 2-0 as well. Of course, after this semi-final, we are going to be going to a show match, and then we'll be back for the grand final. So both teams that are participating in the grand final do have a little bit of time to rest as well. course, Alternate Atex played their game early on against Panthers. Did end up winning 2-0, both in overtime though, 19-17. So very, very tight there. But this here, first map went down 16-14. Expert had the lead there as well. Sprout now, yet again, they have to start a comeback here. Is it going to be enough for them? As of course, we are live with the second semi-final of the ESL Meisterschaft, live from Oldenburg. If people are wondering why it's lagging from time to time, it's because the clean feed is lagging that I'm getting from Oldenburg. And then I've been streaming for the past 6 hours with not a single drop frame on my side, which is quite nice for a Saturday. Germany does have issues with internet on Saturdays. But yeah, don't know what the issue is at currently. Might just be YouTube and the clean feed. But right now, Alex R is going to be picking up Dennis. That's the first frag going the way of Expert already, as they try to just shut down Sprout. I mean, 5 rounds already. What difference does it make here, as Expert inch ever so closer, maybe even taking a 2-0 W, and maybe even a quite convincing fashion here on the second map as well, as Sprout just been having their issues here and there. And this is definitely disappointing from what we've seen from Sprouts. They were quite humble going into it as well. Of course, Expert winning the regular season at just the 4th place. They had everything to fight for in these playoffs. Seiken's already been spotted. Of course, right now, Expert just out for the hunt, trying to take out as many weapons as they can up against Sprout, just to even will make the next round a little bit easier in the end. Nathan Safix holding on just about here on 10 HP. So does Percy. A little bit more to work with, but yeah, right now 13-7. A lot of these people said it's going to be easy for Sprout. I was one of them as well, but right now Expert are proving all of us wrong, showing us what they can do. Of course, big shout out to the whole org. They've been with this Counter-Strike team since the start of September now. Actually announced officially, and with that, quite a good first season under the name of Expert Esport for their Counter-Strike team. 99 Damage League, and what is looking for maybe even making it into the grand final of the ESL Meisterschaft up against Atex later on. Right now though, 5 players still alive here for Expert. They're in a 5v3 situation up against Sprout. And I mean, NATO, Percy and Spitty at some stage, they have to go for one of these low man retakes, but it's not going to be this one. And it is going to put Expert up to a 14th round, as now Sprout as well. I mean, what do they have to fight for? They lose those first 2 frags early on. And I mean, a lot of damage being dealt for sure. Psyche and Skrunk, both of them down to 7 and 1 HP. And then Cressy down to 52. He was definitely tagged as well. But what good does it do if they don't end up winning around here on the side of Sprout when they do a lot of damage? Well, in the end, it pushes up an ADR. Not the kills that you need to actually retake on this CT side and get that defuse in as well. 14-7 now. 14 rounds. That's double of what Sprout have at the moment. An Expert. Look at the smiles there across the team. Now they cannot let this get away from them. And well, let's see how it's going to go. Is this going to be the last 2 rounds? As of course, yet again, Sprouts, they do have a bye here. It is Spitty just down to a UMP, but the rest of the team is here in with a bye. And M4 and AK, the AUG and the AWP as well for NATO Safix. Very important for him, of course, to have the AWP, but he hasn't been having a stellar performance either. Only on 13 frags. Well, of course, that first map was strong for them. And right now, this here for Expert, yet to find their first frag in the round, but Sprout at the moment a little bit further back. Cressy to find that frag on to Percy. There you go, Nathan Safix, the other Dane still towards the site, doesn't hit his shot, and with that, There's yet again a 5v3 situation. Bomb's going to go down. Sprout is falling back to have a bye in that last round, potentially. Because Expert are looking to move over to the grand final here. And I mean, to have both semi-finals finish in a 2-0 style, especially as pretty much everyone thought, well, surely it's going to be Panthers to move on to the grand final. Surely it's not going to be Atax with 2 stand-ins in their coach and also Zonix, who's been inactive for such a long time. And then Sprout, the reigning champions right now, to drop in a 2-0, especially a second map, an Inferno, their own map pick. Could all end up 15-7. Who knows? Will it be enough for Sprout? They will all have rifles at their disposal. But we'll see how it's going to go. This could all be it, though. As Expert on their mission to win both major titles within German Counter-Strike within the same season, their first season as an org in professional Counter-Strike. They did have a female team all the way back when Expert did have a different organization in the back of it. Who, of course, been renamed now after they stopped the deal with Expert themselves. And now, well, it's all down to this round. Can Sprout take it away and move it on? It would be a far way to come back. It's 8 rounds to go just to tie things up and move it to overtime. And right now, Syken already opening up the B-bomb site. Dennis to drop. Fab in close range is going to pick up 2, but that's going to be it. 3v3 situation, and the B-bomb site is open for the taking. It's Alex R already in towards CT spawn. Spitty spraying away. Checking that angle though, but he doesn't hit the shot straight away. Alex R out with the headshot. There you go, 3v2 advantage. NATO Safix the next one to drop, and it's all going to be down to Percy. He's clutched to pick up that pistol round in the second half. But surely he's not going to bring this to let Sprout live another day where they won't have enough money in the next round either way. 3 players still alive for Expert, and Cressy makes it 16-7 after 16-14 here for Expert as they move on to the grand final where they will face off up against alternate Atax. And this was not the final anyone was expecting. And Atax, they are through to it, and this, well, is something that no one expected. Look at that. Smiles across Expert. And well, a 16-14 and a 16-7. Not exactly what Sprouts were looking for. And that is just so strong to see from Expert here. But I think it's time for an interview. I'll do my best yet again to try and translate for you guys live as it happens.
Dankeschön, Knochen. Oldenburg, die ESL Meisterschaft steht Kopf. Expert Esport hiermit im Finale.
So of course, saying that Expert definitely messed things up. Unexpected here for the grand final. He's there with Scrunk.
Es ist so gefühlt so ein bisschen unsere Halbfinalstradition eigentlich, hier zu stehen, das Interview zu führen. Und wir haben
so it's a semi-final tradition where the two of them always do the interview there. And yet again, Scrunk. He's asking how he's feeling, and Scrunk just saying he's kind of chill. All good for him, and yeah, it's a tradition now for the semi-final interviews, and he was ready for it, and maybe didn't expect it as much, but very, very happy about their performance. Talking about the strong performance that Expert had throughout this matchup.
Du hast selber gesagt, du hast irgendwann gemerkt, es könnte funktionieren. Was war für dich
and saying that, of course, Scrunk noticed that it might work for them, and what was the point where they really thought that it was going to come through for them? So after they didn't exactly lose the first anti-eco straight away, then they were able to think it is possible on Inferno. And then everyone came together, brought it out, and it worked out in the end. So of course, the big curse for Scrunk, that he's always been second and never really won it, and is he going to be lifting the trophy? And he says yes, he thinks he is. And now talking about Atex, the grand final coming up. So he says that they just have to play their normal game and say that Atex played a very good semi-final, but so did Expert. And they're a mixed team, and Expert do have the experience altogether. They've played together all the time, and they do have the set strats, and they think they have a good chance to also bring that through, and hope that it isn't going to be a two-puggy game either. So of course, congrats again to Expert as they win that there. And yeah, a strong performance all throughout for the guys of Expert. Yet again, the German stream also just noticed it. Well, underdogs kind of making it to the grand final. Atex, those two stand-ins, both NKJ, their coach, and also Tonix, who used to play for Atex but has been inactive for quite a while and has just kind of been, well, taking a role of a TV presenter and also streamer, of course. But he's now back in the mix, and it is Atex up against Expert in the grand final. The one grand final that I for sure didn't expect to see today. And yeah, of course, with that, what a game, and some insane passages, but I think it also comes down to the way that Sprout played it, and they just weren't on point today, and Expert were on point every single time, and to win 16-7 shows their dominance. That's just not even on the bad side for Sprout, but also how strong Expert can be, and they've proven that now. Can they win the double when they go up in the grand final up against Atex, or will it be Atex to be crowned a champion today for the Winter 2018 season, as of course 2018 for Counter-Strike is also coming to an end slowly but surely. Well, this has been it for now. I'll be back with you guys for that grand final. Actually, next up, we do have the show match, which will be happening on stage as well, so that should be fine. A best of one on Tuscan, which should be a great match to see. And with that, of course, thank you for tuning in already for these semi-finals. Up next, the show match on Tuscan. Then we move into the big grand final. Expert Esports up against alternate Atex. So stick with us here on ESL CSGO.
Beast.
Game, record, and stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ching-a-ching-ching. 'Cause we don't really care, I ting-a-ting-ting. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Cold as ice, ba-ling-a-ling-ling. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ching-a-ching.
They say it is about the journey and not the destination. That is true for those who don't know where they're going. That is true for those who don't know what they want to achieve. Is it about the journey? That depends on the destination.
Boah, was ein geiler Pass! Wie gut der das sieht! Sorge macht der Lebzeit eben! Das ist nicht so krass!
Verpasse nie wieder die Termine der ESL Meisterschaft. www.kalovo.de/ESL.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
These mortals have awakened the gods of old. We rise from our slumber to reveal our true power. Focus fire. Now to strike. To strike.
Past my reflection, thinking about what you mentioned. It was supposed to be the one to take every last pain away. Nothing on our loving, maybe time told us that we were different. Did it break you down? Staring at the ceiling, fighting off a feeling. I just don't wanna come down, don't wanna go back to how I used to be.
never reminded, never taking whatever you told me. I know what I could be. Making emotion paintable and so tell me, is this what you made me?
Times and decades, never to return, never to feel whole. Isn't it so easy to lose yourself in time, to draw a finish line, to give yourself to one beyond what's good and bad? It kills me not to know.
Stand sein solltet, in der Area hier drüben, könnt ihr euch anmelden fürs Showmatch mit mir und aber auch gegen mich. Ja? Wir spielen nämlich ein 3 gegen 3 auf der Summoners Rift Map und im Gegnerteam wird Lonely sein. Also wir haben echt einen Pro-Spieler mit dabei und ich durfte ja von euch ausgewählt einen Champion bekommen und ich glaube, was ist es geworden? Shaco. Es gab halt ein paar Champions, die ich kann. Shaco habe ich noch nicht ein einziges Mal in meinem Leben gespielt. Aber das wird bestimmt sehr, sehr lustig. Falls ihr mitspielen wollt, könnt ihr das noch machen. Hier wird heute beim Wüstenrotstand auch ausgelost, wer dann letztendlich in die Teams reinkommt. Also, wenn ihr Diamond Plus seid, ruft mich an und dann gucken wir mal, wie es läuft. Also, ich freue mich sehr. Showmatch wird bestimmt spannend. Bis dahin. Und damit hallo und herzlich willkommen zurück zur ESL Meisterschaft 2018. Oldenburg, geht's euch gut? Ich wollte schon den ganzen Tag was ausprobieren mit euch. Ich würde da ganz gerne euch alle einladen, herzlich mitzumachen. Wir machen eine kleine Back-and-Forth-Übung, um so ein bisschen eure Organe zu testen. Wir machen das
so, of course, now ESL Meisterschaft is back here. A little cheer going on in the arena. But there you go. I have taken off the suit for now and just kind of keeping it a little bit more casual now that we're going in a show match into a sec. That video that you just saw was the info for the show match for League of Legends. That, of course, is going on tomorrow. Right now, we have a CSGO show match. So yeah, low audio. It's very quiet. What? Literally nothing has been changed on the level at all from that. Maybe you guys are still on the clean feed though, and that might be a little quiet. Still, a little louder. There you go. But, to be honest, I have no idea what's going on with this show match. I don't know who's playing. I know that it's a bunch of people from the audience, but I don't know what is actually happening. So let's take a quick look into the arena and see if we can find out what's going on by listening to the host.
Man merkt das auf jeden Fall. Und wenn ich gleich Burg sage, sagt ihr Olden. Versteht ihr? Egal. Hi, hallo, guten Tag. Entschuldigen Sie die Störung. Mein Name ist Lixerboy. Ich moderiere hier. Wer sind Sie?
Ich bin Julian. Ich komme hier aus Oldenburg.
So he's actually someone from the region here. So I think it might just be viewers.
Ich schrei mal ganz laut Olden. Olden! Sehr gut. Alles klar. Wer ist dein Team? Habt ihr einen Team-Captain?
Nö.
Okay.
Asking if they have a team captain.
Okay, hier vorne scheint
Apparently they
jemand
don't.
zu haben. Ich würde dich jetzt einfach mal aus der Sendung rausschmeißen, weil du offensichtlich ein bisschen verwirrt bist. Hallo, was geht? Ich bin der Niklas. Wer bist du?
Hallo, Anna. Anouk.
Hallo, Anna. Ich habe schon gehört, du hast schon Counter-Strike ein bisschen häufiger gespielt.
Ja, ich habe sehr lange gespielt.
Und auch schon mal professionell?
Ja, genau.
Okay, also du bist so ein bisschen die Hoffnung deines Teams, würdest du sagen, oder?
Nein, nicht wirklich, weil ich habe sehr lange nicht mehr gespielt. So, jetzt das wird ein bisschen eine Kacke.
Wer ist Team-Captain? Wer macht die Calls?
Keine Ahnung, wie der heißt, aber der ist weiter.
Ah, okay, wir gehen mal rüber zum Zweiten. Hallo, der Zweite. Du bist der?
Ich bin der F1.
Ah, der F1. Ja. Ich habe schon die Teamsheets vorher gesehen, Analyst-Arbeit. Du bist der Team-Captain?
Nein.
Ich weiß nicht, wie das Interview mit dem anderen Team gleich ablaufen wird, aber wenn das auch nur halb so kompetent ist. Wer macht die Calls?
Das ist der hier.
Aha, das ist wie in der Schule, wenn der Lehrer kommt und sagt, wer hat denn die Hausaufgaben? Boah, ich hab nicht, der hat die gemacht, der hat die oft dabei. Hallo, du bist der?
Ich bin Miko.
Miko, was geht? Du machst die Calls heute.
Ich weiß es nicht, ich kenne die Map gar nicht.
Okay,
So pretty much all going around asking who's going to be actually calling for the team. Of course, they're playing Tuscan. A lot of people don't really play Tuscan, and yeah. So I have no idea what's going on right now. Of course, I understand what they're saying, but there's no point in translating everything that they're saying and going through it. And Nuke, from what I know, is also the head of the national championships for ESL. So there's a guy, Trommler, he's one of the more well-known people in the German CS scene.
Alter, vorbereitet sind sie auch noch. Das ist ja unfassbar. Okay, wer sitzt hier? Wer bist du?
Ich bin Michael. Ja.
Wie sagst du, kommst du auch aus Oldenburg? Wo kommst du her?
Ich komme aus der Nähe von Oldenburg, bin hier mit ein paar Kollegen, die feuern mich hoffentlich auch an.
Können die mal klatschen? Können nur die Kollegen mal klatschen? Sind ein paar. Du hast auf jeden Fall ein paar Fans. Wie malt ihr euch eure Chancen aus? Was habt ihr euch schon so?
Gut, wir haben unseren Starspieler da sitzen, also das wird ziemlich einfach eigentlich.
Er ist auch eiskalter Profi. Man merkt das auf jeden Fall an dem Gesichtsausdruck. Die Jungs, die sind am Start. Clown, was machst du denn hier? Wir machen Analyse. Du kannst dich jetzt nicht hinsetzen und zocken. Das ist doch total unprofessionell.
Ich will Computer spielen.
Kannst du einmal ganz
That's
laut
one of the German analysts.
Das ist einfach eine geile Burg hier. Hi, was geht? Du bist der?
Ich bin der Trommler.
Ach so. Ich bin verwirrt von den ganzen Leuten hier. Okay, was glaubst du? Was ist das hier für ein Team? Holt ihr heute die Runde?
So I ask you if they're going to win the match, and yes, for sure.
Clown.
And Clown, the analyst, will get the best frags in the game.
Dann kriegt ihr von mir irgendein Kleidungsstück, was ihr euch aussuchen könnt.
Das klingt nach einem Plan, okay.
Alles klar, okay. Ich bin auf jeden Fall gehypt.
So saying if anybody hits a on-stream 360 no-scope, that they get one of his...
Okay, ihr seid also auf jeden Fall heiß. Kannst du noch einmal für mich...
Something that he's wearing today. They can decide what they want to have.
Das war zu laut, Leute. Das hättet ihr flüstern müssen. Na gut, egal. Es hat funktioniert. Dankeschön. Ich wünsche euch auf jeden Fall viel Spaß
just trying to get everything situated. We'll see how that's going to go. Yeah, we're going to go back to me for a second. I'm not quite sure how the show match is actually going to go down. It seems like it is mostly just people from the crowd and also a couple of players that are on the staff. Yeah, I think there could have been a couple of cooler matchups for it. I'm not sure who will be observant, because pre-match there was something going on about maybe Pat observant, and it might not be Rushley, so I would have thought maybe Rushley would be actually playing in the show match as well. Right now they are still sorting a couple things out on stage. I was actually hoping that maybe even some of the casters or some of the players that are already out or just also within the arena would also jump on stage and play in the show match. I also don't know if anybody wins anything or what the prizes are, but yeah, perfect preparation for this show match. I wasn't told anything in advance of the show match, only that something is happening. Major kudos to Translator Man. To be honest, like, doing a quick translation of the interviews is a little bit different than just doing the random banter that they're trying to say there. And yeah, just Germans trying to be funny, which doesn't always work out. But yeah, they were told to bring their own peripherals. But it seems like there is also a bunch of stuff out there that's just ready for the players to use as well. So interesting to see how it's going to go. Map is going to be Tuscan. I have never casted Tuscan before either. I've seen it being played, and I think I've even seen it in a show match or two. But I have never casted it, so it'll be quite the adventure how it's going to go. But yeah. Yes, there's probably plenty of other Germans in the chat, as I did just see that question. But yeah. For the match to come, though, I have nothing really to say. But we can take a quick look ahead to what we think is going to happen for the final. Actually, we don't, because we already have the in-game up for you guys. We can actually jump straight into that here on Tuscan. And yeah, we're ready for that. So Team Olden against Team Burg. So of course the finals in Oldenburg. No real creative use of any nicknames, not like we are used to from any of the other show matches from ESL. But yeah, I am going to take this cast a little bit more chill, just to have a little bit more energy left for the cast later on, for the grand final, of course, because I did scream and shout quite a lot during the last two semi-final matches. So right now, Clown already picked up that first frag. We do have two Trommlers, or is it just that he has the one in brackets in front? No, it seems like we only have one. Because one of those guys did also say that his name would also be Trommler, but not in-game. So we'll see how that is going to go. A couple of people that I actually know from just the German scene as well. Noobsdown is also a smaller German caster that does a couple of matches here and there. And yeah, apart from that, not really too many names that you know. Murbit, of course, I didn't recognize him sitting down. Maybe they didn't walk past him yet. But he, of course, the guy that does a lot of FPL streams within Germany for, yeah, just plays face FPL. He doesn't have a team currently, but I think he is going to be picked up by a team for the next season as well. Noobsdown right now on a 3k, looking for more. The rest of his team has already died, and he's down to just 5 HP. Cannot recover the bomb, though, to get it down. So in the end, Mythael will be finding that frag. And the CT is here from, is it Team Borg or is it Team Olden? I'm not sure. Wins that first round. I don't know what to expect from this. Because I don't know who F1 is. That was the one guy on the end of the first team that was introduced. But no idea who it actually is. So yeah, of course, the most important part for tonight is that alternate up against expert is happening in that grand final in just under 2 hours' time. We'll see how that's going to go, as that's the highlight of the day, the grand final, what everybody came here for to Oldenburg. And right now, yeah, Team Olden were the ones to win that first round. They go up with a 1-0 lead. And now in a 4v4 situation, Team Burg, well, they've already taken a lot of damage in this second round, but actually the SMGs are working out for them. Going over towards the A bomb site right now. They've definitely made their foothold here. If they can actually get the bomb down is a whole different question. But it seems like Anouk will be taking out Moko as well after taking out Trommler. That's a good job there. The MAC-10s make it work. The SMGs make it work on the Force. And yeah, the chance to play on the big stage for a lot of those guys in the crowd. And sadly, F1 is not a race car. How many more F1 fans do we have here? Is the big question. I think that's Noobsdown, from what I know. I'm trying to spot any other people that I know. But yeah. So it seems to be a couple of people from the scene, a couple of people from the crowd as well. Which is fun. But not too relatable. Right now, though, I think that, yeah, Team Borg is trying to go back over towards the A bomb site again. It's really difficult to cast a map that you've never casted before. And it's like I've played Tuscan maybe twice, and they're just kind of running around trying to follow it. But it's definitely not as easy as casting a map that we generally do. But nice to see that Team Borg, straight after losing that first, they do win second and third to come back ahead then. Team Borg for life. Yeah, let's actually find out, who are you guys supporting? Are you guys supporting Team Borg or the Team Olden? Who are you guys cheering for? I would be Team Olden, just because I know Clown, and Trommler is funny, and Murbit is cool as well. But yeah, for those that are German, I think Murbit is a household name, so is Clown, so is Trommler. Noobsdown, a lot of people might know from his stuff at EPW. Which map is this? It's Tuscan. So Tuscan, a very, very old map in that regard. But I think the biggest hype is still happening for F1. Is F1 actually someone that you guys know? Or is it just because it's F1? But yeah, right now, yet again, Team Borg taking that approach play towards the A-bomb. So it seems to be the way to go currently here. That's where they've found little resistance at least, but Noobsdown also did a good job finding 3 frags there. And picking it all up. Now it's all going to be down to Mirbit. In a 1v5 situation, you could be a good FPL player all you want. It's not going to work out for you here. But the best part is, of course, he's used to playing in pugs, because he does play FPL quite a lot. But it seems like, yeah, right now it is just following those guys, maybe even to try and go for a knife, but that's not going to work out as Noobsdown does turn around. 4 frags for him in the round, and I guess the CS community has lost its roots, not knowing how to cast a scan. It's before my time, but let's take a listen at the comms here.
I guess B, yeah.
Yeah, B this time.
Really? Be careful.
Yeah,
with rush.
But yeah, what speed?
I will smoke into this.
See, I mean, their calls are literally A, B, and I'll smoke into this. So that pretty much just about as describes what CS community knows about Tuscan. This caster number 1, he can go far. Well, thank you, Simon City Roll. I think that might be with a little pinch of salt in there, but still. It is a chill day to cast the Meisterschaft here. I don't know, I never have too much fun casting show matches, just because I'd rather just watch the grand final. I am definitely hyped for that. But for the moment, Mythael doing a good job after a strong start here for Team Book. Team Alden finally making a comeback here. It's all going to be down to F1, of course. The most supported player in the match thus far. Well, he's going to fall to Moko. And there you go. In the end, I think he was just stuck on one of those barriers, but there you go. So talking about that they found their route where they want to go. And then it was cut off to see.
That's what she said.
Ja, alles klar.
There you go. We hear just what she said, but yeah. In the end, I don't know what to expect from this, because it is all just going to be running towards the site. Nothing behind it at all, and still difficult to relate to this, to be honest. But Trommler at least going to pick up 1, going to be traded straight back by Brad Aim. Great name, actually. But Clown, funny today. Wants to use the V instead of the U for his name. But there you go. Doesn't want to chill with the analyst, just wants to play a little bit of Counter-Strike. Caster, just to explain, F1 is a friend of Anomaly. He has appeared in many videos and streams from him. He also has 30k followers on Twitter. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I mean, I know who Anomaly is, but I don't follow any of his stuff. And, yeah, I don't know. Cool stuff that they brought him in for Meisterschaft for the show match. He's there and just chilling. Thank you, Michi, for clearing that up. That is very appreciated. Because I am... The thing is, I don't watch...
Ja, bait mal ein bisschen rum.
Just bait a little bit, why not?
Bei dir, Clown, oder?
Yeah, F1 still alive in a 1v2, not gonna happen for him. Does find Clown, but Murbit is gonna pick it up in the end.
Ey! Auf geht's. Ich kann einmal legen. AWP jemand?
Auf jeden Fall. Ich hab jetzt meine Waffe.
Auf jeden Fall, wer möchte?
Nee, Spaß.
So Trommler asking who wants the AWP. Clown says for sure, and then he probably bought it, and then no one wants it in the end. But yeah, to get back to my point, I don't really watch a lot of CS streamers. I watch a couple of smaller CS streamers, and apart from that, all I do is cast and watch cast. I don't even get to play too much because I spend most of the time just being in-game and casting for you guys, rather than just being all around. But I know Rapid in the chat right now. But there you go. F1. He's already found 1 onto Trommler.
Trommler holt die Info? Ja. Hol keine Info. Schön, Trommler. Ich hab keine Ahnung.
So they're saying that Trommler was going to go to get info. Doesn't get anything from it.
Nice, sehr schön. War nicht low, aber hat dich sicher motiviert. Bombe down.
Ist einer, tot.
A little bit of laugh inside because they did just say, well, he's tagged, and then they were killed by him and then said, well, he wasn't tagged, but nice try.
Ja, aber
Flash gegens Haus, Achtung.
Guck dir das doch mal an, da ist keine...
Ja, Digga. Da ist halt einfach ein Fenster so.
Hey, da war doch eine Tür.
War doch irgendwo.
Du kannst
Ja, dann ist er in der
hinter
Tür.
den Kisten kann man auch noch stehen. Rechts von dir, Michael. Hinter den Kisten.
So just kind of trying to explain the map here, where players could be.
Jawohl, Mann.
Wo ist er
And
denn?
Ader, he's kind of just
Alter, er ist
sneaked away here.
Er ist Houdini,
Die
Alter.
Bombe liegt noch Mitte.
Ja, aber er ist trotzdem Houdini.
Was für ein Teil?
Was ist das denn? David Copperfield auf dem Server.
Denn Houdini?
Calling him Houdini because he's just disappeared on them.
Meinst Uri Geller, oder?
Heftigsten Jump gerade giltet, first try.
See, it is kind of still difficult to cast right now because we do just have the team chat up all the time, and it's difficult because I don't have any cues on when they're going to turn it off. It seems like the casters are back on, and we're back to it. But yeah. So right now, as match isn't really anything happening, Ader just kind of saving his UMP because why not? If he would have died, he could have afforded probably an AK by now. But who cares? He keeps the UMP alive, and it's all fine for him. But with that, though, of course, for all of you guys that are wondering, well, who's this guy casting and what kind of a bad job is he doing right now? I'm just chilling because casting show matches is, I don't know, I'm not a fan of it, as I said earlier, and I actually don't know Tuscan one single bit. I've played a couple of times and I've watched it a couple of times in a couple of show matches, but that's ages ago. And it's not a map that I know all out by heart like all the other maps that we have in our normal map pool. But of course, thank you for all those guys that have been tuning in the whole day to follow ESL Meisterschaft. As of course, it has been an interesting day of matches and a grand final later on after this, which I didn't expect the constellation of. But nice to see even here just random people from the crowd and also a couple of influencers then just kind of coming together, playing on stage, and yeah, just kind of chill and have a good time, also getting back together. And I'm just waiting for the moment that someone is going to rage, because that is something that us Germans are known for, of course, if you know, if you go to any kind of normal matchmaking. But I think they're all in good senses here, and they're all having a good time out at Meisterschaft. And of course, if you do want to hear more of me, not just here on Meisterschaft, but also I do a little bit of motorsport casting as well here and there, and other CS stuff pretty much all over the place. And follow my Twitter, !caster in the chat, and that will give you the link. Follow up on there, and we're not all too far away from 1K, but it's still like 70 people that would have to follow to get up to 1K on Twitter. Don't think I'll get that before the turn of the year, but then that's the goal for 2019 then, early on, to break through that mark. But in the end, it's not all about followers, it's also just about having the fun in casting, of course. And right now, Murbit is doing a good job on the op. And it is just down to noobs down. Right now, after a decent start from Team Burg, Team Olden have definitely found their ways now. Of course, Clown, Trommler, Murbit, they're all into it. And it's all working out for them. And I mean, all that I knew going into this show match is that it is going to be Tuscan. Could have maybe played it in the days to come, but I wasn't really... I didn't even know of any servers that are up for it, and just playing it by myself is just not my thing. Either way, though. What map is this? For those of you guys that are wondering, the show match here is Tuscan. I could put it actually in the title, if that does any good. There you go.
Beimenü kaufen, das ist ja wirklich ein Verbrechen auch für Neuanfänger.
Digga, ich mach das seit 3 Jahren so.
Equipment.
So Clown saying that buying with a buy menu is just even horrible for starters, and Trommler saying to that he's been doing that for the past 3 years, and it works for him. I'm still a big fan of just buying with binds, but every man to himself, I guess. Anyways, Anuk finds the opener here up against Clown. And I'll just leave you guys with this team chat right now, or is it back to...
Back on A?
No, they're still back on. And if there are any funny things. I'll try to translate as best as I can.
I have an AWP on A.
Wait, mid, straight.
I hate this.
Can somebody come with me, mid?
AWP down on A.
Oh, there's one close. There's one.
Oh, these guys are actually calling, isn't it?
Let's try A. Good job.
Oh. Don't have to translate anything. All works out for you guys.
Bouncing on A, guys.
Yeah.
One is
You
maybe
should
in
go
the
ahead
house.
them. You should go ahead them.
What is it?
They are both. They're both
middle,
T-side.
middle.
T-side.
Don't peek, just
T-side
make it
mid.
safe.
Go back, go back, go back, go back. One is low, one is low.
Just play time.
Okay, one is mid. Going to the ram, I think, to you.
One guy is ramp.
There was an AWP on A, F1, if you wanted. Nice.
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 Nice. Good job, guys.
Good. Got the round working out for them. Saying
I
everybody's
have a drop.
doing a good job.
You need a drop?
Yep.
I don't have
I can
money.
drop you.
Okay, okay. No, I drop already.
One is enough.
I go fast to the ram, I have good spawn.
That it's CT sided?
I hope so.
There you go, just reassuring that it is CT-sided. Why not? I mean, I'm not sure. I think it'll just come down to who's faster on aim. Because neither team probably really knows. I'm not sure if anybody really prepared, knowing that they'll play in this show match. Kind of checked out the map just a little bit. But yeah, we'll see. I would actually love a map like this to come back, but I think there are just a little bit too many nooks and crannies to really check everything at times. But yeah, Mythal does find one. He's going to be traded back F1. Now back on it, but he's going to be taken out by Clown quite easily on the FAMAS. Mirabit working together with him, and now the opportunity as well to still pick up this round here. But in the end, Ader comes out nicely with a good spray down. It's 6-5 here. Also for Team Borg now. Actually, Team Olden is still up ahead, but it seems like everybody's having a great time. Some people a little bit more on the silent side, but it seems like Clown and Trommler probably on that Team Borg. Calling a lot there, and or sorry, Team Olden is on the other side, is it? No, it's Team Borg. I'm not sure. Because he introduced Clown and everybody as Team Borg, and the other team as Team Olden. But it seems to be the other way around. So yeah, Team Borg, Anouk, as I said earlier, she pretty much the head of all the national championships. Is, I think, Spanish, if I'm not mistaken, and used to play professionally, but doesn't anymore. And I'm not sure about the women's on the other team. The lady. But yeah, Team Borg are going to tie things up. I think that it is just going to be kind of one of those tight matches, not really too competitive, but just kind of shooting the bouts. Just going to see how it's going to go. Actually surprised that we get a little bit more of just us talking right now, and not all just the team chat. But yeah, right now, Team Borg against Team Olden. I've said that before, but I would have loved to just see a little bit of creative name choosing there. But in the end, it is still a promotion here for Oldenburg, of course, where the finals are being held. It is the biggest arena that ESL Meisterschaft has ever visited. And yeah. There you go, though. 4 players still alive for Team Borg. They did just say earlier that it might be CT-sided, this map. But right now, they don't really care. It was maybe just an excuse for why they had such a tough start. Clown right now, finding a couple of frags. Does pick up a nuke as well. And now it's down to Bredem and Noobs down as they try to defend, which should be quite easy because Clown has only 19 HP still remaining. There you go. Noobs down though. Does pick up that frag, and Yeah, we'll see how that'll go. What a start, though, here right now. F1. Let's go. Picking up 2. Does get dropped from that, though. How many F1 fans do we currently have? And how many people are supporting Team Borg, then, of course, in turn for that? As right now, they are getting the bomb down. It is just slightly before halftime. It seems like Team Borg are going to take the lead going into halftime as well. Noobs down finds 2. Mythal to trade back, but that's all he's going to find with that Deagle. So yeah, the Tuscan. The map is probably older than me. Let me see if I can find out how old the Tuscan is. Easily could be older. Let's see if I can find that out anywhere. At least not fast, that's for sure. If anybody knows, let me know, and I'll tell you if it's older than me. Because theoretically, it could be older than me if it was at the start of CS. There you go, though. 8-7 in the end. Team Borg do take the lead, but just slightly at halftime after Team was it Team Olden, I think, had the definitely the better start to it. Yes, it's a promotion match. I think it is. What is it? The Pay Safe Card show match, I think, from what I know. Young caster, yes, I am still young. Very young indeed. But there you go. Second half going underway here on Tuscan. Well, we'll see what they'll get up to as right now Team Olden on the T side. Clown leading the charge here on the Glocks. Tromler straight in behind him. And we'll see the quick B rush here already. Noobsdown seems to be ready for it. He's going to pick up one, looking for more. As always, as he picks up Murbit as well. That's a bomb down. And the chances are diminishing of Team Olden to actually still get their bomb down. Tromler, though, picks out the knife. Finds it there as well. It's all going to be down to a nuke, who's in a 1v3 situation. That's going to be difficult for her to actually still make it happen. And there you go. Well, a nuke finds one on Tomoko, but that's all she's going to find as Mythal drops her, and that's fine. Yeah, okay, so then I'm definitely older than Tuscan if it was 2007.
Ich würde sagen, wir gehen A, oder nicht?
wir gehen links rum auf jeden links, Fall. Okay.
Links abbiegen, genau.
Links rum.
But CS is definitely older
okay,
than
wir gehen alle unten durch den Hundegang. Ja?
CS source. Okay, there you go.
Wir kommen alle Tür raus dann.
Warte, ich mach meine Fixpunktgranate.
Ja, einfach hier das Holz rein, genau. Und dann unten komplett schleichen. Also schleichen gedrückt halten. Auf.
Alter, was ist das denn für ein ESL?
Wir hören uns in-game, Tobi.
Gott. Warum?
Nichts Böses sagen jetzt.
Ey, man hört uns in der Halle, ne? Das ist nicht gut.
Lochen! Römer, dass wir B gehen!
Das ist nicht A! Nicht A! Okay, schnell zu B.
Ich hab einen gehört!
Oh, da geht's nicht lang.
Ey, stell dich vor die Tür, ich flash durch dich.
Nee, wir
He knows that they're being played on the arena with their comms and saying that they're going to go B. Let's see though, it seems like Team Borg seems to be ready for this. Will they expect that rush to come out? Team Clown, well, Team Olden, sorry. Clown opening up the door, Murbit to find almost 2 there on the spray down. Clown just runs past him here, either. But there you go, it is going to be Team Olden. They will get the bomb down on the site. A nuke still alive in a 1v5. Probably not going to find this. Tromler Yet again, looking for more knife kills, but I don't know if it was going to be enough here. There you go, though. Clown does take it in the end, finds that frag. All 5 players surviving for Team Olden, and they are ready to rock it in that next round to come as well. Am I responsible for saying Wintermeisterschaft? No, I'm not responsible for that. But that's the way that ESL want to call it, and that's the way that they want to call it. I just always say ESL Meisterschaft in the Winter 2018 season. But I wouldn't have worded it like that, but that's the way that it is. Don't worry, Louis, I wouldn't do it like that. Blame production. Don't blame me. That's also why the stream is lagging from time to time. Blame production, not me. I haven't dropped a frame in 7 hours. Which is actually quite nice. Probably the best performance I've ever had for a stream. Well, I've had 12-hour streams without a single drop, but at least recently, I've been having like at least 100 frame drops in like 5 hours. So right now, we are on the safe side. It's all fine. You're not missing any of the action. Apart from maybe sometime when the clean feed goes down and our signal from Oldenburg cuts out. But yeah, for those of you guys that are wondering how this stream's being done, a look behind the scenes. So basically, I'm at home in Stuttgart, casting it while I get the clean feed from Oldenburg. I send my signal to ESL in Cologne, and then they push it online. So that's how this whole production thing works for the English stream, and that's also how it works for the English stream that was up earlier for the Italian broadcast as well. That was over on CSGO B. I think that's ended by now. But yeah. And that's a little note on how production works. But right now, let's see. F1 actually doing a good job. And picking up 2 there on Mythal and Trommler. In the end, a nuke finds the last one onto Clown. And it's all over from there on out. So right now, 10-9. To be honest, of course, it is just one of those maps that kind of goes back and forth. Just whoever finds the frags first wins the round then in the end. But right now it is still a fast game because, of course, the teams are always rushing just towards the site. So it is probably, even if it is going to be a full 30-round map here, it is still going to be the quickest 30-round map that you're probably going to see ever on an ESL CSGO stream, just because there's no crazy strats where teams are waiting till like 30 or 40 seconds just to actually start their execution over towards either of the bomb sites, as we generally see, and that's why a lot of pro players have trouble also in pugs sometimes when they can't just out-aim the opponents, because they're just not used to everybody rushing like crazy. And I mean, you definitely don't want to see me on stage casting, or sorry, on stage playing, because that's what's going to be horrible. There's a good reason why I'm not a pro player, and why I decided to cast rather than play, because I'm not good enough to play myself. So yeah, it's same as why there isn't any insanely world-class UKCS teams, because they'd rather just be on the broadcast. Well, that's where they end anyways. What is this map? As the title says, it is DE Tuscan, which is a show match for today for the ESL Meisterschaft Winter 2018 season. This is just as a filler so that the team that played the second semi-final and won, so that is Expert, do have a little bit of a downtime before jumping into the grand final up against Alternate Attacks. So there you go. F1, good 3k there, picking up a couple for his team, and they seem to be very happy with it at the moment. So yeah, a bunch of people are from the audience, and a bunch of people are just invited influencers. So F1, as chat told me, is someone that plays on an Anomaly stream, which I didn't know. But yeah, apart from that, Anouk is the head of national championships at ESL. Clown is a analyst that works for 99 Damage, and today also for ESL, because 99 Damage does the German broadcast of the ESL Meisterschaft. They're actually on site as well. There wasn't enough room to get an English production there as well, sadly. But with that, Tomla, a German, I wouldn't call him an influencer, he's the German troll of the German CS scene. He just kind of, you can find him at every CS event. He knows a lot of the players and a couple of the talents as well, just because he's always there and just chilling with him. Right now though, Ada and Brede, two of them trying to work together, trying to get that retake happening to stop Team Olden from actually winning this round. But right now the position here is good, and we'll listen to the calls here for Team Olden.
Left side upper, no, not any. Left.
Nice try.
I hear up. I was like stepping upstairs. I don't know.
I could hear him.
I need drop.
Yeah, but we can drop.
Good, you're super rich.
It's just money reset.
I should have used the Molotov.
Problem.
Going snake then.
Not going A, really.
No, you could be on the window, one of you. We have more pressure in me.
Steps mid. One up. Aiming mid.
Walking mid.
They have EVP.
Up down.
A long clear.
They're not going B. Pausing the game, I think. You have a flash?
I have one.
I can check if you flash once.
Just play passive.
Maybe they're going underground. Underground. Yeah,
it's not
I
going to
might
be B,
have
guys.
heard something. I don't know.
Yeah. It's going to be A.
Yeah, bomb A, bomb down.
Yeah, it's
Underground, 3 out.
Wait.
Two more, out the door. The bomb is A long. Nice. Bomb still long.
Oh, I felt that.
I'm still down.
We have the bomb. That was the roll.
You're there. Okay.
Nice.
Up, guys.
I could hear the door squeaking.
There you go. Good job there from Team Borg as well to win yet another round.
Powers or something.
Not sure if their mics are still hot or not, or if it is actually to us casters. Yeah, okay, so it seems to just be back to the cast. I sadly don't get a call on when the casters are on, or is it when I'm on, and when the teams are on, so I just kind of stay quiet sometimes. Looking if anybody does actually call anything, so I know that the comms are on. But there you go, F1 with a good spray down there, finding two. Not going to find any more than that, as Merbit does trade. Clown in now as well, and it is going to be a 3-on-3 situation. Bomb looking to go down yet again towards the B-bomb site. They've had success there before, but this time around, Team Book still have a couple more players still alive going into this. Bredheim actually coming in from behind as well. Has lurked all the way through A. Finds an AK here as well, so this is great. Ader now out into the open as well. Retake already happening. It's Bredheim doing a lot of damage. No idea where the last player is at though. Merbit is still lurking in the shadows, and there you go. It is going to be the 1v1 situation. Noobsdown does still have a kit. Does he have enough time to get it diffused as well? Well, Merbit is already falling back from it. There you go. Noobsdown with a quick tap on the bomb, but Merbit finds the headshot no matter what. Down to 6 HP he goes, but he finds it nevertheless. So of course Team Olden and Team Burg, because the finals are going in Oldenburg. It is the biggest arena that we've ever had for ESL Meisterschaft, and with that it is sold out of course, but you never really see all chairs filled due to the fact that a lot of these people are still just lingering around at the partner booths as well, especially during the show match I would expect. But later on, then they should all be there for the final. As the grand final between Expert and Atex will still be going underway. I think the grand final that no one really expected today. But we do have to highlight Panthers, I think, struggling playing on the big stage. Atex still, I mean, even though they did have 2 stand-ins, okay, one of them is their coach, so he would know all the strats anyways. You could see at times him just sitting there, having the strat book out as well, and calling for the team. And then, of course, Zonix, who is an ex-pro also for Atex, now working just a full-time streamer and also a TV presenter for a German TV show, which is called Ran Esports on Pro7. But yeah, apart from that, Atex, their usual selves without 2 Danes, and working out for them, definitely hard-working, and almost impressed me a little bit, to be honest. But either way, it is right now just Team Olden and Team Burg going head-to-head on Tuscan, and it is definitely coming down to the wire yet again. So what is currently scheduled would be 1 hour until the grand final. I think it probably is going to be half an hour after this match that we actually get on it. But we'll see if we are just going to stick to the regular schedule or if we are going to pull it up ahead. Right now, it is scheduled for 1900 Central European Time. And yeah, right now, of course, that grand final is going to be the main talking point for tonight. I think that Expert are going to win the title today and win their double, as they were so strong up against Sprout earlier. But Sprout definitely also had their difficulties. And we'll see how it's going to go. Clown finding 3, working quite nicely for him. Mythel finding the further 2. And in the end, 13-13. Team Olden up against Team Burg. Now all tied up at 13 all. I think also on a map-to-map basis, Expert are 3-2 against Atex. At least for stuff that's on HLTV. I'm not sure how they play during the regular season, but that is something that I can check in a sec. Let me actually go into the doc to find out for you guys. Right now, F1 looking for a frag. Not quite hitting it just yet. Does hit it in the end, though. And right now, running out of bullets on this defense. It seems like Team Olden, slowly but surely, making a comeback here. And maybe even going to run away with the lead here on the T side. So they split maps between Experts and Atex. It seems like. And that was Mirage. No, sorry. Mirage and Nuke for that. So I think Atex won Nuke, I would expect, and Expert won Mirage. So that was also why I said earlier in the second semi-final that Sprout, if it does come to a third map, if Expert don't win it within 2, then Sprout would take it. But Sprout definitely not on point today, and it is unfortunate to see, but we'll see how it's going to go. You want the normal games to come back? Yeah, it'll be soon. It's only a couple of more rounds of this show match, and then we jump over to that grand final. Look at that, Noobstown and a Nuke, both of them finding a frag each right now on these pistols here up against the rifles. Team Olden should still have the advantage here and should move it over towards a match point here as well. It is all down to either at the moment. Does still have 2 more players to find if he wants to save it for Team Burg here, but it's not going to happen as Moko finds that last frag of the round. It's going to be 15-13 Team Olden now with the opportunity to win the show match here up against Team Burg. I would have loved to see Season I remember when Season was still on Face It, and it was one of the most played maps in NA. Because that was when I was still playing in NA. That was a good time. Actually, I should say when I was still living in NA. Was actually playing anything professionally. Played a couple of small tournaments, but nothing really that should be mentioned. Still Moko and Murbit. They're not going to win it in this round, it seems like, on the side of Team Olden. Who knows? Maybe this goes same as our first 3 maps of the tournament that we've seen today, where we just end up in overtimes. Of course, actually the first 2 maps. Sprout against Expert on Cash almost went to overtime, but ended up being 16-14 for Expert, and then they beat Sprout 16-7 on that second map as well. But then, of course, yeah, Atex, they did beat Panthers 2 times in overtime as well. So that's always one of those things where it's like, okay, starting the day straight off with a couple of overtimes, seeing how the day is going to go on is always quite interesting. But right now, we are just chilling out, waiting for this show match to be done. I'm not quite sure if anybody wins anything. I'm guessing since it's brought to you by PaySafe card, that something along the line of a PaySafe card would be the price. The prize maybe. I don't know how much they're spending on it though, and how much everybody gets. But it seems like it might be an overtime incoming here, as Ader does find 2 quick frags here. And Team Book definitely want to push it to overtime in that regard. Tromla, Moko, and Mirbit on that T side, still trying to bring it through. The bomb hasn't made its way down just yet. It seems like that is their next mission then. Right now, still the continuous rain of bullets from Team Book to try and intimidate them there. Moko gets taken out by Ader. Good job there. And now it's all going to be down to Tromla and Mirbit. And most of the weight falling to Mirbit. Oh, and that is so unfortunate. I would have thought that that smoke might just stop the Molotov, but it doesn't happen that way. In the end, the bomb goes down. Mirbit now in a 1v4 situation. Surely he doesn't clutch this through. I mean, he does play FPL, but can he clutch in a 1v4 situation? That's going to be the question. He is spotted already. F1 in the end finds the frag straight through a wall. And that's fine for him. I think he was just on the other side of that box, to be honest. But yeah, works out fine in the end. And we'll see how this match is going to end. Are they just tying it? So there's no overtime? Oh, okay. So they're just playing a tie then. I didn't know that. See, yet another thing that I didn't know. Of course, those are guys that wearing the same caps. Noobs down and Trommel next to each other, both doing stuff for EPW as well, which is a German production company as well that does the stream, or I think even the secondary stream for the first division, but also covers the second division of Meisterschaft. But yeah, everybody fair play, just kind of shaking hands as they generally do. But it is going to be a tie here in the show match. No one wins, no one loses. Kind of disappointing, but of course we can't go too far into it because we do still have to stick to a time plan, although currently scheduled would be 1 hour until the main match.
Einen großen Applaus an die beiden Teams, die wir gerade gesehen haben.
So, big round of applause for both teams here. I'm guessing the interview is going to be with Tomna.
Ihr habt es leider am Ende nicht holen können.
Nee, also die letzte Runde, da hat's einfach
So the last round just didn't work.
Eher eine AWP. Trommler ist.
Also nur bei ihm. Okay, also es hat nur bei dir gehandelt, du warst es der...
Trommler was the only issue, but in the end, now he's saying that it was all Mirbit's fault.
Einmal einen großen Applaus für das eine Team, das war sehr schön. Und dann noch mal ein...
Trommler saying that he would rather have y'all.
An das andere Team. Ging am Ende noch mal die Pumpe?
Ja, es war mehr oder weniger entspannt für mich, aber
So
ich
was
habe
it
jetzt auch nicht
exciting
so
at
gut
the end?
performt.
No, not really. Just kind of a chill match for him.
War spaßig auf jeden Fall.
and
Ihr
it
habt
was
auf jeden Fall eine
definitely a
starke
fun match.
Leistung gebracht. Einmal ein herzliches Olden! Vom Publikum für euch. Und ich habe auch noch was für euch. Hier hinter der tollen Casting-Couch. Ich hole die Geschenke raus. Das ist quasi schon
There is
Weihnachten
going
bei
to be
der
a
ESL.
prize.
Teilt ihr doch einmal unter euch beim Team auf. Es gibt noch eine kleine Goodie-Bag.
So it looks
für
like
die anderen
there's
Teams. Weil es ist ja unentschieden
ESL,
ausgegangen, das geht ja gar nicht
caps
besser.
there.
Teilt das mal unter euch auf, falls irgendwas übrig ist oder eins zu wenig oder sowas.
Snapbacks.
Das sollte auf jeden
for
Fall irgendwie
everybody on the
passen. Das war unser Showmatch fürs
So yeah,
Erste.
no passive card or
Damit
anything,
verabschiede
just
ich euch von
normal.
dieser Bühne. Ich hoffe, ihr hattet
You
eine gute
probably
Zeit. Ihr habt das
keep
sehr,
the
sehr stark
shirts
gemacht.
and
Geht
get a
einmal
couple of
bitte
snapbacks
nach
as
hinten
well.
raus. Und wir verabschieden uns
Which,
in eine klitzekleine kurze Werbung.
Yeah,
Und sind dann
we're
gleich
going to
wieder
go
für
to a
euch da
break and then
bei der
we'll be back
2018 in Oldenburg.
with
Bis dann.
with the grand final, of course, with the pre-match for the grand final. I'll have my full suit back on and not just in a normal shirt here. But yeah, we'll be back after a short break. My name, of course, is a feeling, as you can see right there. Look at that. Look at that. Lower third and all. You can follow me on Twitter, of course, and until that grand final starts. I'll see you then for the grand final. So definitely stick with us here on ESL_CSGO for the ESL Meisterschaft Winter 2018 grand final. Expert up against alternate attacks coming up after this.
That was beast.
Game, record, and stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
My God, that is absolutely stunning!
They are the champions!
Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ching-a-ching-ching. 'Cause we don't really care, I ting-a-ting-ting. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Cold as ice, ba-ling-a-ling-ling. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ching-a-ching.
They say it is about the journey and not the destination. That is true for those who don't know where they're going. That is true for those who don't know what they want to achieve. Is it about the journey? That depends on the destination.
Boah, was ein geiler Pass! Wie gut der das sieht! Tor gemacht, er lebt halt immer nicht so krass!
Verpasse nie wieder die Termine der ESL Meisterschaft. www.elmeisterschaft.de kalovo.de/ESL.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy. Huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back then to the ESL Meisterschaft, and now it's time for the MVP presentation here, shortly ahead of the grand final here as well. The crowd isn't filled up just yet, but beautiful MVP award there, and it is of course brought to you by Vodafone. There was of course that fan vote on Twitter, but also of course okay, so Mantu's gonna win the MVP award here from Panthers. Of course, playing under the Polish flags here.
This is your first reward I may give you from Vodafone. You can choose any of their phones from their assortment, so you now be able to get a super new fast smartphone. I want to ask you some questions about the seasons and about your team. How has it been working together with your teammates so far?
Honestly, it was amazing working with everyone. John, Andy, dude, it was an amazing season. Honestly, each player is really, really good. It's unlucky that we didn't, show our full potential in the games, but next season,
But I have to break it to you, you guys did amazing. You fought so hard, you tried so hard to come back in the semi-final. Und ich würde auch einmal bitten, nochmal einen großen Applaus dann zu geben, wie stark sein Team gekämpft hat. Und dass jetzt hier nochmal stehen darf und eine Award abholen kann, freut mich persönlich auch sehr, because you guys did really earn it. You really put in all the work, and I'm happy about that. So, looking at the finals now, who do you think will go away here with the trophy?
Expert 100%. Skrunk deserves it. He needs to win this. Like, honestly, he won 99 damage, luckily against us. But yeah, he needs to win this. Expert will win, 100%.
Okay, also Props nochmal an Skrunk. This is your trophy. Please take it. Yes. Einen großen Applaus an den MVP der Season, Mantu. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Congrats to Mantu. Yes, being English because he is Polish, but also spent time, I think, studying in the UK. But yeah, with that now, we're going to be taking a look at the grand final, of course. But that's only going to be the German side. Yeah, we are actually going to go to a quick break because, of course, I, as a single caster, as a solo caster, I don't have enough filler to be here for all the analysis up until the match starts. So stick here with us until the match actually gets underway. I'll have a quick note on the start of the match. But yeah, hope that everything's going to be fine, and I'll be back with you guys. Big congrats to Mantu, of course, but we'll be back with that grand final. Alternate attacks up against Expert coming up next.
Show me
every day. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. So tell me what you want, tell me how you want it. Tell me all the reasons that you're running away. I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, no, no. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night. Forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. Hey, little lady said you feel the same, but I don't believe a word you say. 'Cause I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. So tell me what you want, tell me how you want it. Tell me all the reasons that you're running away. I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, no, no. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night. Forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. I feel like you're lying. Trying to be real, but you seem so fake. I'm so over trying to move on, but you're in my way. I'm so over trying to move on, but you're in my way. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night. Forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you.
Silent nights recalling you, a souvenir of what it could be. Pieces of my mind are yours. I forgot the parts I'm missing. I pretend that we are okay.
So hello and welcome back to the ESL Meisterschaft. It's time for the grand final. It's time for Expert Esport up against Attacks. It should be a great match to come. Of course, we do already actually have our map votes in. That will be Train for Expert, Dust2 for Attacks, and Cash as a decider. I think Train clearly a pick for Expert. Skrunk loves to pick that. If it's not banned against him, you can always see it being played, especially with this Expert side. Should have that easily, especially as Attacks do still have those stand-ins. That's where I think the other two maps come in quite nicely. We've seen them earlier on Cash. That, of course, our decider. I think we are going to see a full 3 maps. Attacks did pick Dust2. Definitely one of those puggy maps where they can bring a lot to the table, but not to underestimate Expert as well, because they won't be as easy of a force to beat. And with that, we'll see how that's going to go down. But of course, well, Expert, I think in my eyes, the favorite going into this. We heard it from Mantu as well. He thinks that Expert should pick that up as well. And then, yeah, with that, we'll see what they can do. And of course, big congrats again to Mantu for winning the MVP award. So he won a phone and also a nice award, quite nicely from Vodafone there. But ESL Meisterschaft, of course, I think we are going to have an opening ceremony in the sec for the grand final. And I was hoping that we are going to see that right now. Let me actually see how we are. So yeah, it should be about a couple of minutes until the show actually starts. Right now, the German analysts are still out on the couch, just kind of chilling, whilst, well, I'm still here by myself, but that won't change tonight, sadly. With that, of course, huge welcome to all of you guys tuning in already. I think that HLTV still has the match listed starting at 1900, but we should be starting slightly ahead of that, actually, if everything goes to plan, is at least from what I heard from our admins in over in Oldenburg as well. So with that, it should be quite interesting. Yeah, with that, we are just kind of trying to just pass the time. And one thing I did want to check here. There you go, it's a little bit better now. That way I don't have the German guys on the ear the whole time. I thought we were going to go straight to the clean feed without any further delay with that, though. Yeah, it's been an awesome day of Counter-Strike thus far. The ESL Meisterschaft here. It is the German championship under the ESL national championships that we have. There are so many of them, of course. Spain, Italy, the German one, and also the Czech and Slovakian one are all going on this weekend. I think Italy is finished, I think. The Spanish Masters are still going on. I'm not sure about the Czech and Slovakian well, playoffs right now, but I haven't been following them because, of course, I've been tied down here with ESL Meisterschaft the whole time and bringing you the coverage here for the English broadcast, of course. I hope that you guys thus far have been having a great time, and we will be moving on to that grand final as soon as we have it. He's brought out the blazer, solid move. Yeah, I mean, I had it on during most of the broadcast. I did take it off for the show match just because I do take the show match a little bit more casual. And it was really just a casual cast, nothing serious within that. And just kind of chilling with you guys, bringing you guys through and translating a couple of funny scenes from those German calls as well. Of course, one of the teams did call in English, which was quite nice because it was less for me to do and try to translate for you guys. Where are they playing? They're playing in Oldenburg, which is up in the north of Germany, near Bremen, around that region. And that is in the EWE Arena, which is the smaller one of the two, and not the big one, I think. Don't want to get this wrong, but I think so. For those of you guys that have been watching for a little while, you did see it in the video earlier, the round arena. I think that's where they're playing. And yeah, it has been, I think, it's definitely been the biggest venue that we've had for Meisterschaft in these past years. And it's also the biggest prize pool we've had for, at least overall prize pool for Meisterschaft over the years. As PUBG is, of course, in the mix as well. But I think slowly but surely it is almost getting time to jump in. Because at least the casters are hyping up everybody in the chat. So let's jump straight into that.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen, meine Freunde, zur ESL Meisterschaft 2018 live in der EWE Arena in Oldenburg. Mein Name ist
Hello and
Boy. Ich freue
welcome
mich sehr, dass
to
ich dieses
the
Event mal wieder
ESL
moderieren darf.
Meisterschaft
Und ich freue mich
live
sehr,
from
dass wir mal
Oldenburg,
endlich
of
in den
course.
Norden von Deutschland kommen, nicht? Das ist ja auch eine ganz andere,
He's happy that we're in the north of
wir waren schon
Germany
an
here,
einigen Orten, wir waren schon in
and
Stuttgart,
it's
wir
been
waren in
something
Köln,
that
in Krefeld, in
hasn't
Düsseldorf,
happened for
generell
ESL
viel
Meisterschaft
im
just
Westen,
yet.
jetzt letztes Jahr im Süden und jetzt endlich mal ganz oben. Für mich immer wieder eine riesengroße Freude, mit diesem Event durch Deutschland zu reisen und ich freue mich, dass ihr
Always great to
heute da
travel
seid. Wir haben
Germany
einfach
as well
eine
with this
ausverkaufte
event.
Arena und
It's a
ich muss euch
sold-out
noch mal was
venue
ganz
today.
Wichtiges mitgeben. Es geht um alles. Es geht darum, dass ihr heute hier Oldenburg repräsentiert, den Norden. Und da möchte ich
It's
ordentlich
about
Lautstärke von
time
euch
to
hören. Ich hoffe,
represent
dass
the
wir,
north of
wenn die
Germany and
Arena
especially
losgeht, wenn die
Oldenburg
Spiele
here as
losgehen,
well.
dass wir von euch das lauteste Klatschen, das lauteste Schreien und die fetteste Stimmung mitbekommen.
He
Ich
wants
freue mich sehr
everybody
drauf.
to cheer for the teams, and he's looking forward to it.
Kurz und schmerzlos auf den Spot drauf. Aber Crispy ist da und Crispy mit dem Triple Kill. Jawohl! GG, well played! Hallo und herzlich willkommen zum Finale der ESL Meisterschaft 2000.
So hello and welcome now to the grand final of the ESL Meisterschaft here live from Oldenburg. And of course, it's the battle of the underdogs. Experts and also alternate were the underdogs in their semi-finals. And well, one of these two teams are going to win the beautiful trophy that is actually new to the ESL Meisterschaft now as well. And let's welcome alternate attacks to the venue here.
Chancen haben sie es geschafft, sich heute durchzusetzen. Mit 2 Stand-ins sind sie ins Finale gekommen. Und hier stehen sie jetzt. Und gegen sie spielt niemand
Against all odds, Attacks made it to the grand final. And with that, with 2 stand-ins, they'll be playing it. And now it's time to bring Expert Esport into the arena as well.
Der Turnierfavorit, den haben sie im Halbfinale rausgeschlagen mit einem souveränen 2:0. Und jetzt dürfen sie noch einmal den Weg an der Trophäe vorbei zu ihren Rechnern gehen. Ein einziges Best of 3 trennt diese beiden Teams von dieser Trophäe, vom Preisgeld und von unserem letzten Event in 2018. Meine Freunde, ich wünsche euch jetzt ganz
Just
viel
one
Spaß.
more match remaining until one of these two teams is gonna take over that trophy, and it's gonna be the last event here for ESL Meisterschaft in 2018 until the spring 2019 season then. And of course, he's just wishing everybody a good time here for the matchup to come. And giving it over to us casters. Of course, here it's just me in Oldenburg. They have 2 German casters as well and a full couch. But yeah, for me, it is just here. Me, myself, and I is the caster duo today. And yeah, with that, of course, great stuff here happening. And I think it should be a very, very nice best of 3. To be honest, I would imagine Expert to take the W on both maps. But I think if Attacks have a chance, then to actually win Dust 2, and then maybe have a chance on Cash. I would absolutely love for them to win it, because of course with those stand-ins, I mean, no one expected them to even make it this far. Everyone thought that they would lose in the semi-finals, not having Hunden and not having Tensky there. But, of course, same thing goes for Expert. No one thought that they were going to make it this far. Everybody thought for sure that our reigning champions Sprouts were in for yet another title here in the 2018 season. So with that, it's going to be an interesting one to see how it's going to go. It seems like Experts still having a couple of issues there. Cressy trying to figure out what's wrong with his keyboard. Let's hope that everything's fine and he can get that resolved. However, not putting his headset on and actually getting up is not always a good sign. So let's hope that he's going to get some support for that in a second. There's already a finale cheer going on. A big thing to also highlight, of course, that the guys on the desk or on the couch on the German stream also said, is that Atex are playing on the side where both matches were won today. So Atex was was sitting on that side earlier. Expert was sitting on that side earlier. They won their match, so did Atex. So who knows? Maybe Atex win the grand final now here as well. You can already see on the screen there, on the big screen in the middle, that they already do have an ESL referee on the case to check out what's going on. And with that, we're looking forward to the whole ordeal here, with hopefully the match not getting too far delayed, and we can actually jump into it in a quick and easy manner. Don't know why it shouldn't work, as they did have everything set up earlier. So generally you have those technical issues at the start of the day and not actually at the grand final stage. But yeah, let's hope that that's going to be resolved and that everything is going to work. And you can actually see a bunch of admins actually arriving in behind. But it seems like they already have a solve going for it. As at least, well, more people are coming, but they're already sending people away. So yeah, of course, this map now, I think, first map train should be an Expert win. I think Dust 2 is going to be when it's really going to be very, very tight. I think Atex with their stand-ins, that is the best map that they could have picked. And then, of course, Cash later on should be fine as well. So there you can actually see the German talent on the screen. Let me actually see. I'll get myself back before we're chilling too far. I don't have a beautiful desk like them. I've taken my blazer back off just because it is a little bit warm in here. And this is going to make it a little bit more comfortable to actually cast in. I didn't expect that we would go back on camera, but right now, their desk is looking very nice and dandy, but let's actually go straight back to the clean feed then for the view back on the players as well. So I'm not sure what's going on right now, what the issue is. Cressy, that's their manager Drake there from what I know. So, of course, NKJ there currently in the picture. He's the coach for Atex, but, of course, standing in today. As I think the big thing was, of course, that the players for Atex, one, of course, Hunden stepping down, and then as well Atex with the reasoning saying, well, that they don't want to call in English just for one person. And from what I think is that the core is going to kind of slip apart anyways, and we are going to see another German shuffle as we generally do in the off-season. But of course this is now the last event before that officially commences then as we go in towards the winter break, before the regular plays get back up in early 2019. Right now though, I would expect Expert of course to win the grand final here. We've seen 2 2-0s thus far. Let's see if it's going to be a third one, or if we're actually going to go the full distance. Of course, we are going to see Train, a very tactical map, and then Dust 2, a puggier map, and then Cash, which is pretty much the Germany of all CSGO maps. Although, of course, it is not representative of Germany in any way. For example, like Overpass has those Berlin routes as well. But the big thing there is that Cash, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast as well, was just kind of the map that we used to see all the time within Meisterschaft and do still see quite a lot. And it's kind of always been the meeting ground, the middle ground, where a lot of these teams come together and actually face off then. But, well, just kind of trying to figure out what is actually going on. I'm not sure what the issue is. I wasn't informed about it. But the admin just chilling next to Cressy there. Probably still trying to figure out what's going on. It might be a simple issue like Steam Authenticator, that he needs to get his phone, because I did see, or I did hear him earlier when he was talking to his manager, that something about a phone, but I'm not sure what's going on. But it seems like the admins are on the case. I'm trying to listen on the clean feed if there is anything in the background that the guys are saying. Can't make anything out right now. Look at that. The Virtus Pro cap in the crowd. Well, of course, with that, when era kind of comes to an end. But I think that was to be expected as well. Yeah, so he does have his phone there now. And is it just a simple thing like Steam Authenticator? It might be. Let's hope that's all going to be resolved in a second. Cressy just kind of looking at the camera. And it's little things like this that could also mess with the players and end up being a problem then further on. Of course, you hate to see it, but let's see if he's just going to be, as soon as it's done, he's just going to be clearing his mind and it's all going to be fine, or if there are going to be any issues. So let's hope that they can get that resolved. So yeah, I can only imagine that there is some kind of Steam Authenticator issue, since he does have his phone there. 2 admins around him, but he does have his AirPods in and does have his headset back on, so that can only mean good things to come then. That hopefully everything starts back up in a second. But of course, that is always the biggest thing that you see. Headsets coming off generally means that game is going to be delayed or that there's something going on. I think that was the 2 thumbs up, and everything is fine now. A couple of teams also here with their team wear in the crowd, always representing. There you go. A lot of those people with those clappy things, as we always see. I think they're PaySafe card clappers, but I think it is almost time to actually get into it. It seems like everybody is ready by now. And of course, the grand final about to get underway as soon as the game actually goes live. Players screaming and shouting there on the stage. And there you go. I think now it's time to actually get underway here on Train as the grand final between Expert and Alternate Attacks gets underway here. Of course, the Twitter is also for the teams. Do give the teams a follow as well if you don't already. And with that, now we can actually get into it. Of course, the ESL Meisterschaft Winter 2018 season. It's the grand final here, and it's going to be Expert on the T side of Train, which of course, Attacks, if they get the choice, they start on the CT side. Seriously already doing a little bit of damage over towards Alexar, and Sonics in the end is the players who actually find the frag, but straight away the response is there. Expert do push over towards the A bomb site, will get the bomb down straight away as well. Smoke down towards Connector, but rotation from Attacks, the whole team over from B, actually making its way back towards the back line and through tunnel 1 and 2. And this is also an interesting rotation play because they don't actually go straight through the Connector. They try to put the pressure on in different places as well. Light still close range is going to be taken out by Searson. Good headshot there on the USP. But he's still Syken with his eye on the bomb though. A good job there. Skrunk actually takes out Syken in the end. Unlucky there, but in the end still it is going to be Expert. Skrunk and Cressy pulling it back together. And with that, Expert go up 1-0, winning the pistol round. And now it's time for them to, of course, take the reins here on their own map. So is it going to be Expert? If you do support Expert, do use their hashtag Expertise. And if you do support alternate attacks, use the hashtag AufGeht's as I think that is probably the biggest battle cry that we have in Counter-Strike, at least within Germany. And with that now, it is time here at the Winter Finals. The crowd did support Atex just a tad more, it seemed like, when they were screaming and shouting for them. But still, I think Expert in as favourites. It's not always said and done as easily, of course. Atex did play a better regular season, but this has nothing to compare with the regular season because they do play with 2 stand-ins. They don't have the 2 Danes. They're in with NKJ and Sonics. So, of course, it's going to be a lot different than just regular team play. And that is something that Expert said pre-game as well, that they're not quite sure how it's going to go for them, as they pretty much expecting the unexpected to come out from Atex. Skrunk, though, early 2 frags with that Mac-10. Always great to farm that extra little bit of cash. And now it is time for Expert to actually close the gap towards the A bomb site. Get that bomb down. Just make sure that no one tries to challenge him there. I love it. Boogries absolutely knows what that hashtag is. Where's Zesht when you need him? Because he's actually the social media manager for Expert as well. I'm surprised that he's not in the chat. Maybe he's just in the German chat. No, I can see his name literally in the chat. Zesht, if you can hear this, correct the guys with your own hashtag, please. But there you go. Alternate, of course, definitely with a lot more heritage within German Counter-Strike, that's for sure. And it is a household name that pretty much everyone that's followed a little bit of either ESL Meisterschaft or EPS back in the days has heard before. Still, though, of course, Expert starting off strong. The 2-0 start here already. And now is going to be the question, how long can Expert keep this up on the T side? Atex on the CT side will now have a very, very good buy, of course. They will have those 3 M4s, the AUG, and the OP to work with. The big thing lacking for them is then on the other side also the utility. They don't really have too much to work with on that side, but they do at least have the rifles. Of course, if you are wondering who's bringing us these great images from Oldenburg, of course, we do have our observer, Rush, who is, well, one of the top observers out there. I think definitely the most well-known next to maybe Prius. Unknown is also a great observer. Zarks is a great observer. Those guys are in Abu Dhabi, though, for the PLG Grand Slam, as it is, of course, also going on this weekend. There's so many tournaments, really. I think Prius is out with Blast, I think, from what I can remember. He was out in Portugal with the rest of the crew there. And with that, yeah, right now, Cressy and Syken find the first couple of frags here for Expert. And right now, Searson, NKJ, and Stefan, last 3 alive still for Atex. I mean, Searson gets a nice shot there straight onto Alexar, and he's going to be able to fall back from that. NKJ currently still towards the A bomb site. He's going to pick up one. That Skrunk still tagged down very, very low straight behind him. That could have been a double spray down quite easily as well. And now, though, it is going to be Skrunk and Light working together. The bomb's gone down by now. Now the biggest question is going to be Searson, NKJ, and Stefan. What can they do? There you go. Skrunk find the frag onto NKJ. He was already tagged down low anyways, but it is all going to come down to Light. Doesn't have the angle on the bomb at the moment. Misses his shot as well, but Stefan isn't going to pass up on that opportunity. With that defuse coming in, and it is going to be Atex with their first round straight away after that. And of course, this is exactly what they want. Get in early to pick up the round. An Expert, well, they will have enough money to buy in this next round to come as well. Cressy or Light, either one of them could drop for Skrunk in the end. But it seems like Skrunk is just going for the Tech 9 because the rest of the team would rather just go with more utility on it, on their side. However, this now here, Attack straight away with a double op. Not sure if I like this just yet. They do also have the XM out. Of course, a great weapon there. Especially when it comes down to close range battles, that will be great for him. NKJ has already fallen from that, so it doesn't even matter really. Keto is going to chime back onto Skrunk though. Stefan aggressive towards the B-bomb site, finds one. He's going to fall back from that. And should fall back from it as well. Searson would have been there to cover him off, but thus far, not just yet here. Still a 4v3. Now the advantage over towards Atex. And it could all be a 2-2 scoreline. And then also Atex to take further control off the back of that. Because of course Expert, they did have that early lead, but now the last round did go the way of Atex. Light though, hasn't given up just yet. He's going to pick up one with the help of Cressy over towards Zonix. And Light still here on the op is going to be taken out by Searson in the end. Look at Cressy though. He's down on the back lines. Keto finds that frag. It's all going to be down to Syken. Can he do it? Surely he can't with that. Stefan finds the last one in the round. It's 2-2 straight off the back of Atex. Win their second. And this is now going to be the point where, okay, is it just going to be this back and forth? Which of course would heavily favor Expert in the end. Or is it going to be Atex now taking a little bit of control on their CT side to kind of take these next couple of rounds until Expert can then strike back? Of course, the biggest thing there is always that the CTs definitely want to build their economy first before giving the reins back to Expert for them to challenge. But it is still Meisterschaft. It is still anything possible in Counter-Strike. And it is still 3 Deagles here for Expert Esport. They don't have any armor to work with. But this here could still work for them. It is Skrunk all the way back. He's going to find a frag onto Keto straight away. Great wiggling there to bring out the shot. Strafing from side to side. And in the end, it is going to be Zonix to find that frag, though, and trade things back. And with that now, on a 4v4 situation, Expert have at least already found one. Can they continue on with that, though? NKJ now with the XM. Down below, and the double drop comes in. Alexar to find that frag as well. Good job from them two. To work together to find the frag as well. Of course, did also have Syken by his side. And now it seems like the push is going to come out towards that B-bomb site. Stefan already there, though. Back through the connective. Does a lot of damage. Brings him down to just 20 here for Alexar. The push comes out, though. The bomb just about makes it out towards the site. Cressy is going to try and get that bomb down and just about does it. That's going to be extra cash here for Expert. That's exactly what they want. They don't win the round. Atex takes it, but he did get the bomb down. That's a little bit of extra money here on the side of Expert and plenty then to work with in the next round to come. Of course, so many matches going on this evening here as well. So that's just Saturday night at the end of the season here for Counter-Strike. This is generally now the last event kind of before everyone goes into winter break. I'm guessing that there will be a couple of smaller cups. There usually are. There's like 1 or 2 smaller, like $10,000 cups around Christmas. Tier 3 teams that don't take the time off, but would rather just play a little bit extra, because that is where they have time off with the family as well, or just to spend at home and play Counter-Strike instead of being at their jobs for those that don't do it full-time. Full-time players, of course, will definitely take the winter break as long as they can. Just kind of chill out, spend time with the family in this great time of the year. And of course, well, it's probably also going to be what I'm going to be doing over Christmas. Just chill out, not do anything, and enjoy the time off. Still, though, Expert now, they do win the round with the bomb exploding. With Keto and Stefan, oddly, still saving the weapons through. This is something that we've seen throughout the first 2 matchups as well. Whereas Expert and Atex and Panthers, those 3 teams in these playoffs, they were always kind of on the side, well, let's just save these weapons, let's use them in the next round to come. While Sprout was always like, no, we can still try this, and then lost them in the end. Which is something that I found quite disappointing all throughout that second semi-final. Of course, Expert did a great job, and Sprout at times were just sleeping. I'd love to hear something from them, and might even reach out to get a statement. But Keto, with that Molotov already picking up 2, Alexar and Saiken have fallen. Not any more damage, though, from it. Still, smokes all over this A-bomb site. Searson, he's going to pick up 1. Light straight back onto NKJ to bring it back to a close situation. It's only going to be Light in a 1v4. And this here, I mean, for now, Atax do still have the money to warrant a back and forth here. But as Expert will have enough money to buy in the next round as well, or at least have AKs in the next round, it should be fine for them. And if they are able to then strike back, then that could bring alternate Atax to their limits. Still, though, 4 players surviving means little to no reinvestment within this round. You can already see Stefan up to $7,150. The rest of the team is around that 3K mark. And if they do win that round, they'll join them in that at that much money as well. So there you go now. Expert, they will have another buy here. They do try their best in this run as well. The big thing is, though, that in the end, Atex on their CT side do have a little bit of an edge. My biggest question is still going to be, how can Expert handle this round here? How are they going to manage? And Skrunk is going to pick up NGJ already. A good job from him, that's for sure. Searson trying to go close range as well. Will be up at that further box. Actually peeking straight in towards Ivy. Skrunk still just holding the same angle. And he is going to find a second one here. Pretty much for free without doing too much. Just sticking around in this position. And he gets 2 frags for it. Does do a little bit of damage on the nade as well. Not exactly enough to find the frag just yet, though. Takes a lot of time to actually switch over towards the AWP. In the end now, Keto still holding from the site. Zonix to support him, and they do a good job. He's just back down to a 3-on-3 situation. Still a lot more damage being dealt from the side of Expert. So 2 players here, Keto and Zonix, still tagged down low. Zonix will be taken out by Cressy. Keto fast to follow as well, and now it's all going to be down to Stefan, the rotation player, already in towards Connector here. And now in a 1v3, bomb's gone down. Skrunk and Cressy might still be easy targets, but he has to find those first. Does do a little bit of nade damage onto Light, but not enough to actually find that frag just yet. There you go, all 3 players still surviving here for Expert, and this is great for them. They win another round, and this is now going to bring Atex down a little bit further. They should still have enough money to get a buy-in, but it's not going to be going on too much further if they keep on losing rounds. Of course, for Expert, as you generally know on Train, 5-6 rounds on the T side, you are set for that second half. It's not always as easy as that for German teams. We do have quite a lot of times where it's just kind of, well, okay, Atex do a nice easy job there, but then on the other side, T sides in ESL Meisterschaft can always go either way. It is kind of that curse of ESL Meisterschaft. But right now, Alexar lining up Stefan and Searson. Take both of them out. Of course, Atex used to have a lineup where everyone had an N at the end of their name. Hasn't been the case this season, though. Of course, they have brought in Keto as well. However, let's see where Expert can take this. They do already, of course, have the advantage just by having the better weaponry. And Atex themselves, they don't have too much to work with. They have, well, of course, the USP for NKJ, the Deagle on Keto, But apart from that, they only had pistols to work with within this round, and it's not going to make things any easier. As, of course, the guys from Expert, well, they're bound to win this round anyways. And the advantage of Atex saving a USP and also a Deagle isn't exactly huge. Right now, I'm guessing they are just looking for a couple of exits at the end of the round. Keto has definitely been heard by now. There's no doubt about it. And Skrunk is going to pick up that frag as well. And I don't think that anybody's going to give anything away for free here on the side of Expert. Everybody just sticking up in that office there, or still towards the site. And with that, no scraps to be picked up by Atex at the end of that round. And now, of course, is going to be the big question. Will it now just be Expert taking it on further without too much of a challenge? Or is it just going to be a matter of time until then Atex are straight back at it? They do still have a bye within this round even still. But that's then probably going to be it. Of course, slowly but surely, loss bonus will also be coming into play. It's not big enough to support them on further then. So yeah, of course here, starting on train, it is Expert's pick. As whenever you leave that pick open for Skrunk, he generally takes it. And that's something that has come in quite nicely for them. Let's see if Searson now, though, finds that first one, finds the opening up against Syken. Keto is still very, very close range in towards A main already. Cressy could be challenged there, and yes, he will. Keto to find that frag, a little bit of team damage to be dealt as well. But right now, Alex R over towards the other bomb site, over towards B. Stefan still holding on. And right now, well, Skrunk and Light, they have to link back up to then actually make up their way over towards presumably the B bomb site then. But it is currently, yeah, Skrunk trying to sneak down the ladders, and it will be Keto to pick up the frag there. With the AUG, he actually does switch over to an AK. Although I do like seeing the AUG. It has definitely made a comeback in competitive play, and I like to see it played. Because, of course, it is not really too much more expensive than the normal M4, and does offer a couple of traits that players can enjoy, like having that scope. Although generally non-scoped, or just the crosshair aim placement is what Counter-Strike is all about. A lot of people still kind of against the AUG, but I like to see it. Not a fan of playing it myself, but why not? You know. Right now, though, it is going to be a 5-5 scoreline. And Atex here, I mean, they are still within the running. That's for sure. They're definitely not anywhere from falling behind too easily. But it is still going to be Expert, which if they, of course, win the round, then it is going to get tight on the Atex side, because there's not all the money in the world still left. Round into round again, you have a lot of reinvestment to do on their CT side. Of course, we all know how expensive the CT sides can be. With that Expert here, whoever wins this round should be going on to win a couple of rounds further as well. Now, though, 4 players already in front of the B bomb site here for Expert Esports to actually make the entrance. Stefan, he's been strong towards the B bomb site thus far, is already holding, but will be taken out by Cressy. The headshot was still on par, but it doesn't work out for them just yet. Atex definitely making sure that they find an entrance back out of the connector in towards those back lines, but love to see the Molotov in behind as well. That did a lot of damage, especially to Searson and NKJ. And now they've already decided, no, the HP is already too low. We're going to be saving this round just to actually have a shot in the next round to go as well. And in the end, yeah, sure, their chances were slim. Could have gone for it. The chances of losing it kind of high, though. And now the next question is really going to be, of course, Atex, they can still then play a rifle round in the next. Can Expert keep it going? Or is this actually the game-winning plan here for Atex? To just kind of keep the weapons alive as best as they can, and then strike back in the next round to then have plenty going their way once again. Let's see how it's going to go. There's now, of course, Expert here as well. They are on the T side, and it is generally regarded as the weaker side, but they do take the lead here on Train for now. Can they follow it up straight as well, or will it be the round for Atax? Quick push out towards the site already. Zonix does find one onto Alexar with the Molotov, but apart from that, rest of his team falling around him. Zonix still out on the site, does find another and a third as well. Dropping down Cressy. Light is there to support Skrunk in the end, though. It's all going to be down to Stefan here for Atax. And he's very, very interested in coming back out. But is it just going to be Light holding that angle? The timing might just be on the side of Stefan. He just about peeks out once Light stops watching the angle and finds that frag now as well. Skrunk down to 53. Bomb hasn't been recovered just yet, but Skrunk throws in that smoke, finds a headshot straight after. And there you go. It is going to be 7-5. Atax in with another invested round. An Expert, a lot to still get back into it, and they are going to call for a timeout here. Of course, I am still one of those fans of the timeouts. Take as much time as you need, especially in this grand final. And right now, still deciding what they're going to go with. Team input here as well. Not just one player calling, but everybody saying, well, we can do that or that. Just to kind of show all their possibilities and where they could go with it. Right now, though, I would expect Expert to take the lead going into halftime as well. It is their own map pick, and I think now is the time where slowly but surely Expert will be at that time where, okay, they can take round after round after round and kind of run away with it from Atax for now. I think that this should be their point where they're going to reign a little bit more supreme within this match and going to take that lead going on further. As of course, Atax, they will still have a buy here. They will still have two M4s and Organop and also Stefan on the 5-7. Of course, that 5-7 all to himself over towards the B-bomb site. Searson to find that first one under Skrunk. And Atax definitely not out of it just yet. They definitely still want to challenge Expert in this first half and don't want to give it away as easily as I just presumed prior to that. Searson to follow up yet again onto Light. They are just sitting ducks within A main, and this is why CT sides on Train can be so nice for the CTs. So successful as well, because you can just hold down a couple of basic choke points, and as long as the Ts don't have too much dynamic play, then it will be quite easy for you to pick up those frags and just kind of wait for the players to push in. It's times like these where if you go too aggressive too early in the round, then it can come back to haunt you. Or then also in turn, if you don't actually stop the players from finding their entrance out of A main and out of Pop Dog, where it's really going to get troubling there. Expert, of course, thus far still with the lead. And 7 rounds on the T side on Train. If you look at Train as it normally is, and that is strong enough to also take the W at the end of it. But they do want to play as strong as they can and also make sure that the margin is going to be as big as they can, just to show their dominance up ahead of Atax. So Alexar just holding on to his op, wants to make sure that they do have that at their disposal in the next round. Otherwise, they could have bought one, but that would have been too much of a reinvestment there to really re-up it. So why not just keep it? It's worth a little bit more than dying in a round like that. And in the end, they'll still have plenty going for them. Development here to the grand final. A little bit more structured play compared to the rest of the season. Of course, the regular season, we did have a lot of those match days where it was a lot of play, just kind of all over the place. Kind of no real system in behind it from our point of view. Right now, Stefan already tagged down, low, just 24 HP. Could be easy to fall as soon as the push comes out. Syken finds that frag as well. Keto and NKJ chime in as well. And Searson still up above now. He'll be in a prime position just to stop that bomb from actually going down as well. Keto and Searson working together. All going to be back down to light in a 1v4 situation. Surely not, as Searson picks up the round, and it is going to be 7-7. And who's going to be taking the lead going into halftime? Will it be Atax or will it be Expert? As Atax right now. Of course, this round definitely not looking too strong for Expert, as they do have that 1 MP5 out, 3 Deagles, the Scout, you never know. But with a setup like this, it shouldn't happen. But never say that it won't. Because we presume these things far too often within Meisterschaft, and in the end, a presumably weaker side still comes out on top. But I think Atax in these past couple of rounds have been doing a good job, and have been holding on to it quite nicely as well. And this now could be the time where Expert kind of just plays slow game, waiting for Atax to make a move. And this now here. 3 Deagles still in play. Cressy's already fallen on the MP5. NKJ takes out Skrunk here. Of course, the coach today is a stand-in alongside Zonix. 2 stand-ins for alternate attacks. They were still able to beat Panthers. And with that, Alex R is the last one to fall. It's 8-7 in the first half, going the way of Atax. And that's going to be an interesting second half to come, because Expert, now on the CT side, will be throwing everything that they've got up against Atax. And of course, kind of going into it, I would have expected it to be going this close. And I think that going towards that second half, it will maybe be a little bit of a more one-sided game, I would like to say. But you never know. I think thus far, Atax have won their pistols here. And, well, don't want to call anything, but Expert have never been too strong in those, similar to Sprout as well. But it seems like at least here for the ESL German National Championship, of course ESL Meisterschaft as we call it here, it seems like Expert still have a very, very good shot at taking the W, and with that also taking the double within Germany, not only winning the 99 Damage League, but also ESL Meisterschaft. Thus far, it hasn't happened just yet, though. It is still Atax in with a good running, and earlier in the interview after the match against Panthers, Sonix himself, I mean, he was quite chill about it and quite humble about the game, and said that, well, yeah, we can make it quite easily. Right now, though, Cressy, with that first headshot, does take out Zonix. And now the next question is, how can the rest of the team respond? The bomb does go down. Keto finds a frag onto Skrunk as well. Checking out all those angles at the moment. Keto's position already given away. But right now, it seems like Expert going to go for that double drop straight in towards Pop Dog. They're going to find a frag onto Searson. Still, it is NKJ up from above, shooting away at the players to push in. Stefan right now doing such a good job finding the player in the smoke as well, denying the defuse. Now it's all going to be down to Light. Has the kit now, but he will be taken out by Stefan in the end as well. 4 frags for him, and the pistol round yet again goes the way of Atax. And this is not exactly all too great for Expert, but of course Atax, they do get off to a good start here. So for those of you guys that are wondering, well, what am I watching at the moment? It is ESL Meisterschaft, the German National Championship. Under ESL, there's a German one, a French one, a British one, a Spanish one, an Italian. There's so many. So if you head to pro.eslgaming.com, there's a bunch of stuff going on, all the regional championships, all the bigger events as well, linked on there as a landing page. And of course, well, that your one stop for all. That's Pro and ESL Gaming. Right now, Alex R doing a good job to at least come in from behind, find 1 frag with the deal. That's all he's going to get, as Zonix shuts him down on the MP5. And I mean, right now, Attax going double digits, having the lead straight after halftime is going to be great for them. And if they were the ones to actually beat Expert here, of course, they did have the better placement within the regular season. But it's not always as easy as that. As right now, I think nobody really expected Attax to come this far. Maybe their own, well, diehard fans and members of staff did. But I think a lot of people on the desk as well did just think, well, it should probably be Sprout today. And now in this matchup, it should probably be Expert today. But maybe it is just the pressure mounting on them. Either way, Attax a good start to this second half. Now, though, Alex R and Light working together quite nicely on those pistols. But will it be strong enough to win the round with the pistols? Doesn't seem like it, as right now, Attax, even with the Glocks there for NKJ, he finds 2. And Skrunk, he's still up above, though. Hasn't been spotted. Not hitting the headshot straight away, though. And the 2 stand-ins here doing a good job. Zonix to find the last one. NKJ with 3 in the round as well. And this, but it was just as good as it could have been in the round here for Attax. They are now up in a 4-round lead. And Expert do have their buy round to come. Double op, 2 M4s and an AUG on the CT side of Train. And let's see where they can push it, as now it is their CT side here. It should truly be theirs to take here. Let's see where Attax is going to take it, as right now, early on, a couple of players towards the B side already, but main action going down towards Ivy. Searson to pick up the first one, straight onto Skrunk. There's no trades out just yet. Keita doing a little bit of damage over to Alex R. Cressy has moved up in towards Bob Dog. Molotov is going to move him out of position. He is going to put the smoke down straight on top of it. That smoke is going to give him the advantage if anyone decides to drop down. Not to worry. No one seems to have that planned for the moment. It seems like Attax might want to take it over towards that B-bomb site right now. Light up against Stefan here. He finds the frag as well on the op. And one thing, of course, that is still going to be big here is the big question of how are Expert going to handle this. Can they now take their first round on the CT side, or will it be Attax to keep it going on the T side as they've done thus far? Then it's really going to be worrisome, because then you're going to worry, well, what time is going to be Expert time? Because right now, Alex R to pick up 1 onto Zonix as well. The advantage on their side now, but the bomb is going to make its cross over towards site, and it is going to go down as well. Reinforcements, of course, still to come in from behind. NKJ is hot on it. Just to hot wheel it back towards the B-bomb site and make sure that he can support his teammates if the push comes out. Searson to be traded out by Light. At least he finds a shot first. And a trade out comes in. 3v2 situation. The advantage presumably still on the side of Expert. But right now, Keto up from above. Not going to hit his shot immediately. And it is going to be NKJ to try and stop the defuse. He is going to do exactly that. And there is still a kit to work with. And Cressy's going to get that defuse as well, just about in the nick of time, with that Expert win their first round on the CT side. Now, can they now get a consecutive round? Can they now keep it going on that side, or will it be straight back to Attax to challenge them on further? That, of course, the big question for the moment, as we are still just sticking to see which way it's going to go here. Attax, all options open for them. They definitely, well, would have had enough money to force out a round, but they do decide to just go out with these Deagles. So it's probably not going to be a nice round for them. But who knows, maybe the Deagles can just completely wreck out Expert straight away. Light is quite aggressive at the moment. The running boost doesn't actually work too good, but in the end still enough to kind of put Light off and see him dazed and confused as the push comes out. He is going to be dropped from that. Still a lot of damage also being dealt to Skrunk. Dropped down to 23. But he is going to be able to retreat from it and fall back into a bigger, better position. And they are able to at least recover the AWP here over to Stefan. Searson already in these back lines will be taken out by Skrunk in the end. If he would have been on top of that shot, that could have been a different ending to this round. but Expert definitely still fighting for it. 3-round advantage here for Atex. And to be honest, I mean, Expert could have lost it by now, but they come back in the right time. And now it is still time for Atex to put a good challenge up against them. 3v3 situation. And it is currently still the side of Expert, kind of struggling. Seeing, well, where is Atex actually going to go? The bomb's going to go down. Even though Atex don't have a lot to work with within this round, they're still going to find the dink onto Syken. He's going to fall back straight from it. I mean, seriously, an AWP, a UMP, and a Deagle. Look at this, though. Stefan finds one. Cressy kind of baiting out his teammate. In the end, gets that timing right. Finds the frag. That's all going to be down to Zonix. Can't do too much. Just now, down to NKJ. The game comes. Dropped down very low already. Can't actually find much more than he already has done. With that, Cressy with the last frag onto NKJ. 11-9 now as Expert making their way back into it. I mean, this is now the time for Expert to maybe get a little bit more routine into the game. Get a little bit more chill on the CT side. 2 more rounds needed just to tie things up. And of course, in those 2 rounds, Atex will have at least 1 full-out attack here. They do have the push to come out as well. 4 AKs for the moment, and up there for Searson as well. And let's see how that's going to go. 5v5 for now. 30 seconds into the round already. Skrunk now taking a little bit of damage from Ivy. Smoke down straight behind it, though. No damage to follow from those sprays. Still a slow game for now. Zonix is going to drop down straight in towards Pop Dogs. Does do a lot of damage, but so does Cressy there. Pop Dog position is going to be secured here for Expert, though, as now Atex seem to be moving back over towards the B-bomb site. This could be it, of course. But Expert definitely still have a word to say against that. They do want to keep things going on their own CT side here. Don't want to give things up too easy. The Molotov's going to be great. Push already coming out. A lot of damage being dealt to Alexar as well. The smoke to actually extinguish those flames, great. But Alexar on the UMP working out perfectly up against AKs, of course. Finds those frags. In the end, it's all going to be down to NKJ at the end. Doesn't have the bomb. Still over towards the A-bomb site. No time to get back over and get the bomb planted. So with that, it is just going to be Expert winning the rounds, going double digits yourselves. And now it's going to be Atex, just 1 round in hand up against Expert. And let's see if that's going to be enough. If they're going to come back from that, or if Expert are now going to take over in this best of 3. Of course, it is still map number 1. It is Train. It is the map pick of Expert themselves. So you would expect them to have a very, very good time here. But it is far from over there. Really, either team could actually even take the W here on map number 1. This little quick rush down in towards Pop Dog already. Searson finds 1 on the Mach 10 straight down on towards Syken. And is that going to be the defining moment? As already towards the B-bomb site, Alexar falling back a little bit further just to have a buffer up against those SMGs once they come pushing out. Has already spotted out Searson there, as well as NK is still a little bit further back. Look at this from Searson, though. Goes so aggressive straight in towards Connector. Will find an AWP there as well. And I mean, surely not. Is this going to be the way that Atex win a round here? Cressy finds one onto NKJ, but that's going to be all right now, as Searson still over towards the A-bomb site by now. Already finding more frags here. This man is on absolute fire at the moment. Finds a frag onto Alexar as well. Just about, well, centimeters there, really. So right now, I mean, Skrunk still 1v3 finds Searson in the end. But it is going to be Atax to win the round, 12-10, and a good job from them. Skrunk can bring an opt through in towards the next round, which is great for the team. But still, they lose a round here, and on the CT side, that isn't exactly great for them. So for those of you guys that are wondering, well, why is the stream lagging from time to time? It is due to the clean feed. Or why it's low FPS, it's because of the clean feed that I'm receiving from Oldenburg. Nothing, sadly, on my side that I can fix for you guys. Or actually, for me, it seems a little bit smoother. Maybe it's on the connection then from Cologne to Twitch, because of course, I get the signal from Oldenburg. I cast it here in Stuttgart, and then I send it out to Cologne, who put it out on Twitch in the end. So it's a lot of stuff going on. It might just be tons of compression in the end, because it is going through so many different channels. But yeah, with that right now, ESL Wintermeisterschaft still going on strong here in Oldenburg with the grand final here. And it seems like Atax will take another round on their T side as well. And this is something I said earlier. Well, Expert, I mean, great T side for them. But one thing that they haven't calculated for was just the fact that Atax, even on their own T side, they can be unpredictable in a manner that you can't stop them. 5 players still alive, and a 13-10 seems imminent here for the Atax side. Of course, Atax, such a traditional name, such a legendary name within ESL Meisterschaft and also the EPS. As Expert, of course, it's their first season, and it would be great for them to win the doubleheader. Not only win Meisterschaft, but also win the 99 Damage League. But thus far, they only have 1 title under their belt. And ESL Meisterschaft still up for grabs. But right now, Atax definitely off to a good start, and I think that second map does too. Could also be something where they get even stronger from there on out. Very, very good job from Light at the end of that round, though, because he is going to pick up a further 2. Just that, going to be extra weapons to be taken out. A little bit of reinvestment to be brought out by Atax, but they're on the T side. They're winning rounds, so the economy is going to be a little bit easier to manage on their side for sure. As of course, maps are Train, Dust 2, and then Cash as a decider. As I would have thought, to be honest, that Train easily to Expert, then Atax win Dust 2, and then it's all going to commence on Cash and bring it to an end with Expert winning the Meisterschaft. But it seems like right now Atax might just do it within 2, which of course brings flashback to our last one in Meisterschaft, which was the Winter 2017 season in Stuttgart. Of course, we do have 3 seasons of Meisterschaft in a year. We'll have a little bit of off time for the next season to start. Still, right now, Syken, Skrunk, Light, and Alex are still alive to try and defend. They do have the advantage right now by 1 player up ahead. But at the moment, Atax still kind of just chilling in front of that bomb site. And there you go. Already Alex R is going to be finding the frag with the Zonix. Right now the game is a little bit odd here for sure, as NKJ does still find 1 at the end of it. And I'm not sure if it's just a fact of maybe just a little bit of concentration being lost here and there, or if it has some deeper roots than that. So yeah, from what I can remember, Atax have always been that kind of winter team. They won Winter 2016, Winter 2017. Of course, Summer 2018 did go to Sprout, but they were out straight in that first semi-final, sadly, up against Expert here. But Atax is also the most successful team in Meisterschaft. One of the longest running orgs as well within this whole ordeal. Right now, though, Atex, not a lot to work with. Only a couple of Deagles and then those 2 Glocks. Also for Searson and Stefan. Talking about Stefan right now, he's going to be dropped, and so is Keto up against Skrunk, who is just finding easy frags there. Right now, it is just Searson and Sonics kind of chilling in those showers. Of course, not sharing one just yet, but yeah, they are going to lose this round. An Expert are at least going to come in within grabs to tie things back up. And actually should have the rounds as well to at least bring it back to a 13-13 before Atex are actually able to strike back from that. So it's interesting to see now how Atex are going to cope with it in the next couple of rounds. But it seems like Expert are now at least going to come close to it at the end of this second half. And map number 1, their own map pick nevertheless, and you would expect them to be the stronger side. But Atex right now definitely holding on. They are playing with 2 stand-ins. Of course, that's still a big factor there as well. Alex are to find the last 2, and there you go. Sonics and Searson, the last 2 to fall. It is now 13-12 in the next buy round. Up for grabs here for Atex. They did have a couple of players that were kind of on the tight side to get a buy-in, especially was it Searson or Stefan, one of the 2. That's he's only going to be on the Galil in this next round to come. We'll see as soon as the game feed is back. Yeah, Stefan on the Galil. Searson does have the open. Yeah, probably he's the best German open Meisterschaft at the moment. Of course, arguably NATO Safix very, very strong as well. Light is very strong as well, but I think that Searson is still the best within Meisterschaft. And they did have that question up in a quick answer thing in a package, but sadly they never came on when I was currently in the clean feed, because they did always just kind of have it in the middle of the breaks and I wasn't ready for it. Still, right now it is just a waiting game here to wait. What is the next move that Expert is going to make, as Atex have already found that first frag going the way of Searson on the op up against Light. And is it going to be the push over towards A, or are they going to make the push over towards B? That currently the big question, as it is still the nade down towards Pop Dog. Skrung taking a lot of damage, down to 53 already. And with that, further advantage going the way of Atex. Of course, Keto's already tagged down low himself, but still in a better position since he does have his teammates to work with going on further with this. But I think this first map, now that it is slowly coming to a close, could actually end up being an overtime here of itself, similar to the first 2 maps that Atex played today, winning both 19-17 in the end of it. So very, very tight games for them, of course. And right now here, NKJ already deep into it. Alex are missing that shot, and that's not going to be forgiven here because Atex, they know exactly where he's at now. And it seems like, yeah, Expert have already decided to fall back further from this. They do want to keep those weapons alive. And with that still, though, I mean, Light has $6,000. Skrunk has over 6k. Alex R is over 6k. Only Cressy and Syken to be lagging behind. But even now, losing the round, they'll have plenty of money to move on into the next round, especially keeping their weapons alive and carrying those through. That always one of those main things, especially on the CT side. Especially when you lose those rounds, you don't want to lose too many players all the time, because we know how difficult the CT economy is to manage. But it seems like right now Expert have been doing a superb job, so they will have enough money to buy in this round and then probably also the next round to come as well. A couple of teams there. Is that the PJ Salt in as well on their jerseys? Salty as Germans always are. At least that is our kind of prejudice that goes up against the Germans. I'm German myself, not always as toxic. Generally quite calm within matches, but I'm not any good either. So, not really any measurement, really. There's definitely a lot of people that are a lot better than me in Counter-Strike. the reason why I just talk about Counter-Strike and don't actually play myself. With that, though, right nowadays, Expert still with a bye, but it could be just 2 more rounds and a W here for Atex, at least on map 1. So we'll see how that's going to go. And this is, of course, the map pick for Expert. They start on the T side, won 7 rounds, and since then now on the CT side, only won 5 further. Alex are already taking damage thanks to Molotov on the A bomb site. Has fallen back just a tad, but on 80 HP, still surviving here. Syken going to be taken out by Zonix in the end. Does do a little bit of damage though to these opponents. So really anything's still up for it. Zonix, very, very close range. Searson from those back lines doing a good job on the op as well. Alex R just kind of holding on, waiting for more reinforcements to come into the game. There's now Scrunk up on top of the train as well. Zonix still kind of waiting for that push to come out. Finds one. Not a second one after that though. Keto still alive. Only on the op though. And saving this through is going to be quite difficult. No one defusing. But in the end, the defuse is going to come through for Expert. It did have a kit on both players, so it's fine for them. 14-13. Will this be Expert at the end of this first map to close it out in their favor, maybe even on their own map pick, to steal it away from alternate Atex? Or will it be Atex to truly steal the map in general? Here's, of course, it is the map pick of 4 Expert, but they have been leading the charge most of the time. Now, of course, looking forward to it, as Atex do still have 5 AKs in the mix. Alex R doesn't hit a shot quite as easy as that. The push is very, very fast straight on the site. Alex R is still going to find one, but that's all he's going to find, as the bomb is probably already going to go down. Actually, Stefan is far too far pushed into this round already. Molotov is going to keep Expert at bay, though, and going to enable Atex to find that bomb plant here. Stefan risked it all, as he did push in quite aggressively, and that could have been the round over just by him falling. But in the end, it works out fine for them. Bomb is down for now. The flash there, just to keep a little bit of extra control for them. Delay the retake a little bit further, up until the point where the defuse might not be possible anymore. Everyone has a kit here ready and waiting. Searson already hitting out one shot. We're going to find one, though, before he gets traded back. Light now. The advantage back on the side of Expert. Still, the bomb is taking Stefan in the mix of it. The chaos still ensuing. No one's finding him in the smoke just yet. No way that he can pull that through, as it is going to be all down to Light, but no time to get that defuse in. 15 points here for Atex. And the time has come for Atex to be on a map point. Will this be it? Or is it actually going to be Expert to still push it on to overtime? We're going to see how it's going to go, as right now, alternate Atex on the brink of actually taking the W here on the map pick of Expert nevertheless. And I mean, it's getting hot in here now. Look at Searson, 27 frags for him, carrying the team for the moment. And such a strong performance as well from the whole team here for Atex. 2 stand-ins, and they are actually on a map point here to go up 1-0 in the grand final. Keto to pick up one onto Alex R straight away, and this is now going to be the point. Syken into it as well. Gonna find it straight away. Cressy to chime in as well. And I mean, the retake, of course, already hot and happening here, as right now, Stefan's going to be taken out. So is Searson. An Expert still on the comeback. It's all going to be down to NKJ. The bomb not ticking fast enough just yet. And 4 players still to find. Surely NKJ is still just going to stick to his AK, as the rest of the team going into this, well, last round of regular time, not going to have enough money to actually get a full buy into that. So it is all looking like we're going to move to overtime. The game's not over just yet. And with that, a 3rd overtime in the day. And it is now time to see who's going to take that. I mean, the chances still here for Atex. But with this buy that they have now, it is very, very slim. And already now, course, always looking for that first hit on the side of Atex. They do only have one single rifle to work with, and that's in the hands of Steffen at the moment. The rest of them, they have 2 SMGs, a UMP and a MAC-10, and then 2 Deagles as well. The B push seems imminent. Can they hold them back? Or can Atex just rush straight towards the site? Right now, Molotov's all over. But now the push is ready to commence. Alexar all the way in the back lines of this B bomb site for now. Falling back, waiting for reinforcements. Look at this from Keto. Deep into the site already. Not going to be pushing straight in towards Connector though, as Alexar finds Searson trying to push deep in towards CT. Of course, they try everything they can, but it's not going to work out for them. Alexar already finding 2. Scrunk in with 1 as well. Surely the 2 stand-ins, NKJ and Sonics, not going to pull this off. The bomb went down yet again. That's not going to matter because the defuse already happening. And with that, well, the round is going to go the way of Expert. And they do take the W to push it to overtime here now as well. And I mean, what was that? I thought for sure now that Atex were going to close that out. But it is always that curse. Not having all the money in the world, being shut down then, and it is so unfortunate for them. But in the end, well, Expert bringing it back. It is still their own map pick, and you would expect them to be very, very strong here as well. But the game here on Train not over just yet. It is still anybody's game now, especially now that we are in overtime. Everyone on 16k at the start of it. MR3, 16k. Getting straight into it will be quite interesting to see who's going to take those initial battles and how it's going to go. I would have thought surely by now that they would have taken it on the side, but there you go. Let's see when the overtime is going to get underway. I think right now, I'm not sure if I saw that right, but I think the observing PC crashed at the end of that round as well. That might have just been the ESL logo on the desktop there, but we'll see. Right now, we are still in the freeze time in between the regular time and overtime starting off in a second. We'll see. I mean, right now, this is the grand final that we were hoping for. We start straight in on the first map with that overtime. Will it be a single overtime? Will we see multiples here? That could be the question. Thus far, we've only seen single overtimes. Of course, earlier in that match, Panthers up against Atex, where every single time it came out 19-17 for Atex. And there you go. It is time to get things back underway. Here in overtime. At least I would have thought. Players still don't have their hands on their mice and keyboards just yet. So, of course, this is still the first map going on. Atex were on the brink of winning it, but then Expert were able to reset them just before the end of the game. And in the end, we head to overtime. It is 15-15 at the moment. And I'm not sure who I think is going to win it now. Because with that performance here on map 1 already, I think Atex do have a very, very good shot at the moment. Well, motivation in the German faces is very, very visible there. But I think it is now finally time to get straight back into it with attacks up against Expert, or at least I hope. I've repeated this quite a lot now. But I was going to think that we were already going to be within overtime now. Let's see. So we do also have a headset partially off here right now on the side of Expert. So maybe even a technical issue for one of their players. Great big jerseys there. They, of course, still played Meisterschaft within the spring 2017 season, and then also played the start of the summer season, but then abandoned in the end of it, because they did have bigger tournaments to prepare for, of course. So now let's see. The game will go and get back underway here. Headsets, I think, are all back on right now. But still players leaning back, just kind of waiting for it. I sadly don't have any updates from the arena what is actually going on at the moment, what the current issues are. But we'll see if we find that. All smiles there on the alternate attack side here. There you go. I've seen thumbs up. I think that this is now time to finally get things underway. This is about the 4th time that the fans are cheering for the game to actually start. Let's see if that's going to be it, or if we are going to see another one here. There you go. Beautiful security camera, and with that, overtime is going to get underway as Expert up against Atex. Is it really 16-15? Did we miss a round? Where did we miss a round? Okay. So apparently Expert already won the first round of overtime. So maybe they did actually have an issue with the observing computer then as well, because we missed that round for sure. Either way, right now here for Atex, the thing is, of course, losing that first round of overtime is always going to be difficult. They do have all the money in the world though now, and I mean, it's not really that Expert have been kind of on the down low with the money there. It has just always been the fact that they just weren't able to string the rounds together, and Atex just very, very strong play. Not sure what happened in that round. Of course, it could have all been 16-14, or actually 16-13 to be honest, but it wasn't to be, and right now it seems like it is going to be here for Expert to at least win another round. The start going onto the site was already a good start here for Atex. Stefan finds a frag to Sighton as well now, after they've already picked up a couple of frags here early on. And KJ and Searson all chiming in now as well. It's only going to be down to Scrunk in a 1v3. Now down to just Stefan and Searson up against Scrunk. Haven't repositioned for that just yet. Searson takes a lot of damage, but the timing is surely not going to be on their side for Scrunk to even get the defuse back in. With that, he's going to have to back off, finds that frag, but falls in the end. Stefan to bring his AK through and towards the next round. Can actually pick him an AWP there at the end of it as well. Of course, they would have had enough money no matter what in this overtime. But Atex now find another one as well. It's 16-16. Is it going to be Expert, or is it going to be Atex with the W here on train in overtime? Of course, it is the map pick of Expert Esport. They didn't exactly have the best of times on their own CT side. Bit an 8-7 first half. And definitely had issues getting into it on the CT side, so it's actually nice to see that they found their footing here, and that now that they have all the money in the world to work with. Can find the frags here as well. You can see Lights already on 2. Picking up Keto and also Stefan there. NKJ, the next one to fall up against Skrunk though, after taking out Light. He's trading back and forth. The advantage still on the side of Expert though. 3v2 situation. This is good from Syken, bringing it all down to Searson in a 1v3. Bomb not in his possession. He has to find these frags now. 1 minute to go. Currently not hitting his shots, and it will be Syken. 17-16 now, and a very back and forth overtime session for now. And let's see if that's going to continue in the second half of overtime, or if we are going to see one of these teams coming out on top here and taking the W in the end of it. Still very, very close at the moment. Attacks need 3 more, and Expert only need 2 more to actually take the W here on map number 1 on train. Then that could all be coming to a close. Of course, sorry if my voice is cutting out every so often. I mean, we have been up live and chatting with you guys for the past 9.5 hours here. And sadly, I don't have a co-caster with me today. But in the end, it is going to be Expert. Well, right now at least, already pushing out Light here. But what I did just spot is Keto. He does have the auto sniper out, and this is great to see. Is it going to work out for Attic? So that's going to be the question. I always love to see it in overtimes, to be honest. But it is always going to be the question, does it work out for them? Of course, the T auto sniper in my eye a little bit useless. I'd love to see it on the CT side, because you can just hold down your angles and don't have to play aggressively at all. Little bit of early damage here. Nothing really worth mentioning though, as Keto could be in a prime position to actually find that first frag here. First proper tags up onto his opponents. Skrunk now already moving through here. Through Ivy. Doesn't have any support there though, so if he does fall, that's going to be a free frag here for Atix. They can't trade back. Skrunk, yeah, he's been spotted now. NKJ finds that frag. Now the push is imminent. Keto finds another with the auto sniper here. Now the push is of course coming out from Expert already, but Zonix also doing a good job finding 2, and it's all going to be down to Light. And this is going to be it. Keto picks up another one there with a headshot on the auto sniper. 17-17. Back to all level here between both teams. Will it now be Atax or Expert to win this next round to go up to a map point yet again? Atax, they've had a map point before. They've missed out on it. Now, are they going to miss it again? Or is it going to be Expert's time to not only find the map point, but then also find the round straight after? Expert already making their position known that there's at least one player at the top of Pop Dog. Right now though, Asex pretty much laid back here. They do have 2 players over towards the B bomb site as well, and are ready for that push to come in. Stefan not going to find his frag though, not going to make his mark, and now it's going to be Zonix further back. Also trying to hold the line here. Bomb is going to go down though. Skrunk, a great headshot there, and it is looking more and more likely like Expert are now going to make the push over towards a map point here. They've come back. It could have been Atax's game already here, but it's, well, not over just yet. Could still go Atax's way, but it looks like they will have to push it on to a second overtime. Double OT here in the match, as now Keto is going to be taking out Cressy, but falls to Syken then. Searson on a last push still towards the site is going to be taken out by Cyclone as well. 18-17. Expert now on a map point for themselves. It is their own map pick. They've come back. It could have and maybe even should have been the match win for Atex. And I said if Atex win it here, it should be a 2-0 in the series as well, because I think Dust 2 could quite easily go their way. Not quite sure about the performance of Expert on Dust 2. It is something that we can look into, of course. I think they weren't tremendously strong, but pretty average, on par with everybody. I think the setup that Atex has is going to be favorable here on Dust 2 for sure. Yeah, Expert, they have been playing Dust 2 a little bit recently and have been having a good time there. Right now, though, Keto already finding a first on the auto sniper. Alexar, his first victim here. Stefan has the auto sniper out as well. 4v4 situation at the moment as Stefan finds another one on the nade there. Good use of utility as now it's going to be down to a 3-on-3. The bomb's already been planted here. Will Expert come out on top, or is this going to be the end of it? Of course, the last time that they faced on Train was a clear victory for Atex, but that was in UML. That's where they have their normal lineup as well. Well, there you go. It is going to be Expert to shut things down on Train, and they do win their own map pick. Very, very tightly, though. Cannot really say that it was a comfortable win for them. Yet again, Atex playing overtime this, and they weren't able to bring the W in. And well, next map to come is Dust 2 with a map pick of Atex. We'll see how that is going to go for Expert. Of course, that still yet to come, but I think that we are going to go into a quick break, and I'll be back with that second map still yet to come. So stick with us here for the ESL Meisterschaft.
Always be behind, 'cause girl, you gotta let 'em know that you mean it, you mean it. 'Cause girl, you gotta let 'em know to keep those hands away from you. So
the champions of ESL 1 Cologne. Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
The guy's out.
That was beast.
Game, record, and stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ding-a-ding.
Boah, was ein geiler Pass! Wie gut der das sieht! Tor gemacht, der lebt halt eben! Das ist nicht so krass!
Verpasse nie wieder die Termine der ESL Meisterschaft. www.kalovo.de/ESL.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
So, of course, welcome back now to the ESL Meisterschaft Winter 2018. It is the, well, post-pre-match here right now. Taking a look at two players here as well. Let's actually mute the clean feed here. But this was what I was looking for. Keto, very, very strong. 1.37 KD, 60% headshot rate. He's been headshotting throughout this tournament and also doing a good job at that. Scrunk, he's kind of had his highlight moments. He's been strong with the team, of course. And I still think, though, that Keto definitely one of those highlight players throughout the match day here. Also, the stuff that he's been pulling off with the Deagles earlier was absolutely insane with that. But one thing that I do want to highlight as well, the thing is that I don't actually have all the replays that they could do there. But during the... I can't remember what round it was. But shortly before halftime, where then Expert kind of had their stuff running on the T side, you would have thought that maybe they can pull things on further from there on out. We'll actually change over to me for a second here as well. But yeah, hi. There's me for a second. But right now, of course, they're jumping into a little bit deeper analysis. I'm only here as a one-man show. But the biggest part where the game went wrong for Atex was, of course, that second to last round where they could have and should have probably closed out the game, and in the end they were not really up for it. It was then in turn Expert to push it to overtime. This is also a reoccurring theme that we've seen earlier, just the other way around, where Atex were able to take advantage of Panthers kind of struggling on it. But we've also seen it in the game earlier between the guys from Expert up against Sprout. So this has really been just kind of that choke moment, as we generally call it, of course, is always something that plays a role and has definitely played a role here as well. Yeah, right now, though, I'm not going to go into a deep analysis. As right now, taking notes for an analysis part and also casting at the same time is always a little bit difficult. What I am going to do is, of course, if I would have had a co-cast, we could have just kind of been asking and bouncing questions all around, but I am going to go to another quick short break until the match is actually live with us. Of course, Dust 2 is coming up. It is alternate Atex's pick. We've already seen them just now on train. They pretty much almost won that match straight out, and I think they should have won that match as well, but in the end, well, Scrunk and his team just kind of pulled that through. And I would have loved to see a little bit more from that. However, didn't quite go down that way. In the end, Dust 2, the Puggier map, can really go either way. The times that Expert did play it, they have a very, very good track record on it. From what I know, at least at HLTV level, these two teams haven't faced each other on Dust 2. I think that they did face in... back when Expert wasn't an Expert yet, but of course Atex not playing 99 Damage League anymore. They've decided to drop that to have more time to actually focus on international leagues as well, which is nice to see for them. But we are going to move to a quick break, so stick with us here for ESL Meisterschaft as the grand final is about to resume with that next map to come, with Dust 2 up for alternate Atex. Should be a good one. I think Atex can bring things back, tie things up at 1, and then move things into cash as well, where it'll all be the big battle there. We'll see, though, how it will go down. Maybe Expert brings us straight out onto Dust 2 and shows us how it's done and pretty much just shuts down Atex, because to be honest, this has been it for tournaments this year for me, where it's kind of been so unpredictable to see what teams are actually going to get up to. I mean, Expert beat Sprout, Atex with 2 stand-ins beat Panthers as well, and then in the end, the grand final, Expert up against alternate Atex was a little bit surprising for most people, also at the venue and even on the couch and also on the casting desk on the German broadcast. So I think a lot of people didn't expect this final here, but right now, Expert lead 1-0 in the series, and we'll be back with Dust 2 pretty soon. time yet again. We return to the ESL Meisterschaft Winter 2018 season. Grand final here is map number 2. It is still Expert up against alternate attacks. But by now here on Dust 2, it is anybody's game. It's a puggy map, perfectly for the style that attacks are playing this weekend, of course. But there you go, Keto, Searson already working together to find those early openers over towards that B site. The B rush, as we know and love it, straight onto it. And the bomb is probably going to follow to go down. Look at that in front of the B site to actually take a peek up above that smoke as well from Expert. But in the end, it doesn't work out. Zonix comes in from mid, looking for 3. I think everybody was cheering in the background there to get the knife in as well. Let me actually turn up the volume for you guys, so you hear a little bit more of the arena and also the game. I think this way it should be fine. Let me know. But this was the way that we had it for the last part of it. There you go. You do have audio now. I kind of missed out on turning it back up because I generally just regulate it through game itself and not through the clean feed. But there you go. Light already finding... Sorry, guys. Light already finding one on that scout. And this, of course, a great start for Expert, who currently are down to just those 2 scouts and then 3 deagles to make the team together. Whilst Atex have a little bit more to work with. Still, Cressy, I think he did just spot NKJ there. At least heard him jump. Still currently for Atex, they are focused over towards that B bomb site. It is going to be their best bet to actually find an opener there and move out for it. NKJ take a little bit of the attention towards mid right now, though. 3 players ready and waiting to actually make that move happen. Light yet again finds one with a scout, and it is another scout headshot there. Now the deagle's coming into play as well. Light makes it 3 in the end, 2 for Alex R. And there you go, all working out for them. And I mean, I didn't expect that, and this is something that even prior to that game over towards Sprout, I mean, Skrunk always says that they do lose those anti-ecos themselves, and now to be winning one here on the eco up against Atex. Quite nice, especially the situation that they currently are at. They could just go all throughout and win the title here. Of course, Expert still looking to get the double in this Winter 2018 season. They have won 99 Damage League already. They're now looking to win ESL Meisterschaft here as well. There's now Light, Cressy, Syken all chiming in already. The rest of the team seems preoccupied with now also 2 players towards long, as Keto and Zonix are just chilling at the moment. Haven't actually made a proper move to challenge towards that A bomb site, especially with Zonix just within pit. He's going to drop a deagle over towards Keto. And if there's one player on the server that can go absolutely mental with a deagle, it would be Keto as well. Although we did see some nasty deagle plays from Expert as well earlier on Inferno up against Sprouts. But that was the semi-final. This year is the grand final for Keto. It's not working out with the deagle just yet. Does find one in the end. Takes a lot of bullets for that. Not the swift 1-digs that we used to. Can recover an AK. And in an absolute horrible situation now, because its positioning towards car is so viewable from mid, and that's exactly CT spawn mid was exactly where Expert were at. And with that, they win that second as well, as to be expected. And it is going to be the lead now for Expert early on here in Dust 2. Of course, my hope kind of going into it would be to see a full 3 mapper for a change. I remember last year, Winter 2017, it was pretty much 3 quick 2-0s. At least here we did see 2 overtimes in the first game, an overtime here on map 1, in the grand final, a 16-14 earlier for Sprout against Expert. Of course, we did see it in the 16-7 as well, but at least one close match there as well, compared to Atax's dominated win in the winter 2017 season. Right now, Expert shutting him down all over the place, of course, as right now the push was to come out with just nothing going for them. Glocks out, just try and push through. Now it's time for the rifles to follow, for Atax to actually make a proper move, as they are straight on the AKs. Do you have enough utility to work with as well? Kind of limited, since it is mostly just flashes, and then everyone has a smoke as well. No nades or molotovs to force anyone out of their positions, but at least those flashes to support their teammates. Smoke out here, straight on towards Xbox. Nice to see, but look at how aggressive Expert are straight away. The molotov in towards long doors. Searson actually has made its way out, but there you go. That smoke is going to give his position away as he extinguishes the flames, and the spray down might just ensue straight off the back of that. He re-smoke long doors. Now Cressy looking for the player in that smoke. Not going to work for him, although Syken can trade back. It's not exactly ideal for them. Syken now in towards Pit. Does have the support of Light. Only a scout for him though. Up against 3 AKs already out here. But Syken is making it work on the AUG. Finds another. Does a lot of damage to Zonix as well. And there you go. It's all going to be down to Skrunk, the team captain here, to pull it all back together for this Expert lineup. Bomb is going to cross T-spawn over towards that B bomb site. Zonix on 16 HP. Skrunk in a 1v1 on 100. The bomb surely going to go down towards B. But is Skrunk then going to be ready for it? Is he going to decide on the right site immediately? He does have a kit to work with, but he does check towards long A initially. Didn't know that the player was already in towards T spawn, of course. Zonix right now in a prime position to also defend from this, because Skrunk is just going to be running straight through CT spawn, and Zonix is already aware of this, has it primed and ready. The thing is, Skrunk needs a lot less bullets to find his frag compared to Zonix. And he does tag him up quite nicely, but the kit is there and the defuse will follow. As Expert now find a 4th round, they keep that lead intact, further extend it. And it is going to be Atax straight back to nothing. They did get the bomb down though. And with a loss bonus now coming their way as well, they should be in a situation where they might as well just force into that next round. They should just about have enough money for that to get a buyout. Though I'm not sure what it was down to from that previous. Yeah, you are going to see 4 8Ks on a Galil. Not exactly the world in utility, but they didn't have that in the last round either. 2 smokes, 6 flashes all in total. Quick B rush here. And the Molotov, look at this here from Skrunk. Not going to be doing enough damage though, but there you go. Flashbangs all over the place. Does only find 1. Alex R now in the next battles here. Keto is the one to find the frag. And now in a 4v3 situation, Keto follows up with a headshot onto Syken. Bomb's going to go down for Atax. And this is ideal because NKJ is still towards T-spawn. Can shut down Light as well. And this is now only going to be Cressy. He's still all the way towards T-spawn. Was on that long rotate. It's not going to work for him. The hold just not strong enough for Expert. But they do have plenty of money on that CT side, at least on towards Cressy and Light, I think it was. That both had plenty of money. Here on this nice little scoreboard. Already see the impact that Light and Psy can have for the rest of the team. Zonix, for that he's a stand-in, currently top fragging on this second map. Zonix already did say yesterday on Media Day that Dust 2 is his favorite map. And, well, kind of to be expected as well from a full-time streamer, and also, well, he does also have other responsibilities like being a TV moderator for the German RAN esports series, which runs weekly on Pro7. Just kind of highlights and sums together everything going on worldwide in esports once a week in a program. Of course, big news for German esports 2019 is going to be the header for them when they start their own esports TV channel. first for Germany. They did have a couple of esports broadcasts for tournaments like ESL Pro League and IEM Oakland back as well. But this is going to be the first time they actually have a 24/7 TV channel just dedicated to esports as well. We'll probably see a couple of ESL events on there as well. So I would expect that. Maybe even Meisterschaft in the future. Who knows? As right now, it is going to be Expert trying to defend. Light does trade back his teammate. And it comes back to a 4-on-4. Still a lot of damage already being dealt. Keto down to 13, already falling back from this. But look at this. Although they did come back in towards mid and literally went down in towards lower tunnels, Alex R left the site actually, and it is going to cost him his life and maybe even cost Expert the round here because he should have had it. And now it's going to be in a 1v3 situation. Syken's going to fall from this as well. And this is NKJ finding that frag, 4-3. And Atex back alive now in this round as well. But to be honest, that could also be shifted the blame on towards Alex R, because he did just leave that B bomb site with literally players jumping down from Cat in towards lower tunnels. That must have been a miscommunication. I highly doubt that they would just concede on a site like that and then push in one by one. Surely that wasn't the game plan. And with that, maybe perfect timing for a timeout here as well, as the freeze time's already seeming a little bit longer than it usually is. So for those of you guys that are wondering why the stream quality might not always be the same as it is right now for LAN events, thing is, I get the clean feed over from Oldenburg, and then I stream that to the ESL, and then they stream it onwards to Twitch, Facebook, and Mixer as well. So that's the reason why the quality can be affected. I know on my side I haven't dropped a single frame tonight. It's been running smoothly at 60 FPS, but sometimes the clean feed is having issues, sometimes the relay is having issues, and this is always something for you guys to remember. When there is a remote production, quality sometimes isn't always as perfect, because there is always a lot of sending the signal all over the place. But yeah, I mean, I've been live for over 10 hours now and not a single dropped frame here, which I'm quite happy with, and nice to see that for once issues are not from my side actually. But there you go. We did have some issues with ESL Meisterschaft throughout the season, with lags here and there. Right now, though, it is the grand final. It is Keto to find the frag up against Syken. There you go. Searson and Sonics are straight back into it, covering off for alternate Atex. Now it's just Light and Cressy still remaining. Nothing really to work with. And well, I mean, P2000 in the USP is all they're going to get, and probably Sonics to also shut them down. Get another 2 free kills as the guys push in from T-spawn. There you go. Actually, Cressy to find one. That's Naked recovered for now. Does put the smoke down straight away. Just kind of keep it alive there. So yeah, all tied up at 4 now as Atex fighting their way back into this matchup. It has been an early great start here from Expert Esport, but it has now been Atex for the last 3 rounds, showing how it's done and showing that they themselves are a force to be reckoned with tonight. Although they do have 2 stand-ins, they don't really seem to care, because those 2 stand-ins are absolutely on point. You can see Zonix still up there with the rest of the team. I mean, I think he's still top fragging actually. And then NKJ, their coach, he's probably calling, I think, since he would have all the strats and was also holding the strat push earlier there. But yeah, right now, like Keto, they're giving each other the frags here on each other's sides. But it is going to be Expert to come out on top for now at least. Can they convert this into a round now that they have a 2-player advantage going the way of Expert? Make that a 1v4. Stefan all to himself, pushing on towards the B bomb site. Would still have the bomb with him. but it is going to be taken out by Syken. 5-4, Expert straight back into the lead. And can they now further extend that? Or is this going to be a stalemate and a back and forth where, of course, Alternate Attacks can invest into this round? Searson would have enough money to invest in towards the next, but then he can't exactly cover for the rest of the team. And with that now, 5-4. A real nail-biter here between both teams in a grand final nevertheless. The first map came down to the wire in overtime, and this second map might as well. We'll see if Expert can take it 2-0, or if it is going to go to that final map to Cash, the home of German Counter-Strike, of course. But right now it seems like Light wants to hold off this A-site push with the op. Not exactly hitting his shots. He did hit the first one quite nicely, but definitely struggling to follow up from that. Bombs down for now. But Keto still going strong. Alexar was the next one to fall there. With that bomb going to be attempted to be planted, it will go down as well. Searson to find a frag up against Light. I think Light a little bit too aggressive in that situation. Thing is, Cressy still close range. Scrunk is a ways off though. It seems like they are just trying to work together. Taking his time as Cressy, as Scrunk is going to be moving up short here. And Sonics finds a frag though. And this is not going to be good because now Cressy maybe waited a little bit too long, and Keto finds a headshot as well. The back and forth continues, and Atex now at 5 rounds as well. It is going to be Expert. We're down and out at the moment because they can't reinvest actually. I think Cressy did just buy, but the rest of the team, I mean, the most that they can do is invest straight in towards Deagles, but apart from that, they can't do too much, which is kind of sad with that, but there you go. There you go, Searson finding the frag into Light straight away. Alexar to follow up on towards Stefan. This actually now going to be the question of, is it possible for Expert to kind of win it now on this little weaponry that they have, an AK and an AWP, and then those 2 Deagles alongside? Especially as Cressy still doesn't have any armor, so he'll be an easy target for Atex. But maybe right now aggressive towards short, definitely pulling attention his way. That's for sure. Now 2 players up towards short, and 1 player in towards CT spawn as well. That currently seems to be Syken. And all the way Alexar is still chilling towards B. 3 players in towards long A already. A 4th one is on the way. The whole team for Atex are going to make this approach play towards the A bomb site. Smoke's now going to come out, and this is going to give it all away. However, will they be fast enough to react to this? Scrunk already being taken out of his position. Syken to find 1 on the Deagle, but a lot more work to be done. Is now not going to hit the shot onto Keto just yet. Jumping in that elevator position. Not working out for him just yet. 2 players also to come in from CT spawn. And right now, Alexar and Cressy working together to make this happen. They don't know that Searson is still in towards the ramp. And the big part is Cressy doesn't have any armor to work with. And the spray down works for Searson. He hits the head of Cressy. And the round goes the way of Atex. 6-5 now. There you go. And I mean, this back and forth not going to be healthy for either team's back account, especially as Atex themselves went down to just 1 player. I mean, it reflects on the money that they do still have remaining, but the thing is, Expert right now safely crossing players over towards the B bomb site. It is a lengthy process, but they do manage it in the end. 4 players stacked on B right now at the brink of the attack already happening on A here. 3 players already out towards long. 1 towards the B catacombs, and then 1 at the top of mid as well. Just to kind of cover it off, I think in a second, Stefan might just have a field day there, or he's just going to get overrun by these USBs. Great stuff as well, as they are able to recover 1 AK. He did drop down NKJ, down to just 19. But I mean, surely it's not going to be enough to find 2 or 3 more frags to even get close to this. I think that Atek's just going to keep them at bay now. And they might as well just keep the AKs going towards the next round. Might as well have that advantage there. As, yeah, Skrunk has already fallen back all the way towards the car and T-spawn, which is literally on the other side of the map from the A bomb site. We'll see how this is going to end. I'm guessing that they'll maybe even find one more exit, but I would expect Atex to just all evacuate towards a long. Highly doubt that anybody is still going to go for the hunt here, especially since they are only up against USPs, and the risk of losing those rifles is quite high. They don't have all the money in the world just yet, but they will have enough money to now, if they lose a round, they can reinvest into it. Surviving with 4 players here, only Stefan needs to read by, and the rest of the team will have over 4k across the board. Even their Sonics on 5k already at the start of the round. Invest into utility, of course. But right now, yeah, Sears and Keto kind of covering it back up, but Sonics at the start of the map was the standout player for Atex. Now the rest of the team coming together, and well, a good job at the moment, as Expert kind of lost their footing a little bit. They need a couple more rounds. Ideally, the last 3 here of the first half go their way, and they have a decent shot at winning in that second half as well if they do want to make it 2-0. Otherwise, I would love to see a third map on Cash as our decider for tonight. That would be the dream grand final here, especially as both teams were kind of underdogs going in towards their semi-finals. Atex playing with 2 stand-ins. Expert, only 4th in the regular season, was definitely struggling, but now definitely showed on LAN that they are worth it as well. Of course, also to remember, the guys from Expert were, well, very, very strong up against Sprout earlier on. I think they can repeat that performance here now, and maybe even later on Cash then. Of course, that was a very, very close map up against Sprout. And Atex did play Cash earlier on as well. This though, Light still defending, and he is gonna find it here on the A bomb site. 3 frags for him in just as many seconds. Denies the bomb plant, and there you go. It is going to be Expert with yet another round, and their opportunity now as well at the end of this first half to maybe even still string rounds together, and at the end of the day maybe even come out on top at the end of the first half, moving in towards that last round of map the last round of the first half here on map number 2 on Dust 2, of course, which is the map pick of Atex. We do still have to remember. Expert, just about in overtime, beat Atex on their own map on train. Wasn't one-sided at all, but right now it is one-sided as Alexar's control of the B bomb site finds 3. Circe now all alone 1v4, finds 1 onto Syken. That might as well just be it. Skrunk, to return the favor, find the headshot, and there you go. It seems to be Expert back on point, and definitely still want to be up here. Definitely still want to take out their Atex counterparts. Of course, Atex, probably the most successful team within ESL Meisterschaft. Definitely the longest running team as well. Very, very traditional name. Going back lots of years in German Counter-Strike. With that right now, though, Atex up against Expert. The 7-7 scoreline at the moment. It is finally Atex again. Keto now with the scout to pick up Syken as well, after Stefan did take out Cressy early on. But now in a 4v3 situation, look at this from Zonix with that Deagle. Finds that as well, and Light up against Stefan here. They do still pick it up bit by bit here on the Expert side. But Light and Alexar definitely got their work cut out for them. In this next minute, Atex will be putting a lot of pressure on them. Alexar to come out on top, up against Zonix. Can fall back from that as well. Then it's going to be Keto to find the frag up on long. They just fall back and take it over towards the B site. Where's Keto just going to grab the bomb and venture over towards long. The timing is on Alexar's side. He's not quite sure where Keto is going to go. Might as well, yeah, rotate over towards B I think Alex R is already positioned for that. Of course, it is the battle of the electronics shops in Germany. Ultimate and Expert, both of them, of course, are electronics shops, and also sponsoring CSGO teams here for Meisterschaft, similar to Euronics, of course. There are still two more kind of bigger stores in electronics in Germany. Look at this, Alex R. Patience here. He does still have a kit. Looking to see where Keto is going to go. He knows now he's going to be going towards long. Has that angle locked down. This is perfect here for Alex R. And deservedly Expert now going to take the lead going in towards halftime, 8-7. And I mean, this now, that performance from Alex R brings it all back together to what I did kind of lay on his shoulders for the loss over towards the B site earlier, where he did leave the site, whilst the rest of attacks were just dropping down in towards lower tunnels from short and moving over towards that B site. They did lose that round, but now he has redeemed himself, I think, with a round like that to clutch it out against Keto. Perfectly done there on the timing. And I mean, now this is primed for a perfect grand final here. It's the second map at Alex R there with his team, with Expert. They're up 8-7, so just a slight margin there. They were able to win their own map pick by a cranny over on Train earlier on in overpass as well, in overtime as well. What am I saying in overpass? Bloody hell. With that though, that was well done there on the side of Expert. And now it's time for Alternate to show what they can do. They have been dominant in pistol rounds, so we'll see what they can manage to pick up. But Expert definitely going to try their best. Now also being on the T side. Let's see where they're going to go from this. Spreading all around the map. You can see Searson has already found a little bit of info. There is one player down towards lower tunnels. And this right now, I mean, Cressy down to just 2 HP there. Lucky to be alive, really. If he's going to be finding a frag in a position like that, it would be crazy for him and his team, because he's practically dead on 2 HP. There you go, still tapping away here. Not going to hit those headshots just yet in towards pit. NKJ has a decent angle, but he's going to be able to fall back towards the site here. No proper push for Expert just yet, but they are going to make the approach play. 4 players coming up long A now. And it is a difficult feat to manage because it is USPs up against AKs, the close range weapons up against the long range, up the long range of course. But right now, Syken, Skrunk, Alex are all chiming in. The bomb's going to go down for sure. And now it is still Keto and Sonic's alive. Sonic's already towards short, pushed up quite nicely. Might as well wait for his teammate to be there. Otherwise, it will just be a 1v1 battle. But he finds the headshot onto Light. Drops down towards CT spawn. Now has Keto in his back as well. They can work together on this. But it is going to be Strunk to find one from long. And it is going to be, Skrunk to find both from the site. I would have thought they would have gone to long. But it was Cressy in pit, actually. Of course, great position on 2 HP to work that on. But there you go. 9-7 attacks. Not able to pick a round straight at the start of this second half. And it is going to go the way of Expert. Well, they're already up 1-0 in the best of 3 series. Can they close it up in just 2 here on Train and Dust 2? This is the map pick for Atax. Is it going to be a delayed cross here for Atax through mid? Definitely had a lot of players close up towards CT mid. Right now, Expert going to be moving up long here already, straight towards the A-bomb site. Panic ensues with these pistols all over the place. Look at how many players they can push straight through, but it is going to be just Expert dominating that. It could have turned out a lot worse in the end. The Panic comes out ahead for Expert. 4 players surviving, and in the end, the SMGs doing a good job here. 2 players on the AKs survive as well. And that's perfect to bring those AKs through. The rest of the team could further invest in those. But ideally, as long as, Skrunk has an AK as well. The rest of the team there to provide light Only on a scout thus far. Alexar only on the UMP, but if one of his teammates falls, he can pick up another weapon. Well, both of them can pick up better weapons. But there you go. Right now, mid-peak, not going to work for them. As right now, Atex, they have this full buy. 3 M4s, an AUG, and then a scout rather than an AUG. But there you go. Keto already finding one, sighting to trade back though. But this here, how fast do Expert want to rush towards the speed bomb site with the support through mid, nevertheless? So if that scout would have checked up mid, that could have been all theirs. Now down to a 3-on-3, but the B bomb site has fallen. We know how difficult it can be to retake here. Everyone onto AKs now. The retake already hot and happening probably here. Actually, it happens before the bomb even goes down. Cressy and Light working together quite nicely. In the 2v1 now, Searson still alive at B doors there. The bomb is down for now, though, in a less than favorable position, but Light finds the frag with the headshot onto Searson, and the round works out here for Expert. 4 rounds ahead now. They did go double digits already. And well, Atex straight back to just a force here, or probably just sticking to pistols, maybe investing a little bit, down to 2k, as loss bonus is in their advantage. And I mean, there you go. Now, Expert seem to be primed and ready for this, but one thing to be remembered here, Atex were in a similar position on the map pick of Expert on train earlier. So nothing is said and done just yet. It is still a grand final. It is still 2 closely matched teams here. And Expert, though, they just walking that out towards long, and it all works out for Alexar, finding 3 frags there. And this round cannot work any better for him. And in the end, 11-7, looking to go 12-7. Atex slowly but surely have to find their foot back into the door. Otherwise, it might just end up being a one-sided game here for Expert, similar to what they did on the second map on Inferno earlier against Sprout. There you go. Of course, Keto still alive in a 1v4. Alexar down just 1 HP. Really lucky to be alive and not to lose that weapon. In the end, Cressy finds a headshot onto Keto from mid. And there you go. It's 12-7, 5-round margin up ahead here for Expert Esports. And is that going to be enough? Or is it going to be Atex straight back in with their next buy round coming up as well? There you go. Ready. I mean, no mid picks this time either. Atex successfully beating 2 players over towards that B bomb site. You can hear Expert early approach play towards the A bomb site yet again. Searson now checking in towards short with his op. Well, Sprunk has been out of position just yet, and he is going to fall there straight up against the op. Alexar, though, yet again opening up long here. Can they keep it going, or will it be NKJ to ruin the day here? As he has already picked up 1. Searson to help him out for the second. Actually, Searson finds a frag there. But yet again, rest of the team here for Expert moving over towards B. Cressy to be taken out there. So it's going to be Light in a 1v4 situation. Surely this is going to be Atex straight back in with their next buy round. And I said this, it is not over just yet. Expert are not out of the water at a slightest stretch. And with that Light at 34 HP in a 1v4 situation, has no idea the player's straight away above him. And Sonics does a great job. He is surely a fan favorite today. As of course, he hasn't been in competitive CS for quite a while, kind of making his comeback today, as he is just a full-time streamer and also working for German television over in the Freaks for You studios up in Berlin, together with Knochen, who is the caster, one of the casters over on the German stream. Because it should have been Venom next to him, but I think that something has caught him. It's a private issue. I didn't actually check on Twitter or anything. I did just see that Desiree is actually there, who joined 99 Damage at the same time that I did, but he's actually stuck to it. I left in April of this year after I kind of lost interest in casting German and didn't really have too many gigs for that, and just kind of focused on English commentary as well. Right now, well, the colleagues on the German stream definitely doing a good job to hype up the fans in the arena, but right now also NKJ doing a good job. Coach here for Atex. I mean, Slyton's kind of abandoned by his teammate, but does still find the frag here. Sonics, close range on the B-bomb site. Would presumably also have Keto, yes, in behind him to support him with the AWP. But there you go, Skrunk already finding one onto Searson. Sonics now, though, to come back in from behind. This could be it now. Not going to happen for him, though. They get out just in time and up in towards mid. Keto in a prime position, finds one. Light to trade back, though. And now, in a 3v2, one player per site to find. How difficult would Stefan make this, as there's still a player towards long. Skrunk finds him, and now the A-bomb site open for the taking as well. Sonics already making his way via CT spawn, but surely this is going to be a 13th round here for Expert Esports. They're taking their time with that bomb plant, but they have it as well. Can now get the safe plant down, and with that, Sonics, not quite sure what they're going to go from it. But it is, yeah, just going to be picking up that up, saving it through into the next round. Probably better chances there as a team. As they under the line, it is still, well, a team play here in the grand final. If they do want to still make this comeback happen. What a great job thus far. Also here for both teams. I mean, to reach the final, nobody thought that they could win their respective semi-finals, but it worked out for them. There you go. The clapping ensues. As the stage, it is the best stage we've ever had for ESL Meisterschaft, and then also the lighting effects. Beautiful stuff there from ESL as well, as they always do. They do outperform themselves time and time again here for Meisterschaft as well. And we'll see how it's going to go. Now that, of course, Expert have a decent lead. Will it be strong enough to now finally shut down Atax? Because I think the pressure is on them now. It's not going to be as easy. But is it going to be the end of Feats' Skrunk here? Only placing second all the time in tournaments. He did break that curse, winning 99 Damage League. Can they now win the double crown here within Germany as well? Winning not only the 99 Damage League, but also taking the W within ESL Meisterschaft in the Winter 2018 season. 3 more rounds could potentially separate them from that title and the bigger share of the total of $25,000-ish for this weekend for the playoffs here. I think all around ESL Meisterschaft is about 30,000. All comes together. Still though, Syken here. Did already find one onto Stefan. Light also picked up Searson early on. But it is Keita with that UMP to pick up Alexar. Bomb's gone down though. And what can they do in a 4v3 situation? I mean, right now, still 2 players just over towards the B-bomb site. They have no interest in retaking this at the moment. It is Cressy still within the B tunnels. Finds one as well onto Sonics. Can he find the follow-up onto the second standing here for Atex? No! NKJ running backwards with the P250. Find the headshot there. And Keto, as we know him, dirty headshots there as well. Straight onto Syken. If he would have had a kit and run fast, he could have made it back towards the site. But of course, it would have still been Light over towards short, covering it off. As right now, Skrunk, he's on the hunt here. He's going to be taking out NKJ over towards that B-bomb site. Only one weapon to be saved. Nice Keto with the AK in towards Pit. It's 14-8 now. A 6-round lead up ahead here for Expert Esports. It's looking all the more likely that they are going to take the W here today. The smiles are already on, especially there for Cressy, who, from what I know, is actually from still a region that I live in. Also here in the broader region of Stuttgart. From what I remember, definitely someone from Expert was. I think it was Cressy though. And yeah, right now Expert just kind of chilling and looking to be right now progressing not only from finalists but then also on towards champions here for the ESL Meisterschaft winter season here 2018. I mean, thus far it has been a great season. Great match days as well. A lot of these match days going the full distance as well. Not only one-sided matches. I think this is the best and most mixed ESL Meisterschaft season that we've had, kind of in competitive play as well throughout the season. In at least the past 2 years probably. Before that it was always kind of the dominant side throughout. I've just kind of won everything back to back to back. Atex used to be that. back in winter of 2017. But I don't think that they're going to be as lucky today to lift that trophy. It is a brand new trophy here for the ESL Meisterschaft. An expert might just be one round away from lifting it and winning the grand final for the ESL 2018 Winter Meisterschaft here. And this could be it here. The stand-ins, Sonics and NKJ, they've done a tremendous job here for Atex. Is this going to be it, or will they live another day here? Yet again, crossing safely over towards the B-bomb site. Searson finds two, though! And there you go. The scout is back alive, and Searson is as well. In a 4v3 situation now. Is this just the curse? You win the 15th, lose the next round after that. Expert would still have enough money to win the game after, though. They're not going to be reset from this, and it's not going to make the door even easier to hit for Atex to maybe start a comeback here. Because it would be 7 rounds in a row just to tie things up and move things to overtime here on map number 2 as well. It is their own map pick here on Dust 2. We did say Sonics should be up ahead with the rest of his team, and he's definitely performing quite nicely. Although the rest of the team have taken a little bit more initiative now, as to be expected though. They are full-time pros, and he's just mainly a streamer and presenter. But you love to see it here that the stand-ins are working out, and that Atex didn't really have too much of a handicap coming into these finals with those two. NKJ, of course, he was up on top of those strats anyways, and right now, Expert making a comeback in this round. Cressy and Light working together. It's all down to Stefan. And now the bomb might as well go down towards the B-bomb site. Stefan could still stop this, though. Now, he has a beautiful visual through doors. Bomb hasn't crossed yet, and it's 2 HP up on Light. Surely it's going to be Stefan's round to win and to clutch out in a 2v1. Now, though, Bomb being faked once. Will he wait for the second time? Bomb hasn't gone down just yet. 5 seconds to go. Bomb doesn't go down. Light is going to be taken out, though, and it will be Atex to win another round. Can they now bring things back, or is this going to be Expert taking it now? Of course, it is still a far ways back. Atex hasn't gone double digits just yet, and they might not even, as Expert do have 6 more chances to close out this match on the second map here on Dust 2. It is the map pick of Atex, but Expert have played a better match. They've all come together to try and win this here today. Oldenburg, of course, the biggest venue we've ever had for ESL Meisterschaft. It is fully sold out today, and well, the fans are absolutely loving it here as well. NKJ, yet again with that XM, this time actually making it work as well, up against 2. And there you go. As my voice is slowly starting to fade away here for the evening, and also for the next week to come, probably. At least for the next couple of days to come, for sure. Well, Scrung, Cressy, they all still have AKs, and Light on the AWP. Well, it's a big task, but they could manage it here. If they lose this round, then they would probably have to be reset here, and then kind of hold on until their next chance to buy it comes around. But they do have the buffer at the moment to enable them to play a little bit more casual there and not having the big pressure here just yet. Keto finds a frag onto Cressy as well. This now down to a 5-on-2. NKJ going for the hunt on the XMG. And this could all be coming back to an overtime play if Atex win this round and also the next 5 rounds after that. It is all possible. It is still ESL Meisterschaft. We've seen crazier things happen, and right now you can see NKJ running in from behind. Doesn't actually continue on, but does find the 4K in the end on the AWP. Picks it up, and it's all fine for them. Well, the map and match points continue here. The championship points continue here for Expert Esports, as they're trying to still close this out. Actually surprised that neither team has actually taken a timeout here. I would expect Atex to just win this round outright, since Expert don't really have anything to work with. They're saving fully there on the AKs and also the one single P250 for Syken. And what a round here as well, as Aztecs are fully equipped and probably ready for anything that Expert can throw at them with these pistols. Two crosshairs trained on towards short for the moment. It is Searson who would even be ready for a drop down in towards CT spawn, which could be happening here as well. The run boost comes together, and it works out for them to at least come out from short and not to be stopped straight away. Still, though, no one has fallen just yet on the side of Atex. NKJ picks up 2. And then finally in towards Goose. He is going to die, but Searson picks up another, and the bomb goes down. Extra money for Expert. Look at that from Skrunk with a Glock through the box on a headshot to find the frag. It's crazy things like that that we're here for, and in the end, still, it is going to be the round for Atex. 15-11 now, as the game surely going to come to a close. Now that Expert should have another buy coming up. Look at that. Cressy just not even focused towards his monitor, just looking straight into the camera, showing us that he is ready for this. And the first title, of course, the first season here for Expert. And are they just going to come out on top here? In their first season under the name of Expert Esport, win 9-10 Damage League and maybe even take the W here for ESL Meisterschaft. We're playing UM League at the moment as well, United Masters League, which is being broadcasted, of course, from studios over in Berlin. A good friend of mine, Zest, was actually currently still in Stuttgart, but I think he will be returning to the studios at the start of the next year, at least from what I've heard, or how I understood the tweets, by the way. Haven't actually talked to him about it, but surely this is not going to be the next chance that Expert Esport pass up on. There you go, 5v5 situation for now, 1 minute to go. Searson towards short, going to be flashed out of his position, and this could be it now. As right now, Expert still not gone for the push just yet. It is still alternate attacks a little bit further back. Kind of holding them off here. NKJ now to go close range towards short here. Alexar close range on the other side of the smoke with that flash. NKJ is going to go straight through. He's going to be traded back though by Alexar and Syken. Now, 3 players drop straight down in towards mid. Could have the play going to go towards the B bomb site. 3 up towards upper tunnels, and then 1 still in lower mid. Searson going to be taken out by Alexar. Kato to follow up with Cressy, and there you go. Syken finally answers here, but Zonix is going to be taken out as well. 2v2 situation, 5 seconds to go. The bomb has to go down now, and it does as well for Expert. I think just in the nick of time. Yes, it does. And it is going to be down to just Stefan here in a 1v2. Can he clutch it back for yet another round here for Atex, or is it going to be Expert to win the championship here for ESL Meisterschaft? And yes, it is 16-11 as Expert Esport within 2 maps, overtime on their own map pick on train, and now also take the W. 16-11. Look at that, they're all happy here for Expert. They said they can do it. They've done it here. They beat Sprout to get to the final and have now beaten alternate Atex as well. You can see they're all tremendously happy. Skrunk here, no longer all-around pizza. He is now not the runner-up king. He has finally won an ESL Meisterschaft title as well. And well, can Atex be disappointed though? 2 stand-ins, and it still came together to a grand final. Almost were able to steal a map away from Expert and move on to Dust 2 with a W there. But, well, it wasn't to be. An Expert win it at the end of the day. They are going to be crowned Winter 2018 champions. And you can see Skrunk, he cannot believe it still. I think the rest of the team a little bit more chill because they haven't had as many attempts as he has to actually go out on stage and win it in the end. But of course, big congratulations to them. And that brand new trophy is theirs. The whole team already walking away from it. But no, come back. Claim your trophy or claim your prize. You're the winners of the Winter 2018 season of the ESL Meisterschaft here. Expert Esports. And what a great job they've done. Definitely deserved. And I mean, it cannot get any better than this. I mean, surely it's going to be Scrunk here for the winner's interview as well. Up there, besides Next up. There you go. Guys, can't even believe it yet. We are Winter 2018 champions here for the ESL Meisterschaft. In their first season under Expert Esports, they win both major German titles here. So Oldenburg, this is your champions for the ESL Meisterschaft Winter 2018 season. It's Expert Esports. And yeah, it is Scrunk for the interview. So happy that they're in the and his unbelievable words there. Lost for words for Scrunk. Doesn't know how to describe it. Doesn't know how long he's waited for this moment. And the cup is a lot heavier than it looks like. Tremendous performance on that second map as well. Did you think that the map video is going to work out as nicely as it did? We didn't. I didn't think about it at all. They didn't even know what they were doing themselves with those older guys as well. Dust 2 is a great map for us. Expert is a main map for us, so the map pick worked out perfectly. So was it a challenge to win the championship here? Of course, Cressy has already won the title there. And there you go, Scrunk. So they were quite calm and relaxed in the match, and it's not like they usually are. And everyone did their part in the win, and the experience worked together to finally win the championship here. So, of course, a big congratulations to Scrunk. The curse has been broken for the endless runner-up there for Scrunk. They win both major titles within one season. A great evening then for the rest of the arena. And there you go. For a great venue like this, Oldenburg was great. There's going to be a signing session. And with that, of course, well, this is going to bring the stream to an end now as well. It's been a great matchup here. And in the end, the final that we were all looking forward to, Expert do win it up ahead of Vatex. And with that, thank you for tuning in. My name has been Phelan. You can follow me on Twitter at Phelan. Yes, this has been the Winter 2018 season of the ESL Meisterschaft. And enjoy some of these pictures while we say goodbye for tonight.
You've seen it all. ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
The guy's out.
That was beast.
Game, record, and stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ching-a-ching-ching. 'Cause we don't really care, I ting-a-ting-ting. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Cold as ice, ba-ling-a-ling-ling. Ba-ding-a-ding-ding, ba-ding-a-ding-ding. Throw money in the air, ka-ching-a-ching.
Boah, was ein geiler Pass! Wie gut der das sieht! Vorgemacht, er lebt halt eben! Das ist nicht so krass!
Verpasse nie wieder die Termine der ESL Meisterschaft. www.kalovo.de/ESL.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.